America fame and fortune. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451 Top Quality Goods. In the afternoon, Martin came out of Louise's house and returned to his home in the north of Sunset Boulevard. After waiting for a while, Nicholson and Leonardo came over one after another. After viewing Martin's new home, the three of them came to the European pavilion in the back garden to drink tea. Leonardo exclaimed, "You made too much money by buying this place for $12 million. Martin, where else can I find such a house? You must introduce it to me." Before Martin could answer, Nicholson said, "You have to find a rich man like Pitt first, and then let him have problems and his liquidity chain is broken. Then you have a chance." Leonardo picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and changed the subject. "Does Lily have any large sculptures? While her works are still cheap, I want to buy them at a low price and wait for them to appreciate in value." "Not yet, but she knows you want it and will definitely do it." Martin poured Leonardo another cup of black tea. "She is still a newcomer. If she wants her works to appreciate in value, you, a famous collector in Hollywood, should speak well of her." Although he likes to hit Lily, Martin is still very reliable when it comes to business. Leonardo replied, "No problem." Martin asked Nicholson, "What's going on at the Adler acting school?" "Very interesting." Nicholson was once one of Adler's students, and he had enough channels to find out about the Adler acting school. Ben Affleck was introduced by Judi Dench to the school as a part-time teacher. He directly chose to teach the class where your girlfriend is. Leonardo replied, "I can figure out Ben's evil intentions with my ass." He looked at Martin and asked impatiently, "Don't you have any ideas?" "Yes. People like Martin want to make a big fuss without any wind, not to mention that the other party wants to secretly do something to him, and his target is also Elizabeth." He said directly, "I have a good idea, Leo. I remember Jennifer Garner has golden brown hair, tall and long legs, which is in line with your usual aesthetics. Be brave and do it." Leonardo did not refute, but said another side, "Jennifer Garner is over 30 years old, not in my range." Nicholson and Leonardo looked at Martin at the same time, and the meaning in their eyes was self-evident. When others wanted to talk nonsense, Martin talked about business. "Ben Affleck is not easy to deal with for the time being, but his brother Cassie, I have some ideas." Leonardo opened his mouth in shock and deliberately moved his chair away from Martin. "You actually..." "Shut up, Leo. I'm talking about business." Martin roughly talked about Cassie's purchase of the Lily sculpture. Nicholson said, "He's not at a loss, is he? After this recent wave of popularity, there will definitely be a market for Lily's work." Martin said, "I was worried that something might happen to Lily, so I secretly sent bodyguards to follow Cassie Affleck for a few days." He smashed all the things he bought and threw them into the trash can outside his house. He sighed. "I guess he was very stimulated." Nicholson understood. "Do you mean to stimulate him again?" Martin shrugged. "There's no way. Ben Affleck is not easy to deal with. He is a core member of the Foot Gang and has a certain status in the circle. We can't make him embarrassed with just a few words." Leonardo agreed. "Ben Affleck has been famous for more than 10 years, and there are Harvey and Matt Damon behind him. He is not an ordinary Hollywood star." He reminded, "If it were an ordinary Hollywood star, he would mess up several works in a row. How could he get a film contract and find the opportunity to direct a multi-million-dollar project?" Martin said directly, "Do the small ones first, and then create opportunities to do the big ones after the small ones." Hearing that it was not waiting but creating, Nicholson asked, "Have you thought of a way? There's some clues. I need your connections at the Adler School of Acting to help." Martin said his idea. Nicholson was interested. "Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we won't lose anything." Martin looked at the time, stood up and said, "Let's go out and take you to see a good show. My people have been keeping an eye on Cassie recently." "Okay." Leonardo said, "Where is your wine cellar? I'll go get a bottle of good wine and we'll drink and watch it." Nicholson laughed. "A good show is best accompanied by wine." Leonardo went to the underground wine cellar to get a bottle of Cabeza tequila, drove an ordinary Chevrolet, and left the manor together. On the way, Martin called Bruce and asked Leonardo to drive to the old Santa Monica Pier. When they arrived near the pier, the Ford car stopped at the edge of the highest parking lot according to Bruce's instructions. There was also a public telephone booth nearby. Martin and the other two sat in the car and looked over. Less than 20 meters away was the old pier of the pier. This used to be a tourist attraction, the western terminus of the famous Route 66, but it has fallen along with Route 66. There are not many tourists near the pier, just a few. Soon, Bruce came over. He lowered his head and got into the car, saying, "If nothing goes wrong, people will be here soon. Everything is arranged?" Martin asked. Bruce said roughly, "The salesman and the cameraman are all hired by Ivan, no problem." Hearing about the cameraman, Nicholson said, "Why don't you let Lorraine come over to take some photos? Selling them to TMZ can also earn some pocket money." Leonardo couldn't help but say, "Jack, you are such a good father." Martin said, "Okay, but let her take photos a little further away." Nicholson laughed. "Don't worry, Lorraine has studied photography carefully recently to earn more pocket money." Leonardo asked, "Have you considered letting her change her career?" Martin said, "Lorraine is a paparazzi, specializing in secretly photographing Nicholson's privacy for money, a perfect closed industrial chain. How can I earn more money than secretly photographing you?" Nicholson was not to be outdone. Leonardo asked him, "Aren't you afraid that Lorraine, this little sheep, will be sent to Martin, this big bad wolf, for nothing?" Martin immediately stood on the moral high ground. "Jack, I fucking treat you as a brother, but you are plotting against me like this?" Nicholson was speechless for a while, because of the shameless face of this bastard. Not long after, a car drove over from a distance and stopped near the pier. Cassie Affleck got out of the car, carrying a bottle of wine to the beach, lying on the pier guardrail, biting off the bottle cap and pouring the wine into his mouth. The sun fell into the sea, and there were still a few rays of afterglow, which fell on his face. A gust of sea breeze blew, and his hair became a bird's nest. He was decadent like a harmless tramp. Just like Martin looks like a sunny and handsome man. Hollywood stars always say one thing in front of you, and another behind your back. Cassie wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he saw several tourists with their faces painted like clowns passing by. He thought of someone and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Lily Carter." He decided to sober up for a few days and then go to the California Institute of the Arts to find that Lily Carter. Things should always be done from beginning to end. After the clown tourists left, another tourist came. He sat on a nearby bench with his bag on one side, facing Cassie. A young man in a baggy coat came from the other side. After seeing Cassie, he walked over quickly and said, "Hey, man, do you want any goods?" Cassie looked at the man's outfit and thought he was a dealer. He asked, "Are there any good goods?" The young man came over and said mysteriously, "Top quality goods." Cassie was familiar with this and said directly, "Take it out and have a look. I will buy it if it suits me." The young man took out a paper bag from under his coat, untied it and showed it to Cassie. "It's the hottest and most in-demand goods on the market now. It's definitely good stuff." What Cassie saw was a hand-carved version of the Coca-Cola cult Joker, the Joker from The Dark Knight. The young man specifically asked Cassie to look at the statue's feet. Lily Carter's name, absolutely authentic. The moment Cassie heard this name, she became even more depressed. The young man enthusiastically promoted, "Lily Carter is a new generation of sculptors. Even many Hollywood artists are collecting her works. The limited edition Joker she personally carved has great potential for appreciation in the future, and it is definitely comparable to the original version of Darth Vader." Cassie took a sip of wine and waved her hand again. "I don't need it." The young man did not give up and continued, "Man, this opportunity is rare. You can make money if you buy it. Only an idiot would miss such a work of art with huge appreciation potential." Cassie stopped moving and looked at the young man like a statue. The latter was still talking. "A friend of mine was very lucky and bought several works of Lily Carter, but he had a problem with his brain and was deceived by extreme environmentalists. He insisted on paying attention to environmentally friendly materials and smashed all the statues into pieces. Idiots like him, even if they begged me to sell, I would not sell to him. Cassie stared at the young man blankly, as if she was looking at the statues he bought. The young man continued, how stupid is he? He got cheated first, and then smashed a valuable work of art. Even a pig is smarter than him. Cassie was sure that this guy was a statue. He didn't hesitate at all, and there was no sign of anger on his face. Just like the day he smashed the statue, he swung the bottle at the young man. The young man dodged his head, but not his shoulder. With a scream, he fell to the ground. Cassie's bottle flew out of his hand, but he didn't stop. He kicked the young man who fell to the ground. The young man held his head, shrank his body, and yelled, "Are you sick?" He opened his throat. "Help! Help!" The sparse tourists not far away all looked over here. On the top of the parking lot, the three of them drank fine wine and watched the show with great interest. Martin finished the wine in his glass and asked, "Who is willing to be a good citizen of Los Angeles?" Leonardo was about to stand up, but was stopped by Nicholson. "I have lived in Los Angeles for so many years. The whole Sunset Boulevard praises me and is proud to have a good neighbor like me. I must be a good citizen." As he spoke, he got out of the car, ran to the public telephone booth, and dialed 911. This place is close to the Santa Monica Beach Villa area, and the police car came very quickly. Nicholson learned from Martin and did good deeds without leaving a name. Hearing the sirens coming from a distance, he got in the car and said, "Let's go to another place." Chapter 452 Inspiring Creativity. Hearing the sirens and seeing the lights approaching, Cassie was ready to leave. Just as he stood up and was about to run, he was hugged by someone. The young man held Cassie's legs tightly with both hands, using all his strength. It was not known whether it was because of excessive force or the pain of the beating, but his expression was distorted. But he said he would not let go. At this moment, Cassie Affleck was a walking $1 million in the eyes of the young man. "Let me go, bastard." Cassie kicked the young man in the face again. The young man's nose was crooked, but his hands were hugged tighter. Then, Cassie discovered something. The young man who was sitting on the bench and seemed to be looking at the scenery stood up at some point and was shooting at this side with a home DV. Two people got out of the patrol car and ran over here with their hands on the holsters on their waists, shouting loudly, "LAPD, let me see your hands." The young man lay on the ground and shouted weakly, "Help, help." One LAPD covered from behind, and another LAPD stepped forward to control Cassie, twisted his hands behind his back, and handcuffed him. After checking the young man's condition, the LAPD called an ambulance. Later, during the routine on-site questioning, a tourist who was filming the sea view showed them a video of the incident. From beginning to end, the victim was beaten unilaterally. Although there were not many tourists in this place, there were still more than 20 people nearby, and the LAPD also found more witnesses. On the other side, Lorraine had been secretly filming and filmed the ambulance taking away the victim, and Cassie was taken to the police car by the LAPD before leaving. The Ford car near the pier also started and left the dock area. Nicholson made a phone call and laughed heartily after hanging up. Lorraine filmed the whole process and has contacted TMZ. "She doesn't need to come to me for pocket money this month." Leonardo also joined in the fun and asked, "I see that the man was seriously injured. As a good person who is enthusiastic about public welfare, I think it is necessary to provide him with legal assistance." Martin gave the two a thumbs up. "Cassie will definitely thank you 10,000 times in her heart." Nicholson smiled with 2 rows of white teeth. "We are such good people." Martin said, "Find a place to drink and celebrate." Leonardo accelerated the car. The LAPD took it very seriously because it involved a Hollywood star, and the handling speed was also efficient. Cassie, who was temporarily detained, soon met a lawyer. The lawyer brought not so good news. Ian, who was beaten unilaterally by Cassie, had a broken nose, 2 cracked ribs, and more than 10 other flesh injuries. Cassie's lawyer was not an ordinary person either. He then found an acquaintance in the police and prepared to find a way to operate. The police said they were powerless and asked him to go to TMZ. TMZ just released news that the video of Cassie beating the victim, shot from other angles, was very clear from beginning to end. At the same time, the victim's lawyer came to the police station. The matter could no longer be resolved quietly. After contacting many parties and the victim's lawyer, Cassie's lawyer found Cassie and suggested that she pay money to settle as soon as possible. For this kind of thing, the longer it takes, the more troublesome it will be. In the hospital ward, the victim Ian was hanging water. His nose was crooked to one side, his face was covered with various bruises, and he was in great pain all over his body. But Ian kept laughing, and he laughed very happily. He had never been so happy in more than 20 years. Great. There were people from the LAPD outside the ward taking statements. Ian could only suppress his voice and excitedly muttered to himself, "It's so fucking great. I'm going to be rich this time." He twisted the bedsheet into a knot with his hands and calculated secretly medical expenses, lost wages, mental compensation, at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. Ian thought of the lawyer's words, "Yes, I was beaten and disfigured, which caused mental depression. It will be a problem for me to work in the future. He must pay money, more money. This deal is really a good deal." He was right. That was a walking $1 million. Cassie Affleck was still detained in the police station, waiting to raise bail. Martin, Leonardo and Nicholson, however, waited for Lorraine and Nicholson's mansion. The latter seemed to have made a lot of money and generously bought midnight snacks for the three of them. Tonight's midnight snack tasted particularly good, with the taste of a big, white, and sweet melon. But Martin hadn't finished eating when his phone rang with a text message. He took out his phone and looked at it. The text message contained only a row of numbers. After thinking about it for a while, Martin remembered that this was the room number of Taylor Swift's hotel in Los Angeles. Obviously, Taylor Swift was reminding him. Martin was a man who valued brotherly love, so he ignored the text message and continued to eat and brag with Leonardo and Nicholson. Not long after, Taylor Swift called directly. Martin went to a deserted place to answer the phone. "Good evening, Taylor, what's up?" Taylor said directly. "Martin, I need your help. I suddenly got some inspiration for writing a song just now, but the inspiration is not enough. Can you come over and give me more inspiration? It's urgent." Martin could not go against his own principles and said, "Wait a moment, I'll be there soon." After hanging up the phone, he said to Leonardo and Nicholson, "It's urgent, I'm leaving first." Nicholson watched a good show today and was very interested. "If you have new ideas about Ben, remember to tell me." Martin waved his hand. "No problem." Nicholson's home is not far from the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Not long after, Martin drove into the hotel's underground parking lot and took the elevator to the floor where Taylor was staying. Martin knocked on the door, and Taylor opened the door and pulled Martin in. "You are finally here. I have been waiting for you to inspire me for a long time. What can I do to inspire you?" Martin was pressed behind the door by Taylor and asked, "Do you want me to sing a song? Scare the wolves to death?" Taylor said, "When people soar into the sky, their minds will be empty, and they will enter a new realm. As long as you send me to the clouds, I will definitely burst out with inspiration." Martin has a strong sense of mission. In order to add a timeless classic masterpiece to country music, I'm willing to give everything. The two immediately studied the profound artistic topics of inspiration and music creation. During this period, Taylor's inspiration continued to burst out, changing various tones and rhythms, and singing a song intermittently. When the inspiration was not enough, Taylor cursed with swear words starting with F. When the inspiration was superburst, Taylor praised God with a high-pitched voice. At this time, people are at the peak of excitement, and they may really feel something different. So, after Taylor fell from the clouds, she immediately picked up a pen and a notebook and wrote some notes that Martin couldn't understand at all. Seeing that she really had a burst of creative inspiration, Martin didn't disturb her and went to the bathroom to take a shower alone. When he came out, Taylor was sitting on the floor with her arms around her long legs, leaning against the side of the sofa, in a daze. Martin was sitting on the single sofa, just looking at her. Maybe Taylor had just debuted a short time ago, and she was less exposed to the entertainment industry. Martin thought that the country girl with the ramen hairstyle was much more beautiful than the pop queen who had once left the village. Taylor came to her senses, and without putting on her clothes, she stood up and walked back and forth in the living room, writing and drawing on a notebook from time to time. After a long while, she asked Martin, "I heard that one of your ex-girlfriends was a famous cheerleader? Martin knew who she was asking about. Blake Lively, the cheerleader of Burbank High School. Oh, I've seen Summer of Jeans, and I remember what she looked like. Taylor said as they walked. She has a great figure. Ordinary supermodels can't compare to her. She looked down at herself. Compared to her, I looked like a country girl. Martin smiled and said, everyone has their own advantages, and you are no exception. Taylor asked, me? What are my advantages in your eyes? My voice is melodious and my long legs are strong and vigorous. Martin has always been honest and said what he really felt. There is also a special attraction that seems to suck people's souls away. Taylor laughed happily and said, I wrote a verse and want to sing it for you. Martin saw that he was going to become the legendary male protagonist of Taylor's song, and he also laughed. Okay. Taylor went to get the guitar and asked, will you help me with the beat later? Martin shook his head firmly. I know nothing about music. Taylor didn't force herself. She picked up the pick and gently plucked the strings, and a lively tune sounded. There was no arrangement, no formal planning. Taylor's voice just flowed freely. You said you found a beautiful girl. What would you do when facing this beautiful girl? What should I do? She was wearing a short skirt, and I was wearing a t-shirt. She was the cheerleader, and I could only stand in the stands. The song suddenly stopped, and Taylor smiled embarrassedly. I have only written these for now, and the rest needs to be added slowly. Martin praised, it is very beautiful and catchy. I believe that this song will be on the Billboard charts after it is completed. Taylor is quite confident in music. It definitely will. She paused, and then said, this is a song with the famous Hollywood star Martin Davis as the protagonist. It will definitely become a classic. A playboy like Martin doesn't care about these at all. Taylor, I saw a genius, and witnessed with my own eyes how genius composes songs. You opened my eyes. What kind of eye-opener? Taylor deliberately asked, is it the kind of Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman? Martin laughed, almost. Taylor came over, and jumped on Martin. I'm going to take a shower. Martin carried her to the bathroom, and said as he walked, in order to hear the complete version of the song, as soon as possible, I want you to burst out more creative inspiration. Taylor responded, if you work hard enough these days, I promise you'll be able to hear the full song soon. Chapter 453, The Iron Fist. At Warner Brothers, Martin and Taylor entered the John Wick studio together. The latter's agent was waiting in the front hall. Martin saw the dog Chad was holding and shouted, Daisy. The dog immediately dragged Chad over here. Martin took out a bag of biscuits from his pocket, took out a piece, and threw it to Daisy, and introduced to Taylor, Chad, you know the director of the crew. This is Daisy, our animal star. Daisy finished the biscuit, and looked at Martin eagerly. Martin felt the look in his eyes, and took out the remaining biscuits, and put them all on the ground. All for you. Taylor came over and asked, do you like dogs very much? Only other people's dogs? Martin felt that some problems would be contagious. He rubbed Daisy's head. Other people's dogs can be petted and played with at any time. It's too troublesome to raise one yourself. Taylor always felt that there was something wrong with this, but he couldn't say it. He followed Martin's words and said, I have a Scottish fold cat named Menadis. Next time I have time, I will bring it to you to see. When Daisy finished the biscuit, Chad handed Daisy to his assistant and said, let's get to work. The group left the lobby and entered the conference room. Louise, the producer, and the crew's composer also came over. The crew of John Wick signed a letter of intent with Taylor in New York. The latter would compose and sing the theme song for the film, and the remuneration was so low that it could be ignored. Unlike Martin's song, which was inspired by the chicken last night, Taylor has been busy with movie songs in recent months. Both she and the Big Machine Records behind her knew that this was a good opportunity for self-promotion. Taylor's new album will also be released after the movie is released next year. For new stars, riding on the popularity is a basic homework. Louise was more in control of the overall situation and did not participate in the specific post-production. She asked Taylor, is the song in the country style that you are good at? Taylor told the truth, it's a more alternative country style. Chad continued, this song is prepared for the end of the film. The country style is also something I carefully considered. He explained in detail, at the end of the film, the male protagonist Jonathan is scarred and exhausted. The video he shot with the female protagonist stimulates his desire to survive, and then the film ends. After the audience has experienced the high-density action bombardment, the end of the film needs to soothe their emotions. The song I asked for is from the perspective of the female protagonist, expressing expectations and blessings for the male protagonist. Louise nodded slightly. Martin looked at Taylor. Is the song ready? Taylor nodded. I finished writing it last month, and I completed the final arrangement after coming to Los Angeles. The song is called Safe and Sound. Martin said directly, play the demo tape. Taylor's agent stood up and handed the recorded demo tape to an assistant, who immediately put it into the music player. It was still the most common acoustic guitar accompaniment in country music, and Taylor's singing style was obviously different from last night. I remember the tears flowing down your face, and you said, don't leave me alone, but tonight, everything, the threat of death, is over. Open your eyes, the sun is about to rise, you will be safe. No one can hurt you at this moment, the dawn has come, you will be safe. When the song fell, the conference room was silent for a moment. Chad looked at Martin and said, I think it is very suitable for Jonathan who survived the war. Martin thought for a while and said, wouldn't it be better to add a TV video of Jonathan and the heroine at the end of the film? Chad asked, act as the warm sun after the cold and bloody fight? In your setting, this is the motivation, to support Jonathan to survive. Martin said, it's up to you how to use it. Chad said, your suggestion is very good, I will seriously consider it. Taylor will not have any say in the specific use of the song. Louise did not say much, and Chad was more responsible for post-production. After this meeting, it was also decided that Safe and Sound would be the ending song of the film. Martin and Louise entered the producer's office. He asked, has Warner Brothers confirmed the release date? Two options. Louise pulled out her chair and sat down, either after the Oscars, or in the fall of the second half of the year. Martin thought for a moment and said, let's choose after the Oscars. The post-production progress of Benjamin is average, so the release date will definitely be in the second half of next year, and the film must also cooperate with David Fincher to win awards. Louise nodded. One in each of the first and second half of the year will be more beneficial to you. It's beneficial to both of us. Martin emphasized, as long as John Wick works well, even if the box office is not explosive, the DVD and other offline markets can explode. Louise said, the worldview of the first film has just been unfolded, and the plot and ending have been left with clues. Are you planning a trilogy? Martin didn't need to hide it from her, as long as the topic of the first film can be hyped up, at least a trilogy, one every 2 to 3 years, not too frequent. Louise smiled and pushed up her black-rimmed glasses. To be honest, Martin, I never thought that one day I would have to rely on you to lead the film. Martin went straight to the point, dear, because I can help you make money. He made no secret of it. When I was in the most difficult time, it was you and Kelly who helped me and saved me from many detours. Louise laughed. You took the shortest way, but it was bumpy and had many wrinkles. In the studio of the Academy, Lily sat on a chair, staring at a piece of snow-white marble. Martin had called her before, and Leonardo wanted her to carve a large work by hand, and the price would definitely satisfy her. Lily immediately found her mentor, and applied to buy a piece of stone. She hadn't decided what to carve yet. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. After Lily said please come in, one of her followers in the Academy ran in. Big sister, look at the TV news. What's the matter? Lily pointed at the remote control. The follower quickly picked it up and turned it on, adjusted it to the corresponding TV station, and pointed at it. Look, isn't that the person who often buys your carvings? It seems to be Cassie Affleck, a Hollywood star. The news had already been broadcast to the end, and a person dressed as a lawyer accompanied Cassie out of the police station, got into a car and left. Lily asked, what happened to him? He beat up a man who was trying to sell him a clown statue. It's said that the victim was seriously injured. The henchman quickly repeated. There was a computer in the studio. Lily opened the browser and skillfully entered the TMZ website. She found the relevant news and read the whole story. The latest news is that Cassie Affleck paid a high bail and temporarily left the police station. The victim has reported the case and filed a lawsuit for compensation. Cassie will face a huge claim. Others may not think much of it, but Lily always felt that it was familiar. That Cassie had bad intentions towards her, and she took the opportunity to sell some worthless training goods to the other party. She thought that this was the end. But Cassie soon got into trouble. Lily closed the webpage and said, let's go for a walk. The henchman quickly followed Lily out of the studio. Lily sent the people away, found a place where no one was, and called Martin. Hello, this is Lily. I'm busy. Let's talk about it. Martin's tone on the other end was as bad as ever. Lily was used to it and said, I just read the entertainment news. Thank you. But just as she was getting excited, she was hit by a blow. Verbal thanks are useless. The grass in the front yard of the new house grows too fast. Come over tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to mow the lawn. Lily was stunned. Such a big lawn. Martin asked, did you hear that? Lily came to her senses. She couldn't just say thank you and then turn around and throw it away. She said with a stiff upper lip, I'll go back tomorrow and mow the lawn for you. Although Martin was sometimes so bad that it was a headache, Lily felt that he, like Alina, was a person who truly cared about her. The experience of Cassie Affleck proved this point. In Santa Monica, Cassie entered the law firm accompanied by a lawyer. Ben Affleck was waiting in the lawyer's office. When he saw Cassie, he asked, what's wrong with you? Cassie spread out his hands and said, he provoked me. Ben had seen the video. That man was just selling you a clown statue. If you don't like that bastard Martin, you could have just not bought it. Why did you hit him? And you beat him so badly? His voice got louder and louder. More than one person took the video. The video of you beating people was on TMZ. It was shot from different angles. Cassie sat down, rubbed his face, and said, they provoked me on purpose and framed me. Yes, that's very likely. The problem is that you can't prove it. Ben was furious. I asked you to calm down. Why didn't you listen? Cassie lowered her head and didn't want to talk. Big Ben asked the lawyer, Evan, what do you think? For now, all the evidence is extremely unfavorable to us. Lawyer Evan said directly, once criminal charges are filed, Cassie will be in great trouble. I suggest that we deal with the victim as soon as possible and sign an out-of-court settlement agreement. Cassie looked up. Impossible. Big Ben pointed at him and said, okay, you go to jail. Remember to bring soap. The Latin guys and black guys in there will let you know how to use soap. That bastard wants $3 million in compensation. Cassie said, where can I get $3 million? He shook his head repeatedly. The man said that I broke his nose and left a wound on his face, which will cause serious mental trauma to his future life. These are all excuses to ask for more money. Big Ben ignored Cassie and looked at the lawyer instead. Evan said, the injury assessment is also very unfavorable to us. We have videos, injuries, and witnesses. The suspect is a Hollywood star. With the precedent of Brad Pitt, the victim doesn't even need to pay any lawyer fees in the early stage. There will be a large number of lawyers to help him fight this lawsuit. Ben couldn't let his brother go to prison to experience the 10,000 uses of soap, so he said, Evan, you contact the other party's lawyer first and reach a settlement at the lowest price possible. Cassie said, I don't have money. Ben took good care of his brother. I'll find a way to raise money. Chapter 454. He provoked the wrong person. In the clinic, Dr. Laura, who had her blonde hair in a ponytail, looked at Martin in surprise. You're not sleeping on the sofa today. Martin smiled. Sleeping on the sofa is boring. Laura took off her gold-rimmed glasses. Martin said, I have a question for you. If a person is in a hurry to use money, does not have enough cash, and his wife does not agree to sell fixed assets, will he make money through other industries or professions? Laura thought for a while and analyzed. Everyone has his own thoughts and professional circles. Even if he wants to make money through other industries or professions, normally, the first choice will be a job related to his job. Martin nodded. For example, if I can't make money as an actor in a short time, I will also do work related to acting. You are not included. Laura said seriously, you may become a dangerous person, such as robbing the gold reserves of the Federal Reserve. Martin laughed, chatted with Laura for a while, and left the clinic. When they got out of the house and got in the car, Martin asked Bruce, how much money did the victim ask Cassie Affleck for? Bruce said, $3 million is not a random number. It is a reasonable compensation calculated by the lawyer based on the serious psychological problems that the victim will inevitably suffer after his face is disfigured. Unfortunately, Cassie has no money. Martin had already considered this. His financial situation is very poor. According to the content of Lila's conversation with him, it seems that he raised money specifically when buying those statues. Bruce continued, the Affleck brothers have a very good relationship. Ben has been supporting his younger brother. Martin said, the deep brotherly love should be touching, but it was used by the bad guys to make a fuss. So, you are a bad person. Bruce revealed Martin's true nature. You always like to use other people's advantages to attack others. Martin thought of Elizabeth, and suddenly a super brainless villain's words popped up in his head. He messed with the wrong person. When Bruce heard this, he had the urge to pull out a gun and blow Martin's head to pieces. This is too pretentious. Martin took out his cell phone and called Nicholson. Man, go out and get someone. Nicholson had money and time. The only thing he lacked was fun. Haha, it looks like everything is going well. He stopped laughing. Just wait, I'll take care of the Adler School of Acting. Martin reminded, just try it, don't take risks, especially you. You're old, don't rush up stupidly. What do you mean I'm old? Nicholson patted the girl next to him and said, Jennifer, tell that bastard Martin, am I young and strong enough? Jennifer Lawrence crawled forward and shouted, oh my god, Jack, slow down. What are you using? An iron rod. Nicholson touched her face. Jennifer Lawrence performed at a level that was not in line with her age. She panted for a long time before she gradually calmed down and said, sorry, I was too excited just now and couldn't hold it back. Nicholson found that Martin had hung up the phone. He felt that he had one backup point and couldn't help but say proudly, very good, Jennifer, your acting skills have improved very quickly. As your teacher, I'm proud of you. He suddenly remembered that Martin also had a female student. When I have time, I will take you to a party. You must beat Martin's bastard student. Jennifer Lawrence said, teacher, I will definitely not embarrass you. Nicholson thought for a while and said, I will give you a job to do another day. If you do it well, I will help you find a role with weight. The old fox-like actor knows very well what an 18-year-old girl wants. Of course, it's resources and roles. Could it be that he is old and his skin is wrinkled, his belly is as big as a ball, and he is as soft as a marshmallow? Jennifer Lawrence had been waiting for this since she met Nicholson 2 years ago. She agreed immediately. Jack, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Nicholson was old after all, and said, okay, let me have a good sleep. Except for Martin and Leonardo, don't worry about other people calling. Jennifer Lawrence had been in contact with him for 2 years, and she knew that besides his family, Nicholson's best relationship was with those two. Before Nicholson closed his eyes and went to sleep, he reminded, our relationship must be kept secret. Jennifer Lawrence said quickly, I haven't mentioned it to anyone. Ben drove his Volvo and stopped outside the house. He did not get out of the car immediately, but opened the locker, took out a bottle of whiskey, unscrewed it and took a few sips. The alcohol fell into his stomach, and his anxious mood was calmed down a lot. Ben Affleck got out of the car and entered the house. He asked Jennifer Garner to hand the child over to the nanny and said, let's discuss something. Garner followed him to the yard. What about Cassie? Ben Affleck asked. You know everything. Garner patted the dust off his hands. It's everywhere in the gossip newspapers. Cassie was plotted against. Ben Affleck roughly recounted the matter. The situation is very troublesome now. Garner crossed his arms. So, we have to pay him this compensation of up to $3 million US? Ben Affleck said. Cassie has no money. Do we have money? Garner presented facts and reasoned. How much money have we made since Daredevil and Erica? The film pay in the past few years is barely enough to cover family expenses. How can we have so much money? Ben Affleck tentatively said, I want to sell the house in Miami. Garner refused. I don't agree. That's where we spent our honeymoon after we got married. It has special meaning to us. There are other fixed assets. Now the economy is down. If we sell it, we will lose a lot of money. Besides, Cassie, don't we help him enough? He's over 30, right? He's not a teenager. Cassie is my brother. Ben couldn't help but raise his voice. He's my relative. Garner's voice also rose. I'm your wife, and there's your child inside. The couple inevitably quarreled and finally parted unhappily. Ben went out for lunch and had to go to Adler acting school in the afternoon. Originally, after Elizabeth Olsen missed classes for a long time, he intended to quit this job, but the contract he signed stipulated the minimum teaching hours. Stars are paid a lot for being part-time teachers, and if they breach the contract, they will also have to pay a large amount of liquidated damages. The US economic crisis has caused a shortage of money in Hollywood. As for actors, Ben can't even reach the second line now. He is used to big expenses and has a tight budget. Ben suppressed his impatience and went to Adler acting school to continue his classes. Entering the temporary office, he heard several senior acting teachers in the school chatting. Although these people are also senior actors, they are not stars. Acting is more like their part-time job. The school has just recruited a large number of young students. The class I taught in one of the classes this morning was too difficult. The middle-aged bald teacher shook his head and said, "You don't know the basics at all, but you dream of coming to Hollywood to become a star and make a lot of money." The big-nosed man next to him said, "The school is not the same as it used to be. Now it only cares about money and accepts all kinds of students." The standing woman with ponytails continued, "A few training courses cost $6,000, but how much is the actual investment? The money comes too quickly. Why doesn't the school recruit students? The shareholders have all made a fortune." The slightly famous acting schools or star training classes in Los Angeles charge ridiculously high fees. There are many students who borrow money or even take out loans to enter the school because they think that this is only one step away from success. The bald man then said, "This batch has 4 classes with hundreds of people. Unless they are second-generation stars or have resources to support them, the others will not be able to get rid of the status of extras throughout their careers until they leave Los Angeles or change their careers." The ponytail said, "These are not what we should worry about. After this batch leaves, the next batch will come soon. There is never a shortage of young people who dream of becoming stars in North America. They are like grass, harvested by schools like ours one after another, but new ones keep popping up." The big nose said, "I secretly asked about the school's financial report. It's really making a lot of money." Big Ben interrupted, "Don't you plan to set up an acting school of your own?" "Us?" The bald man laughed. "Ben, you think too highly of us. We have no money, no fame, and no resources. If we really want to open an acting class, even recruiting students will be a problem, not to mention the Adler School, which can introduce a large number of actors to Hollywood crews as background boards to actually experience acting." Big Ben said, "Adler's resources are unmatched by ordinary schools." Ponytail asked, "Aren't there many Hollywood stars who have opened acting classes?" Marlon Brando opened one in 2000 and kicked Leonardo out of the classroom on the spot. She got back to the point. "Ben, have you ever thought about opening one?" Big Ben was sober for a rare time. "My fame and resources are still a little lacking, and it's too hard to do this. But the money comes really quickly, a few classes, and a lot of US dollars." The bald man pointed to some young people in the distance. "People like this will still pour into Los Angeles in large numbers in another 10 or 20 years." Big Ben looked over there. He was one of the many dream chasers back then and knew the situation of those people. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, they dared to rush forward and pay everything they could to gamble on the tiny possibility of success. Let alone money, even if it was other costs, they dared to press on casually. In the Los Angeles area, there are many acting schools like this that harvest newcomers. Studio 4 in Burbank is one of them. Jennifer Lawrence came to the door of Studio 4 with a bag on her back, just like many girls chasing their dreams. The most eye-catching thing here is the large poster of James Franco, as well as posters of his movies and famous roles. Studio 4 is an acting training school founded by James Franco. Of course, it is much smaller in scale and fame than Adler. Jennifer Lawrence entered the door and was immediately greeted by the receptionist at the front desk. "Excuse me, do you teach acting here?" Jennifer Lawrence pointed to the portrait of Franco on the background board at the front desk. "Is it James Franco who teaches in person?" Chapter 455. The Game in the Circle. The Dark Knight has set a new record. After only 16 days of release in North America, the box office has exceeded $400 million, and the global box office has reached $700 million. In the office on Peachtree Street in Atlanta, Jerome put down the newspaper in his hand and looked at Robert across from him. Can you imagine? Armorita Theater has actually produced a real superstar. Robert sat at an old wooden desk, carefully wiping every speck of dust on the table. 2 bottles of Coca-Cola in glass bottles produced in 2003 have been placed on the table since the premiere of The Dark Knight. Jerome said again, these strange rituals of yours seem to be very effective. Robert shook his head and said, this is a blessing ceremony of the Coca-Cola cult. Jerome smiled and asked, Martin grew up step by step in your blessing ceremony? Martin is the leader and will definitely succeed. Robert said seriously, I'm just the high priest. Jerome looked at the photo of Robert wearing a Coca-Cola t-shirt and Martin dressed as the leader of the Coca-Cola cult on the wall, and said, I don't know when Martin will return to Atlanta. Robert, you can take some time to ask Alina. Robert knew that on some boxing days, Martin often secretly returned to Atlanta to meet Alina, but he didn't say it. He nodded and said, no problem. Jerome glanced at the clock on the wall and said, let's go. We'll go to Gray Film and Television Center. Zack Snyder's Watchmen is about to be completed. With so many of our actors participating in the film, we must also show up at the closing ceremony. Robert followed Jerome out of the company and drove a car to Gray Film and Television Center. Just downstairs, in a black Chevrolet SUV, a sturdy bear-like man put down the digital camera in his hand. The bearded man next to him asked in Russian, are they the two? The bear-like man spoke English with an Eastern European accent. Yes, it's them. Jerome and Robert, the leading figures in the Atlanta film and television industry, who relied on Martin Davis's network to develop. He asked, Victor, do you want us to? The bearded man pressed his shoulder. Because we have been in the United States for a while, the boss arranged for us to come here to scout ahead and do some preparatory work. If you take action against the people in Atlanta, Martin Davis will definitely get the news and be on high alert. The bear-like man nodded, started the car and drove to Gray Film and Television Center and asked, I didn't expect the boss to be so patient. Do you think everyone is as anxious as you? Victor was obviously the leader of the two. The boss's sons and grandsons all died in Los Angeles because of Martin Davis. He wants revenge more than anyone else. He shook his head and sighed, but revenge also requires timing. At that time, Martin Davis had a close relationship with the Los Angeles police and was very vigilant. Later, some idiot from some department in Moscow was caught as a spy by a movie star and linked Martin Davis to the FBI. They are simply a group of hopeless idiots. The bearded man replied, I'm better than them. Victor reminded him to concentrate on driving and said, in the past few years, the boss has been closely watched by the Ministry of Internal Affairs and dared not make any big moves, but this year the situation is different. The boss will be able to get away by the end of the year at the earliest. After a few years of a stable and prosperous life, Martin Davis will definitely relax his vigilance. No one can keep his nerves tense for such a long time. The bearded man understood it completely. So, the boss asked us to come here to scout ahead. When he gets away, it will be time for revenge. That's basically it. Victor came over and did a lot of work. Martin Davis is not the little star he used to be. His influence and the network of relationships behind him are very troublesome. Atlanta is not a good place to take action. Let's observe for a while and then go to Los Angeles to see. The bearded man said, get a batch of axe and RPGs and just bombard him. This is America, not Russia. We don't have the network of relationships developed by those idiots in the security bureau. Victor thought much more than the bearded man. Do you think there are no eyes behind those large quantities of arms? As long as we dare to buy them, we will be targeted on the same day. Although the bearded man's brain is not very useful, he also has an advantage. I don't see things as clearly as you do, and I'll listen to you. You must have a reason to say that. Angel Club, there is a boxing ring in the newly expanded fitness area. Chat, Chenhu, Mean, Marcus and others, led by the club owner Kane, are watching the close combat between two people on the boxing ring. Martin flew into Bruce's vital point between his legs. Bruce quickly blocked it, but a fist bigger than a sandbag hit him in the face, gripping the crotch, punching the eyes. Marcus grinned. Martin learned bad things from Tiger. Chad agreed. It seems that Martin has learned all the essence of Tiger's kung fu. Chen-Hu said with a smile. In a life and death fight, in order to kill the enemy, of course you have to use the most ruthless means to attack the enemy's most vulnerable and vital parts. Bruce raised his hand to block Martin's fist, but Martin was faster. He grabbed Bruce's arm at close range and swept with his feet. Old Bruce fell to the ground with a plop. Martin made a gesture of drawing a gun and shooting. Man, you're dead. Bruce rubbed his arms and thighs, got up from the ground, and said, your body, skills, and experience have entered the golden period. I'm much older than you. I'm afraid of young people in a fight. It is not unfair for me to lose to you. Martin has a good foundation. He has been exercising and training continuously over the years, and the effect is also obvious. Kane shouted from the audience, guys, it's not convenient to use a gun. Martin took off his gloves, jumped off the ring, and shouted, Kane, old bull is waiting for you to challenge him. Bruce hurried down and said, no more fighting, let's practice shooting. None of the people gathered here are good people. Playing with guns and boxing is a piece of cake. 7 or 8 people went to the shooting range again and used up many magazines of pistols and automatic rifles. Near noon, Martin suddenly received a message. See you at the east door of Century City Shopping Plaza. The number was unfamiliar, signed JJN. Martin knew the meaning of these 3 letters. Old Jack's full name is John Joseph Nicholson. What did he want to do by suddenly being so mysterious? Martin said hello to Chad, Kane and others, and called Bruce to go to Century City together. When he came to the east door, Martin put on a baseball cap and entered the lobby. There were not many people here, but Nicholson was not seen. Suddenly, a worker wearing maintenance worker's uniform and a safety helmet came out from the emergency passage on one side and whispered, Leo's favorite. Martin immediately replied, Giselle Bundchen. Nicholson, disguised as a maintenance worker, walked through the hallway and entered the emergency passage on the other side. Martin had no choice but to follow. Seeing that no one was in the safe passage, he asked, what's going on? We are doing something very secretive. You have to be aware of keeping it secret. Nicholson was quite dissatisfied with Martin's frivolous attitude. You come to see me wearing such a shabby hat without any disguise? I will be exposed. Martin could only say, next time I will definitely come to see you in disguise. He still added, is this necessary? You fool have been blinded by money and beauty. You don't understand the fun at all. Nicholson climbed up 2 steps and said condescendingly, you have to listen to my instructions. When I send a code word, you must come to see me in disguise. Martin nodded repeatedly. I remember. He urged, Jack, let's talk about business first today. Nicholson lowered his voice and said, my student, Jennifer Lawrence, broke into the studio number 4 you mentioned and has taken 2 acting classes taught by James Franco himself. Franco's school only recruits female students, but he has limited energy and has been looking for another star to be a partner. Martin had read James Franco's gossip in his previous life, so he asked, what is the specific content of the acting class like? What else can the acting classes of Hollywood stars be like? Nicholson said simply, there must be some intimate contact between acting teachers and students, such as touching key parts under the gaze of everyone. He casually planted the blame. Martin, you are a veteran in this area, you must know it very well. Aren't you a role model of what Hollywood stars are like behind the scenes? Martin certainly couldn't take the blame. Don't talk nonsense. I'm a well-known good person, and I always enjoy caring about others. Nicholson sneered twice and said, not only that, according to Jennifer, Franco will personally teach some large-scale scenes so that female students can adapt to Hollywood as soon as possible. He waved his hand casually. They are just trivial matters. They are far inferior to Marlon Brando. In order to make money, Marlon opened acting classes and stipulated that all students must be naked during class. Stars like Sean Penn, Robin Williams, Zeta Jones, Madonna, and Leo have all taken his acting classes. This bastard even secretly filmed the acting classes and prepared to release videotapes and DVDs. Martin said, it's not unfair that your old friend was poor in his later years. Yeah, he's old and confused. Nicholson said, how could those people let the video leak out? Martin suddenly became interested and asked, "Do you know who has the video?" "I don't mean anything else. I'm just curious. So many playboys and playgirls staying together. Nothing happened? Let's get to the point, not these boring things." Nicholson obviously knew a lot of inside information, but he didn't expect that his old friend Marlon Brando would be hunted down by a lot of celebrities after his death. He asked, "What do you want to do next?" Martin pondered and said, "Try to be a middleman and help people connect. Franco lacks a partner with fame and resources, and Ben Affleck needs to make a lot of money as soon as possible to help his brother. Are they a good match? We are so conscientious. Shouldn't we help think of a way to bring them together?" Nicholson thought of more. "Will those two Hollywood Me Too opinion leaders help you? They won't take the initiative to expose such things unless the media exposes them on a large scale. Martin knows the rules of the game very well. If the media exposes it, Jolly and Aniston, as opinion leaders, will stand up again, and there will be no problems, and they may even win great reputation." He knew that he would have to pay billions of dollars again. "Let's try it. It may not succeed. If the two sides are connected, I will sleep with Jolly and Aniston myself." Chapter 456 Matchmaking. At the Hollywood Highland Center, a celebration party hosted by the Screen Actors Guild was being held. Martin and Nicholson each held a glass of wine and went up to the highest point on the second floor, where they could overlook most of the party. Nicholson pointed quietly, "Look to your left, they are coming." "I see." Martin spotted Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner. This is a party hosted by one of the two major actors unions in Hollywood, and many union members who are not working will come to participate. After all, this is an organization that can truly support actors at critical moments. Nicholson asked, "Aren't you going up?" Garner is in her early 30s, and she's Ben's wife. Martin ignored his nonsense and asked, "James Franco is here too?" Nicholson seemed to be a commander in charge of the overall situation. Lawrence came with him. He looked down at the party scene, feeling a sense of satisfaction, in control of the overall situation. "Don't worry, Martin, everything is under my control. I can't get away with it." Nicholson is old, and he has played with more actresses than many people have seen on the screen. His rich wealth and huge share of various post-production are enough to live a very luxurious life. His biggest pursuit after semi-retirement is happiness. Being with Martin and Leonardo, he found the feeling of falling out with Marlon Brando and Warren Beatty on Sunset Boulevard, and even had more fun than then. Martin's phone vibrated. He took it out and looked at it, answered it and said a few words, shrugged. "The debt collectors are here." Not long after, Jolly and Aniston came over together. The former kissed Martin on the left cheek, and the latter kissed Martin on the right cheek. Nicholson said, "I have something else to do. I'm leaving now." Martin nodded. Nicholson gave Martin a thumbs up and went to control the overall situation. He was the leader of this operation. "You said there will be another chance for us to show up." After Aniston became the opinion leader of Me Too, her aura was obviously stronger than before. "Are you going to make trouble again?" Martin pointed at Nicholson and framed him without hesitation. "It's him, not me." Julie didn't believe it. "You don't have any benefits?" Martin came between the two of them and put his arms around their waists. "Of course the benefits are for you. Pit is finished. Me Too has no suitable target and its presence is decreasing. Jack and I are going to get a new target so that you can have fun again." Julie has been very skilled in playing the role of Virgin Mary and Me Too in the past few years and has also found out the boundaries. She said, "Martin, you know, we can't take the initiative to touch certain people or things in the circle. That's playing with fire. Aniston and Julie have different views. Why would Martin let us take risks?" Julie rolled her eyes. "Idiot." Aniston pulled up the hem of her skirt and was about to take off her high heels to hit someone. "Slut." Martin quickly comforted the two of them. "How can I bear to let you take risks? Of course, you can join in after the media exposes it on a large scale." Julie put one hand on Martin's chest. "My teacher never disappoints me." Aniston laughed. "This is the love of a lover, idiot." "Your lover?" Julie's eyes lit up. "I like it." She pulled Martin up with one hand and Aniston with the other and wanted to leave. "It's enough to show up in a place like this to give face to the football union. It's not as important as going back to play." Playing alone or with 2 people is certainly not as fun as playing with 3 people. Martin asked them to wait for a while. Don't worry, there's a long time tonight. Let's watch the show first. On the first floor, Jennifer Lawrence held Franco's arm with one hand and said, "Teacher, there are so many stars here." Looking at the silly girl who had just gotten close to her in the past 2 days, Franco used his usual words, "Study hard and practice hard here. With your talent and conditions, you will have the opportunity to become one of them." Lawrence has a good acting talent among 18-year-old girls and knows how to act. With the help of a teacher, I will definitely succeed. This was said very sincerely, and Franco could hear that he was quite satisfied with this girl who was very smart. The teacher Lawrence was talking about was, of course, Jack Nicholson. Franco said, "Jennifer, you are very good. I didn't misjudge you." Lawrence suddenly widened his eyes, covered his mouth with excitement, and his hands were shaking with excitement. He pointed to the front right and said, "Ben Affleck. Teacher, I saw Ben Affleck. He is my favorite male star." Franco was a little unhappy, but he was very generous. "Come on, I will take you to meet him." "Okay, thank you." Lawrence was like a fan meeting his idol and couldn't wait to walk over there. Franco was not familiar with Ben, but he had been in the circle for many years, so he knew him. He went over and said hello. "Hey, Ben." Jennifer Garner didn't know where she went, and only Ben was here. He looked at her and recognized Franco. "James, you look younger." "Maybe Jennifer made me look a few years younger." Franco introduced the two. Lawrence suppressed his excitement and said, "Ben, you are my favorite movie star. You are so cool in Pearl Harbor and Hollywood manner." Ben was very graceful on such occasions. "Thank you. Can you sign for me?" Lawrence opened her handbag, took out a pen and a notebook, and handed them to Ben. She smiled like a fool. "If possible, can we take a photo together?" "No problem." Ben took the notebook and found that the cover was printed with Studio 4 Acting School, and there was a signature of James Franco in the column of the principal below. He opened the notebook and signed it, and asked James to take a photo of him and Lawrence. Lawrence was smiling from beginning to end, as if he had realized an amazing wish. Ben returned the pen and notebook to Lawrence and asked Franco, "When did you start in acting school?" Franco smiled and said, "After Spider-Man 3 was finished, I took advantage of the popularity of the final chapter of the trilogy and created my own Studio 4 acting school, which has been running until now." Lawrence took the opportunity to say, "I'm studying acting in James' school." She looked at James with admiration in her eyes. "Originally, many of my sisters wanted to come to Studio 4, but James was too busy. It's a pity that they can't become James students even if they pay." Looking at this silly little girl, Ben knew very well that it was precisely this kind of people who supported the market of acting schools in Los Angeles. Franco didn't care and treated it as a normal topic to talk about. "I'm an actor who struggled from the bottom and always wanted to help actors like me, but one person's power is limited, and I can only do a little bit." This was a beautiful statement, but Ben heard something else. There are many people at the bottom who want to be stars, and they are willing to pay a huge price for this. Franco's ability is limited, and he can only grab a small part of the market. There are still many low-level actors or people who want to be actors waiting for these so-called opportunities. Ben thought of what he had heard at Adler School. The profit of acting schools is really too lucrative. The market is large, there are many consumers, and there is no worry about lack of new customers. Not only are the fees high, but the courses are also very short. The fast track class can be completed in a week at most. The profit speed is fast enough, unlike investing in movies, where you can't see the profit for 2 or 3 years. Ben asked casually, "It seems that your acting school is doing well." Franco also had some intention of showing off, saying, "The acting school has helped me fulfill many of my wishes." Ben had an idea, and he couldn't help but say, "You may not know that I work part-time as an acting teacher at the Adler School, helping new actors like you. I think we will have common topics in this regard. Why don't we find a place to have a good chat?" Franco has also been looking for like-minded people recently. After a little consideration, he said, "Let's go upstairs and find a quiet lounge." He looked at Lawrence. "Sorry, Jennifer, Ben and I have something to talk about, so please feel free." Lawrence smiled happily. "Just be busy. I'll drive away by myself in a while." Franco nodded to her, left the hall with Ben, and took the elevator upstairs. In the crowd not far away, Nicholson was talking to his old friend Al Pacino about how to deal with his girlfriend. He had been paying some attention to the nearby area and noticed the silhouettes of Ben Affleck and James Franco leaving together. Wait, Al. Things were going smoothly, under his control, and Nicholson mocked his old friend. You just said your new girlfriend is Lucilla Sora. I recognize her. She's almost 30 years old. Too old. Al Pacino snorted. Almost 40 years younger than me. Nicholson shook his head. Do you know how old my new girlfriend is? She's a 90s girl. You're such a bastard. Al uttered a string of dirty words. You're even starting to harm people born in the 90s. Nicholson waved his hands. So, you're outdated. You have to admit your age. Al was angry. Just wait. I'll find a younger girlfriend soon. To make you look bad. I'll wait. Nicholson left here slowly. He returned to the second floor and found that Martin, Julie and Aniston were all gone. Needless to say, the three of them must have gone to do something shameless. Nicholson was a mean person. He found a quiet place, waited for a while, called Martin, and saw that no one answered. He changed to another phone and sent a text message. Emergency. Signed JJN again. When Nicholson called again, Martin answered quickly. Is there an accident? Nicholson didn't say anything, but turned up the volume of the receiver to the maximum. He could faintly hear panting and said, it's mainly to remind you to wear a condom, so as not to give me a godchild next year. Fuck. It was obviously Julie's voice. Aniston's words came later. Jack, you will be hit by a car when you go out. Nicholson hung up the phone with satisfaction, walked out of the hall slowly, and came to the front door to get in the car. Suddenly, something fell from the sky and hit Nicholson's head with a thud. He reached out and wiped it, and his hands were full of bird shit. Chapter 457 Out of Control. In the morning, Martin finally crawled out of the entanglement of Julie and Aniston, picked up his phone, and turned it on. A series of notification text messages came in. Someone called him continuously. Fortunately, it was not Nicholson, otherwise he would rush to Sunset Boulevard and set fire to the house where Nicholson stored fireworks, so that everyone in Los Angeles could watch a daytime fireworks show. Martin went to wash up first, carefully avoiding the scattered things on the ground. In addition to the clothes of the three people, there were also several clown statues of different shapes. All of them were found by Julie and Aniston from him last night. When he came out of the bathroom, he picked up the phone and returned the call. The missed calls were all from his investment manager Flynn. The two agreed to meet this morning, and Flynn was going to rush over. Martin hung up the phone. Julie and Aniston had woken up. They looked at each other and turned their heads back. No one wanted to pay attention to each other. You two should continue to catch up on your beauty sleep. Martin went back to the master bedroom to find formal clothes and reminded them at the same time, please tidy up your room when you wake up. Aniston was dissatisfied. You are so mean, aren't you? You played with us, and you still asked us to tidy up your room. Martin said, the main thing is that I have something else to do. Julie stretched out a leg and said, is there anything more important than this? Don't mess around in the hair salon in broad daylight. I have something to do. Martin spoke very toughly at this time. He pointed to the clown statues scattered on the ground and said, you two can use these as you like. Before leaving, he took out a DV and said, remember to take pictures. I will appreciate them later. Aniston grabbed the pink kettle on the bedside table and threw it over. Martin hurried out and heard a bang from behind the door. After changing into formal clothes and going downstairs, he waited for a while, and a BMW drove into the manor and stopped by the side of the fountain. Flynn quickly entered the villa with a briefcase under his arm. Bruce welcomed him in. Flynn greeted Martin and sat on the sofa next to him. The last $5 million after this period of operation have been gradually converted into Apple stocks. Martin has recently made up for his knowledge in this area. At least he has the basic ability to distinguish. He carefully looked at the voucher and said, I will transfer another $5 million recently, just like before, all to buy Apple stocks. Flynn asked, do you want to consider other options? The first time you bought Apple stocks in 2006, the stock price has more than quadrupled. In the current environment, Apple Martin thought for a while and said, for the time being, let's buy Apple. This is what he remembers most clearly. Martin is not a god. He often came into contact with it in his previous life, so his memory is deep enough. After thinking for a while, he asked, I remember a company called Netflix. Flynn said, a company in Silicon Valley. Help me collect relevant information. Martin has seen many works of Netflix. In the early stage, it can be said that the quality is guaranteed, but with the increase of dramas and films produced, a lot of bad dramas and bad films are inevitably produced. Flynn agreed immediately. I'll have someone do it right away. The sound of high heels hitting the ground came from the stairs, and Martin and Flynn stopped talking about stock investment. Julie and Aniston came down from upstairs. Flynn was somewhat stunned when he saw these two Hollywood A-list actresses appear and secretly glanced at Martin with envy. He was also very knowledgeable, and he could tell at a glance that Julie and Aniston had just gotten up and put on light makeup. The gossip media were all saying that Martin, Julie and Aniston often played together, but no real evidence had been found. Flynn also grew up watching Friends and thought that Martin was so damn happy. Julie tilted her head to look at Flynn and found that it was a strange face, so she said nothing. Aniston took her to the restaurant. Flynn did not stay for long and said a few more words about Netflix and soon said goodbye and left. The chef specially hired by Martin had already prepared breakfast. He also went over and had breakfast with them. Aniston held the knife and fork and looked out the window. This house gives me a different feeling. Julie asked, how long have you lived here? Aniston said softly, less than a year, and then you. At this point, she held the knife and fork tightly, staring at Julie's raised chest, ready to stab it to see whether it was air or blood that was released. Julie held up the knife in her hand. Jane, you seem to have forgotten that I often shoot action movies and have practice knife throwing. Martin said, okay, stop it. Remember what we said yesterday. Aniston was sure that she didn't need to take risks, but would benefit from it, and said, since you have paid hundreds of millions, I will help you. You pushed hard yesterday. Julie's words were strange. Jane pushed hard too, and I agreed. The matter was finalized, and Martin said, you wait for the news in the media. Julie and Aniston left one after another. Martin went to Warner Studios and came to the studio of The Dark Knight to meet Nolan. Nolan is now in high spirits and no longer looks like he was under great pressure. Nolan trusted Martin very much in publicity and hype and asked, I have something to ask your opinion. Martin nodded, go ahead. As The Dark Knight's screening time increases and more people have seen it, word of mouth will inevitably decline. Nolan wanted to push the box office higher. The Rotten Tomatoes rating has dropped to 93%. I have an idea. Many critics who are qualified to give Rotten Tomatoes a thumbs up are privately pricing. Should we take action? Martin asked, how much is a positive review? $50. The number Nolan said was not high. Is it so low? Martin scratched his head. I thought it would cost at least $100. Nolan said, there are too many critics in Los Angeles and New York. Rotten Tomatoes has been selling reviews for several years, and it has become a business of a certain scale. In fact, it is also common to pay for ratings on IMDb. Martin thought for a while, maybe other films need it, but I don't think The Dark Knight needs it. The film has already brought a large number of crazy fans. As long as they are properly guided, they will make a bigger noise on the internet. Nolan knew that Martin had a lot of ideas and asked, have you come up with another solution? On IMDb, there is a top 250 list of the best films. Right now, The Godfather and The Dark Knight are ranked in the top 2, and their positions are often swapped. Martin roughly recounted what had happened and said, currently, fans of both sides on IMDb are voting crazily, and an opposing trend has emerged. Nolan immediately picked up the phone next to him and dialed it. After waiting for a few minutes, someone immediately called back. He said, you are right. The trend is obvious. Fans of the two films are all on IMDb, giving their own films good reviews and high scores. The momentum is getting stronger and stronger. Even if we don't participate, it will cause a lot of noise. Martin said honestly, I can't be sure whether this is good or bad for the film. Nolan said, it will definitely attract more attention, but it will also lose some viewers. He is one of the real leaders of the Dark Knight. Now he has a huge voice. After a little consideration, he said, no film, even The Godfather, Star Wars and Titanic, can please all audiences. There are gains and losses. Martin did not interrupt. Nolan continued, the North American box office is stable and will definitely exceed $550 million US. The overseas response is slightly worse. If we make more noise here, we can also attract more attention overseas. Whether the film can exceed $1 billion US in the global box office, the overseas market is very important. Compared with Spider-Man 3, the overseas box office of The Dark Knight accounts for a lower proportion. The former has $336 million in North America and $558 million overseas. Martin asked, I heard that the crew is going to go overseas to launch a wave of publicity campaigns? Nolan nodded, mainly Europe and Latin America, which are also the markets with the greatest potential for The Dark Knight overseas. Emma will take Bale and Michael Caine, and others to Europe, and the two of us will go to Latin America together. This is the work stipulated in the contract, and Martin did not refuse at all. No problem on my side. On the afternoon of the day when Martin met with Nolan, many enthusiastic Dark Knight fans posted on many movie websites, including IMDb, proposing to go to IMDb together to give their favorite Dark Knight high scores, so that The Dark Knight can squeeze out The Godfather and occupy the top position in the top 250 list. Once people like something to a certain extent, they tend to be very impulsive and emotional. A large number of fans flocked to IMDb and frantically gave The Dark Knight high scores, allowing The Dark Knight to surpass The Godfather again and top the top 250. The fans of The Godfather followed suit and were not willing to lag behind. They also issued similar initiatives to regain the top position. Public opinion on the internet is easy to get out of control with too many participants. Inevitably, the newly formed Dark Knight fan group quarreled with the Godfather fan group. Both sides not only gave high scores to the films they supported, but also gave low scores and bad reviews to the other side. This wave quickly spread from IMDb to other websites and even attracted the attention of traditional media. The Dark Knight was once again at the center of the storm. When Martin was about to leave Los Angeles and start his overseas promotional tour, the two sides not only attacked each other, but also dragged the third-ranked Shawshank Redemption into the battlefield. Before leaving, Martin found Nicholson again. Jennifer has been staying in Franco's acting school and has been able to learn about the specific progress in a timely manner. Nicholson has been having a lot of fun recently. After Ben and James Franco talked that night, there was an unexpected preliminary cooperation. The situation on Cass's side accelerated the speed of cooperation. He roughly said, Cass's lawyer had the first formal meeting with the victim's lawyer. All the evidence is extremely unfavorable to Cassie. If he can't reach a settlement, he will most likely go to jail. But Cassie, like you said, has no money. Martin nodded. So, Ben Affleck is going to work with James Franco? Nicholson smiled. Just like The Shining back then, it's useless for you to stay in Los Angeles. Go to Latin America safely. I have control of the overall situation. Chapter 458, All 4 News. Studio 4 in Burbank changed its signboard, and the James Franco and Ben Affleck acting school was officially established in front of the cameras of dozens of media reporters. For second and third tier stars, especially those who don't have many film contracts, this business is very profitable. But few big name stars do it. On the one hand, they don't have time, and on the other hand, they think it damages a style. Ben and Franco gave gifts to every media reporter who came to increase the school's exposure. After sending the reporters away, the two returned to the office to discuss the next plan. Ben couldn't come up with too much cash, so he could only invest with a small amount of funds, his own fame and channel resources. After all, he has the Foot Gang behind him, and it is not difficult to stuff some extras and small actors into the Foot Gang's crew. He can even help some girls make appointments with Harvey Weinstein. James Franco is still the school's largest shareholder. Sitting in his office chair, he said, there is only one important thing next. The two were in the honeymoon period of cooperation. Ben automatically answered, enroll students. Enroll students as soon as possible. It's not that he has no assets, but he has less personal funds. Now the real valuable fixed assets are all under the name of the couple. If they want to sell them, they must get Jennifer Garner's consent. Ben is a good brother. He doesn't want his brother to go to jail to pick up soap. He said, we must enroll students as soon as possible and make money. Franco said, Ben, how about we each lead a team? This will improve efficiency. When the teaching is halfway through the class, the two teams will exchange teachers so that the promise of double star teaching can be realized. Ben's mind was full of money. He responded, good idea, just do it as you say. After a week of training, the last batch of students have officially graduated. Franco called his assistant in and asked her to contact newspapers to advertise for enrollment. Jennifer Lawrence stayed in the acting school, temporarily acting as an assistant, and then patiently waited for the good opportunity that James Franco said. After finishing the work of contacting the media, Lawrence took out the Nokia 1100 that Nicholson had specially equipped for her, edited a text message with only digital codes, and sent it to the confidential mobile phone that Nicholson had specially used for this operation. On the north side of Sunset Boulevard in Beverly Hills, Nicholson was leisurely drinking afternoon tea with Lorraine. The classic Nokia ringtone rang, and he took out a black 1100, opened it and looked at the text message, and said to Lorraine, go to the study and get my hardcover notebook. Seeing that her father had just made her a lot of pocket money from TMZ, Lorraine didn't say much, and went to the study on the first floor very happily to get the notebook. Nicholson opened the notebook and compared it with the code he wrote to see what it meant. There is no way. People are old and have a bad memory. At that time, he was very excited about writing code and asked Martin and Lawrence to write it all down, but he forgot it completely. Lawrence sent a text message with code, and Nicholson couldn't understand what it meant. Nicholson checked the code and finally found the corresponding content. It turned out that the acting school was preparing to recruit students. He could proceed to the next step. Calling was not an option. Nicholson strictly followed the rules that Martin had set when he left Los Angeles. He picked up his Nokia 1100, found the number assigned to Bruce, and forwarded the code. Lorraine asked curiously, what's the matter? You are so mysterious. Nicholson said, it's a secret operation. Don't ask about it. Oh, what secret? Lorraine expressed her dissatisfaction in her heart. Jack, can you pay attention to your new girlfriend? She is not even older than me. Nicholson confirmed that the text message was sent and put down the phone. We agreed that I will not interfere with your private life and you will not interfere with my private life. Lorraine curled her lips. Okay, I won't interfere with you. She suddenly changed her tone. I think Martin is very good. He has a lot of mistresses, some of whom are open and some are not. Some of them have husbands and boyfriends. Is there anything special about him? Nicholson looked up. Before he could speak, Lorraine said, Jack, don't you like to play? Wouldn't it be fun to have your best friend become your father-in-law? Nicholson's eyes widened, and he was speechless for a moment. Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Martin and Narlan were recording a show in the TV studio, and Bruce was waiting in the backstage. His phone vibrated, and he took 2 steps back, left the crowd, and took out his spare phone, but it showed a text message code. Bruce recalled what it meant, and it was sent by Nicholson. He ignored the rules set by Nicholson and called Ivan directly, saying, please pay attention, they should be recruiting students. Ivan's answer was simple, got it. Bruce hung up the phone directly, took a step forward, and continued to wait behind Martin. After a while, Martin came out of the studio to the bathroom. Bruce followed and whispered, Jack sent the code, start it. Martin had a headache thinking about the code. He completely put himself into it and wrote a page of code. Bruce said, you didn't write it down, but ask me to write it down. Martin said, your memory is better than mine. He thought of John Wick from Nicholson. How about letting old Jack play a big boss behind the high table in the future? He's paid very well. Bruce was a manager anyway, unless a single movie can make $400 million at the box office, but it's too difficult to be an R-rated action movie. Martin waved his hand. Let's talk about it later. In Los Angeles, Jodie received a call from Ivan. She first picked up the MacUp mirror and touched up her MacUp before going out and driving to Griffith Park. Jodie met Ivan under a pavilion in the park. Did you encounter major news? she asked directly. Ivan shook his head. I haven't been lucky lately. I haven't caught any big news directly. Jody took out a cigarette and handed it to Ivan. Seeing him waving his hand, he put it in his mouth and lit it, saying, "You wouldn't come to me if there was no news." Ivan said, "I just got a piece of news, but I'm too old, and it's troublesome for me to verify it myself. You know the rules of TMZ. We won't buy news without definite evidence." Jody was very pragmatic. "I can't pay you just for a piece of news from you." Ivan fell silent, and after a long while, he said, "You can pay later. You verify the news and only pay me the informant fee." The informant fee was very low, and Jody agreed, "I can make the decision on this. If the news is true, I will give you double the informant fee." Ivan took out a rolled newspaper in his hand and handed it to Jody. "Take a look." The newspaper is divided into two parts. The upper part reports that the James Franco and Ben Affleck acting school was established yesterday, and the lower part is an enrollment advertisement. Jody asked, "Is there something wrong with this school?" Ivan elaborated, "There were two girls on the same floor of the apartment I rented before. They took acting classes at Franco's studio for school. I heard them mention that they were all sexually harassed by Franco in class. He even asked them to take off their clothes and perform in the name of art. They even performed large-scale scenes with Franco and were even asked by Franco to go to the hotel after class." Jody did not interrupt rashly. After receiving Bruce's notice, Ivan really did a lot of preliminary work. "I wanted to persuade them, but they were afraid that their acting career would end from then on, so they didn't dare to stand up." Jody said, "I wouldn't do that if I were in their place." Ivan continued, "And Ben Affleck, he used to be a part-time teacher at Adler Acting School. Not long after, he was complained by several female students, and the content was similar to Franco's. Bruce told him that this is a common problem in many acting schools in Hollywood. The so-called red sofa does not start from auditioning for roles. Girls without connections and background start to face the choice of red sofa when they first learn to act." Jody had vaguely heard similar rumors, but didn't know much about them. She asked, "Are you sure?" Ivan asked back, "Has the information and news I provided you ever been false?" Jody thought about it for a moment and realized that it had never been false. Ivan said, "I've given you the information. I'm leaving now." Jody nodded. "I'm going to get support from my superiors. Wait for my news." Ivan smiled and left the park with his hands folded. Jody left the park from the other side and drove back to the company. He found the relevant information about James Franco and Ben Affleck from the archives, read it carefully, and went to the editor-in-chief's office. TMZ is different from traditional media. Although it doesn't dare to really provoke those big shots, it has chosen to expose scandals of celebrities and even more times than to settle with the parties involved. After hearing Jody's description, the editor-in-chief asked, "What do you think?" Jody said, "Franco is a second-tier star. Apart from being close to the thugs, his background and network are average. Ben Affleck is a little more troublesome. He's Harvey Weinstein's man." The editor-in-chief interrupted, "Harvey Weinstein? It's a bit troublesome to involve him. He's just one of Harvey's lackeys at best." Jody further said, "Since the failure of Daredevil, Ben Affleck's career has declined sharply. He is no longer as glorious as he was at the turn of the century. He is the kind of star who is out of date but relatively famous." She said directly, "We at TMZ can easily deal with them." The editor-in-chief also quickly browsed the information of the two people on the computer. "Okay, but you know the principles of TMZ. We can make news, but we can never publish false news." Jody is still very young. Apart from being as thin as a stick, she is pretty. She said, "I plan to sign up for their acting school's acting course and experience the specific content in person." Coming to the editor-in-chief, Jody was also seeking support. "I will need a lot of special photography and recording equipment during this period. I'll give you a special approval." The editor-in-chief praised, "Joe, you're very courageous." Jody was very determined. Everything is for news. After getting support and equipment, Jody quickly signed up and became a little actress looking forward to becoming famous, and began her study life at the acting school. Her first teacher was Ben Affleck, who did more than just touch the girls when teaching. Jody would not report fake news, but would take the initiative to create real news, and soon attracted Ben's attention with her coquettish performance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459. How Can You Bear It? While Jody in Los Angeles was immersed in the courses of the acting school and transformed into a master of secret photography, Martin and Narlin ended their short Latin American promotional tour and returned to Los Angeles. After a week of promotion, the market pull effect was obvious. The overseas box office of The Dark Knight was close to $400 million. In North America, it has exceeded $450 million, and the global box office is steadily moving towards $1 billion. Currently, the only movies in the world that can achieve this result are Titanic, Star Wars Prequel 1, Pirates of the Caribbean 2 and Lord of the Rings 3. Martin came out of the psychological clinic and was blocked by several reporters at the door. One of them asked, "Martin, what do you think about the disputes between the fans of The Dark Knight, The Godfather and The Shawshank Redemption on websites such as IMDb? For such things, it is better for the officials and the leading actors not to talk nonsense, and it is even more taboo to roll up their sleeves and participate in person." Martin naturally looked confused. "I came to see the psychologist as soon as I came out of the airport. I don't know what you are talking about at all." A reporter wanted to explain, but the security personnel of the clinic had already come out and blocked Martin. Martin lowered his head and got into the Escalade, saying to Bruce, "Let's go." Bruce had just heard the reporter's question, started the car and drove on the road, saying, "It is said that the commotion is very loud." Martin said, "Let's make a commotion. The louder the commotion, the more attention it will attract." Suddenly, the Nokia phone rang. Martin took it out and looked at it. The text message only had a few numbers, signed by JJN, which was obviously a code sent by Nicholson. He put the phone screen in front of Bruce and said, "What does the code mean?" Nicholson wrote too many codes and couldn't remember them all. Bruce didn't remember some of them either, so he reminded him, "It's in the storage compartment." Martin found a piece of paper, matched the numbers one by one, and finally figured out what the code meant. "See you at the old place," he said to Bruce. "Let's go to Century City." Arriving at the east gate of Century City, Martin was about to get off the car, but he remembered Nicholson's serious attitude, so he found a small Macute box, carefully put on a fake beard, changed into an ordinary oversized sportswear, and carried a trendy shoulder bag before entering the door. After a while, a maintenance worker came out and whispered, "What is Jack's favorite?" Martin replied, "Marlon Brando." The maintenance worker entered the security passage and waited for Martin to follow in and said, "Remember, it's Ruth. If you answer wrong next time, I will kill you. Are you taking it too lightly?" Martin immediately found a counterattack point. "Shouldn't you kill me this time?" Nicholson didn't talk nonsense with this idiot and got down to business. TMZ's undercover went into the acting school and there has been no news. The situation is a bit out of my control. We can only make TMZ interested, but we can't control TMZ's specific progress. Martin was very patient. "When we shoot a bullet, we always have to wait for the bullet to fly for a while before we know if we can hit the target." Nicholson pinched his waist with both hands, thrust his hips forward, and boasted, "I'm a sharpshooter, and my shooting skills are the best in Los Angeles." Martin was about to mock him, but Nicholson suddenly held the wall next to him. "Hey, my waist, my waist." He was obviously not pretending. "Come and help me." Martin quickly supported him. Nicholson slowly retracted his raised hips and said, "I've been playing a little too much with Jennifer Lawrence recently, and my waist can't take it anymore." Martin reminded, "Be careful of sudden death." Nicholson slowly moved his waist and said, "It's not serious. I'll be fine after a rest." After half an hour, the two left Century City separately. Martin also reminded, "Your girlfriend is only 18 years old, and you are 70 years old. Live a few more years." In the face of great love, the age difference of 50 years is not a problem at all. Burbank, James and Ben's acting school. After a small class, several girls left the classroom. The actress Haley, who had just been directed by Ben Affleck himself, held back the grief and anger in her eyes and watched Ben disappear at the door. The little actress had blonde hair, shawl, a beautiful face, and a sexy and enchanting figure. Jody has carefully observed her in recent days. Among all the actresses in the same class, Haley has a very strong self-esteem. Not everyone who wants to be a star completely throws away their face. Jody picked up a bag full of ladies' hugs and some sanitary napkins, came to Haley, and comforted her again. "Just bear with it, and it will pass." Haley lowered her head and said nothing. Jody pulled her out. "Let's go out for a drink." Haley looked at the little actors who were taken advantage of by Ben, and talked about it with relish. She felt inexplicably sad, and had to get in Jody's car. They came to a cold drink shop, ordered drinks, and sat in front of the glass window to talk. Haley took a sip of her iced drink and asked, "Joe, how could you stand this?" Jody said, "Because he's Ben Affleck, and I'm done for if I offend him." She fanned the flames again. "Just bear with it, and it will pass." "How can I bear it?" Haley's face was filled with grief and indignation. "Just now he taught me how to react in a love scene. Using real experience as an excuse, he not only grabbed me hard, but also put his hand in. Some things are not acceptable to everyone," she said hatefully. "This bastard even wanted to invite me to a hotel, to his room." Jody was much older than Haley, and whispered, "I just refuse to accept such invitations, and refuse to bow my head, so I couldn't become a real actor. I came to Los Angeles to make money, not to be insulted." Except for Jody, who had been close to her these days, Haley, who had just arrived in Los Angeles, had not made any friends yet. She could only confide in Jody, "I'm a country girl from a small place. I borrowed some money to come to Los Angeles to make a lot of money, but after coming here, I found that it's 10 times harder to really become an actor than I thought." Jody grasped the key to her words. "Are you short of money?" Haley glanced at the bustling Los Angeles outside. "I want to stay in the big city and live an easier life, instead of being like my parents, who work hard on a small farm for a year, use most of their income to pay bank interest, and work for the bank all their lives. I came from the countryside too." Jody's words were half true and half false. "I have to try my best to gain a foothold in Los Angeles." Haley was in pain. "Why is it so difficult for ordinary people like us to make money?" She glanced at Jody's brand name bag. "How did you initially make money and survive in Los Angeles?" Jody is a reporter who pays attention to professional ethics, and she revealed a little. "In addition to being a part-time actor, I also have a regular job." Haley was surprised. "What job?" Jody lowered her voice. "I'm still an entertainment reporter." Contrary to her expectation, Haley was not surprised, but asked, "Can you expose that disgusting Ben Affleck?" "Expose him, make him stink. You know what I mean. Expose him. This way I also have hope of getting my tuition back. I really need money." Jody straightened up, no longer a classmate, but took out a professional attitude. "Haley, I have a plan. Do you want to make more money?" Haley insisted on her own opinion. "I will never sell my body." "You don't need to sell your body," Jody said. "Ben Affleck has tens of millions of dollars in fixed assets. If we do it well, you can get a large amount of compensation." The two lowered their voices and talked for a long time. Jody specifically mentioned someone. "Do you know Brad Pitt?" All the female nannies who were violated and harassed by him received high compensation. Even those who were harassed by behavior and language received more than $200,000 in compensation. She smiled. "I was the one who led the report on Pitt's nanny scandal." Hearing the high compensation figures and seeing Jody's work permit, Haley, a country girl who wanted to make a fortune in Los Angeles, felt that she had found the code to wealth. She made up her mind and said, "I will be part of this matter." She had read the relevant entertainment gossip and guessed why Jody came to the acting school. As for concealing it, Haley didn't care, as long as she could make enough money. The next day, Haley and Jody continued to go to class and still endured Ben Affleck's harassment. The former even went to Ben's office alone to ask some performance questions. Ben took the initiative to ask Haley out to a hotel room. After being rejected by Haley, He first tricked her by introducing her to a role and then threatened her that she would never be able to be an actor in the future. During this period, he also took advantage of Hallie. After joining the Foot Gang for many years, Ben didn't learn much else, but he learned everything about Harvey's invitation to actresses to hotels and coercion and inducement. After all, he was a man who had repeatedly come forward to clean up Harvey's ass. Although Hallie refused again, Ben believed that this beautiful country girl wanted to develop in the entertainment industry and would still have to give in the end. Over the years, Ben was used to Harvey's way of doing things and thought that this was the rule in the circle. His mind had not yet completely turned around. After the outbreak of Pitt's nanny scandal, some things had changed. After work, Casillas asked Ben out for a drink, and the two brothers met in a small bar in Santa Monica. Cassie has been in a mess lately and can only count on Ben. Lawyer Cole has negotiated a price of $2 million, and the other party is biting very hard. Ben said, I asked Lawyer Cole to delay it as long as possible. The acting school here makes money quickly. Don't affect your relationship with Jennifer. Cassie was also nice to Ben. If she is willing to sign the sale or mortgage of the common property. As for the current situation, Ben shook his head and said, don't worry, this little money can solve it. Cassie asked, is the job at the acting school so good? Ben laughed happily. When I was popular, this little money was nothing, but at this stage, it is a job that makes money quickly and is fun. He lowered his voice. Those little girls who dream of being stars, except for a few who can't see the reality, it's easy to get an appointment at the hotel. The two brothers drank a glass happily. On the same night, Jody brought specially equipped recording and video equipment, and Haley herself walked into the TMZ office building together. Chapter 460 Brothers United. The sun had just risen, and Martin was still jogging in the morning. An old-fashioned extended Lincoln broke through his front door and came to the front of the villa at lightning speed. As soon as the car stopped, Nicholson jumped out and shouted, Martin, the bullet hit the target. Martin ran over and said, let's talk inside. The two went into the study on the first floor together, and Martin immediately turned on the computer. Nicholson said, go to TMZ quickly. TMZ released it early this morning. Although the matter is beyond our control, when it comes to TMZ, TMZ is very reliable. Martin opened the browser and the homepage was TMZ. Everyone likes to eat melons. In the most conspicuous position on the TMZ homepage, there was a huge black headline. Ben Affleck was accused of bullying, and the actress suffered serious sexual harassment and abuse. Martin clicked on the link, and ignored the text, and watched the video directly. A very beautiful blonde girl showed the student ID of James and Ben's acting school in front of the camera, as well as the receipt of payment, and a photo of the students with their teacher Ben Affleck. My name is Haley Porter. I attended Ben Affleck's acting masterclass a week ago. I thought it was the starting point of my dream of becoming an actor, but it turned out to be the beginning of a nightmare. Facing the camera, the blonde girl burst into tears and recounted her terrible experience, but teaching courses is just an excuse. He just uses it to satisfy his own fishing net. Most of the courses I have taken are teaching actresses to shoot beautiful creative plays. What she said was all her personal experience. He likes to push students down in class and ask us to perform creative plays and group plays in front of him. According to regulations, these plays should be protected, but he asked us to take them all away. If we don't do it, we will be kicked out of the classroom. The most terrifying thing is that Ben Affleck will personally take action in the name of teaching in person, and even use his fingers. If it is just a verbal accusation by the actress, it is nothing at all in the current environment of Hollywood, and it is not very lethal. But after the actress's interview video, there are one video and audio after another, all of which are videos related to Ben Affleck. Although all the female students in the video were censored, those who watched it found that the video was much more serious than what the actress accused. Many scenes were no longer harassment, but violations. Nicholson laughed and said, how about it? I said everything is under my control, right? Martin raised his thumb. Jack, you are an excellent commander. Nicholson had an indescribable sense of satisfaction, which was far beyond the reach of an 18-year-old girl like Jennifer Lawrence. He showed off. When I was doing things with Marlon Brando and Warren Beatty, you were not even born in Atlanta. The former Sunset Boulevard trio were not ordinary people. Martin admitted this. The boss really has the boss's decision and control. Less than an hour after the news was released, the comment section below was already boiling. When this kind of thing is not exposed, everyone treats it as a joke. Once it is exposed, it will definitely be condemned by thousands of people. Why am I not surprised to see it's Ben Affleck? Because he is Cassie Affleck's brother? It's really disgusting. Those actresses should call the police. Must call the police. Perhaps he was encouraged by netizens, or maybe he figured it out himself. Just when Martin refreshed the webpage, TMZ appeared the latest news that the victim had officially reported the case to the LAPD. Nicholson read the news and said happily, "I heard that the Affleck brothers have a good relationship. This is what we call brothers working together. No one would think that the old bastard is a good person. I always remember the look on the Affleck brothers' faces at the Oscars. Do you really think that no one can deal with them with Harvey Weinstein as their backer? What a joke." Martin said, "Jack, you can do it yourself and easily handle it." Nicholson said, "You have a good eye for people. You determined that Ben would have problems, and sure enough, there were problems." He asked, "What is the basis for your judgment?" Martin shrugged. He couldn't tell Nicholson that he vaguely remembered that Ben was also a nanny and a student lover, right? Nicholson then said, "I understand, because we are all such bad people. Jack, you are indeed bad." Martin denied without hesitation, "I'm not such a bad person." Ben Affleck, who was drunk last night, was still sleeping soundly. Jennifer Garner sorted out the clothes worn by the children and suddenly heard a noise outside the house. She went up to the rooftop and saw that many reporters and paparazzi gathered at the door. Garner was very surprised. The couple had not been doing well in the past 2 years and had not produced any outstanding works. They rarely enjoyed the treatment of being blocked by media reporters. Especially in recent times, the two had not produced any works at all and had not participated in any activities. Garner was wondering, and Sandra Bullock, who lived next door, also went up to the rooftop to see what was going on. Sandra saw that Garner was full of doubts and knew that she might not understand the situation. This American girl was warm-hearted, especially towards women. She walked towards Garner. Garner also saw her and hurried over. The two were more than 20 meters apart. Sandra shouted, "Jenny, go check TMZ, TMZ." Garner nodded, gestured to the opposite side, ran downstairs in a hurry, turned on the computer, and went to the TMZ website. The title on the homepage was so eye-catching, the number of videos shot was exaggerated, and the victims made shrill accusations. As a Hollywood actor, Garner was no stranger to this. She did not expect that her husband, a former victim, would also become one of the perpetrators. Garner had no doubts when she heard the victim named Hallie tell about her husband forcing other actresses to go to the hotel and what happened next. This was all too normal, but normal didn't mean she could accept it. Garner got up and went to the kitchen. She first saw a kitchen knife, pulled one out, and then put it back in when she thought of the children. She opened the refrigerator and saw a bucket of ice water. She picked it up and went upstairs and kicked open the bedroom door. The unpleasant smell of overnight alcohol made people want to vomit. Garner walked quickly to the bed, looked at Ben's long beard, picked up the bucket, and poured the cold water on Ben's head. Ben was smart and climbed up subconsciously. Before he understood what was going on, a bucket hit him hard on the head. "Notify your lawyer and prepare for a divorce." Garner didn't say much and turned around and left. Ben pulled down the bucket and shivered with cold. He pulled a towel over to wipe the water off his body and shouted, "Are you crazy? What's wrong with you?" No one answered, as if he was the only one in the house. Ben yelled a few times, but got no response. He suppressed his anger and went to the bathroom to take a slow hot shower, changed into dry clothes, and then came downstairs. The roar of a car engine was heard outside, and Ben saw Jennifer Garner driving out of the house with the children. What's wrong with this woman? He was very angry. Ben suddenly found wet footprints coming out of the ground and hurried to the basement storage room and found that the huge safe was almost empty, as if it had been robbed. It couldn't have been robbed by someone. It could only be Jennifer Garner. Ben came up cursing and went to get the cordless phone to call Garner's cell phone. and his eyes glanced at the computer screen. The computer was on. He went over and tapped the keyboard. The black screen of the monitor lit up, and the TMZ website appeared. Ben carefully read the shocking news, and his heart was colder than the bucket of water poured on his head. The video and recording were so familiar, because he had done them all. Ben didn't care about Ghana. He picked up the phone and dialed Damon's number, waited for the call to be connected, and said, "I'm in trouble. What's going on?" Damon didn't know about it when the matter just started. Ben quickly explained it, and Damon went to look at the computer. Not long after, Damon said, "You find that Haley immediately, and tell her to shut up. I'll call TMZ, and ask them to remove the news. I'll warn that bitch, and tell her to shut up." Ben was used to doing things this way. Damon scolded, "Are you crazy? Hurry up and pay her to sign a reconciliation agreement. If this matter drags on for too long, you will have countless troubles." He reminded him emphatically, "Think about Pete. If the matter gets out of hand, those female students will become hungry wolves like Pete's nanny, and pounce on you to bite your flesh." Ben responded, "I understand. I'll do it right away." Just after hanging up the phone, the doorbell rang, and the LAPD came to visit. Ben called his lawyer and agent first, and then went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, the leading PD showed a subpoena and said, "Mr. Affleck, you are suspected of a murder case and need to cooperate with our investigation." Around them, reporters were taking pictures frantically. Ben Affleck followed the lawyer's request and cooperated with the LAPD to assist in the investigation. In less than 10 minutes, the video of Ben Affleck being invited by the LAPD to have coffee appeared on the TMZ website. In Burbank, Jody made an appointment with her classmate Tina. After the news on TMZ was exposed, everything became very simple. Jody opened her iPhone and showed Tina the video of Ben being invited by the LAPD for coffee. She said, "We should get back all the humiliation he inflicted on us." Haley has already stood up and called the police. Tina had been in the Los Angeles actor circle for a while and was very direct. "How much money can I get if I stand up?" The victims of Pitt's nanny scandal, all of which added up, received an average of $690,000 in compensation. Seeing her say this, Jody deliberately reminded her, "The more solid evidence you can get, the higher the compensation you will get." Hearing these words, Tina laughed and said, "I have a pair of pants with something on it. Ben promised me a lot at the time, and I was afraid that he would go back on his word, so I specially kept it." Only those who have been in the actor circle know how difficult it is to make a name for themselves in this industry. Instead of fighting for an uncertain future, it is better to get millions of dollars and live freely. That day, Tina took the pants and some other evidence to report the case to the LAPD. Then she was interviewed by TMZ. The acting scandal broke out completely. With these two precedents and the work done by Jody, more female students jumped out one after another. Among all the celebrities, Jennifer Garner was the first to speak publicly and announced that she was divorcing Ben Affleck. Those videos were enough to put Ben Affleck in countless troubles. James Franco couldn't wait to hold a press conference and said with a righteous face that he would withdraw from the cooperation with Ben Affleck in the acting school and would not have any cooperation with Ben Affleck in the future. He also visited several girls who had jumped out, apologized to them solemnly, gave them a certain amount of money compensation, and said that he would provide any help. James Franco naturally distanced himself from the relationship first, so as not to let the fire burn on himself, and then talk about other things. Originally, Ben Affleck was trying to win the supporting actor role in Universal Pictures' national case. The crew quickly refuted the rumor, saying that Ben Affleck had never been considered in the actor selection. After the public opinion became a big deal, the three major opinion leaders of Me Too, Meryl Streep, Jennifer Aniston and Angelina Jolie, also spoke out in a timely manner, expressing their concern about the matter, and visited several injured girls together, crying with them, and gave a speech against Ben Affleck on the spot. So, Pitt's ex-girlfriend, Gwyneth Paltrow, who is also Ben's ex-girlfriend, jumped out to attract attention and once again stepped on her ex-boyfriend. "I'm not surprised by this. Ben seduced underage girls when he was dating me. I reminded the girl and broke up with Ben because of this. Maybe Ben is too bad, so his ex-girlfriends attack together." Latin Queen Jennifer Lopez also spoke publicly, saying that after they broke up a few years ago, Ben repeatedly said how disgusting she was because she ruined his career and called her a jinx. The media's attention also put a lot of pressure on the LAPD. After the initial investigation, the LAPD announced some results, such as the TMZ video without any synthesis, all from real shooting. For example, Ben's DNA was detected in the evidence provided to the victim. When some things have not broken out, people are always worried. Once they break out and find that they are profitable, they can't wait to join in. In addition to the actresses in the acting class, there are also women who have worked in the same crew with Ben in the past who stood up and spoke out loudly about Me Too. In the past, Ben Affleck had oppressed too many women on the set. Although many people remain silent for the sake of the future, the number of those who have stood up is already enough. Ben Affleck was bailed out by Matt Damon. As soon as he returned home, hundreds of protesters gathered at the door. These people sat in front of his house for a long time under the banner of Me Too, supporting the victims and denouncing the murderer. Ben Affleck began to pay off his debts for what he had done. His wife filed for divorce, LAPD restricted travel, the media collectively denounced, and the victims filed a huge claim. When his backer Harvey Weinstein sent someone to visit him, he brought a message asking Ben to keep his mouth shut. Ben Affleck has always kept his mouth shut in this regard. After all, Harvey is one of the few people who can help him. The previous chapter was under review, and I was so scared that I quickly checked the second chapter carefully. I really couldn't find any sensitive content in these two chapters, so I left it as it is, hoping that it won't be reviewed again. Chapter 461, Vomiting Blood. In the study, Martin sat in front of the computer, flipping through various news about Ben. He was enjoying the melon when suddenly there was a sound of an engine outside. A red lawnmower drove onto the grass in the front yard and began to trim the lawn. In the car sat a pretty girl wearing a sun hat. Martin left the study, went out the side door of the villa, and shouted over there, "Lily, come here." The lawnmower turned around and stopped beside the road. Lily, who was wearing jeans, jumped out of the car and walked quickly to Martin's side. "Is there anything? I still have work to do." Martin pointed to the lawn and the car. "Why are you doing this suddenly? You said it." Lily smiled. Martin wondered, could it be that his occasional care made this girl stupid? He said, "The last time I asked you to trim the grass was more than 10 days ago, right? You never did it." Lily explained, "So I feel guilty. I happen to have time today, so hurry up and trim it." Martin stared at her. Lily was worried that the iron fist of care would fall, so she said honestly, "First it was Cassie Affleck, now Ben Affleck. I saw a report in the gossip media that Ben is raising money for his brother." Martin waved his hand. "Cassie is related to you, but Ben has nothing to do with you." Lily didn't listen at all. "I can't help you with anything else. I can only do some odd jobs for you." Martin asked, "Have you carved the statue that Leonardo wants?" Seeing Lily shaking her head, he urged, "Hurry up and work." Lily had to put down her lawn mowing work and go back to carving. She got in the car, but did not return to the college studio immediately. She deliberately took a detour and came to the door of Ben Affleck's house. There were at least hundreds of women gathered there, as well as a large number of media reporters, and a TV broadcast vehicle parked nearby. Punish the murderer civilly. Protect women's rights. Ben Affleck must be sentenced civilly. Posters and banners with slogans were held high by them and displayed in front of the media cameras. Lily took out the carving knife she brought with her from her pocket. Under Martin's protection, the carving knife was useless. This pair of rotten brothers. She raised her middle finger towards Ben's house. "I hope you will spend your whole life in prison picking up soap." After Lily drove away, a commercial vehicle turned from the street corner and drove into Ben's slowly opening door. Matt Damon, Cassie and lawyer Cole got out of the car and entered Ben's villa. Ben sat alone on the sofa, holding a large bottle of tequila, pouring it into his mouth with lifeless eyes. Damon strode over, snatched the bottle from him, and threw it into the trash can next to him. He put his hands on Ben's shoulders, looked Ben straight in the eye, and said loudly, "If you don't want to go to jail, cheer up." Ben looked up. "All the companies that cooperate with me have called and want to end their cooperation with me. What else can I do?" You don't have any commercial endorsements, so you won't face claims from commercial companies like BIT. Damon wanted to boost Ben's fighting spirit. Don't they want compensation? Just pay them. After this matter is settled, even if you can't be an actor anymore, you can switch to being a director behind the scenes with your ability. His voice became louder and louder. This is fucking Hollywood. People are never measured by morality. As long as you can make money for major manufacturers, they don't care what you have done. Ben's alcohol-hazed eyes finally had a little brilliance. Where's Harvey? What didn't Harvey say? Damon emphasized. Don't say anything about Harvey. Do you understand? Ben nodded subconsciously. I didn't mention Harvey to anyone. Damon said, Harvey is not convenient to come to see him, but he asked me to convey to you that he will never give up on us brothers. Only if you deal with those women. When the public opinion comes down, Harvey will find a suitable project for you to direct. At this point, the problem cannot be solved without a big bleed. Cassie said, Ben, this is all my fault. Damon raised his hand to stop him from continuing, still staring at Ben. It's normal for men to do these things. There's nothing to be afraid of. What's terrible is that you don't have the courage to face it. Ben stood up staggeringly. I have the courage to face it, but I don't have the money to face it. There are more than a dozen girls in the acting class, plus the girls who jumped out when working on the crew before. It would be difficult to deal with them without tens of millions of dollars. After all, there is Brad Pitt as a ready-made example. Ben turned to look at Attorney Cole. Can my joint property be sold? Attorney Cole replied, Jennifer Garner has officially filed for divorce in court and requested an equal division of your joint property. Ben knew that he had to settle this mess as soon as possible. If he dragged it on, who knows what would happen. He said, then divide it equally. I'm fed up with this woman. Since I married her, my career has never been smooth, and it has been declining. He said to Attorney Cole, I want to divorce her and get this done as soon as possible. I need money urgently. Attorney Cole nodded. I will meet with Jennifer Garner's lawyer this afternoon. The focus of the divorce is nothing more than property and children. Ben obviously has no intention of fighting for custody of the latter. It is not difficult to retain visitation rights. The most difficult property division has been agreed in principle, and the rest are trivial matters. Damon continued to encourage Ben. You must get through it. Since we met in Boston, we have experienced so many difficulties. Which time did we not get through safely? Ben nodded, thinking of the property to be divided in the divorce and the large amount of money that might be paid next. He felt empty in his heart. After more than 10 years in the film industry, how much of this little fortune he has finally accumulated will be left? In the TMZ office building, Jody received a call from the editor-in-chief and immediately put down her work and rushed to the editor-in-chief's office. You did a great job this time, Joe. The editor-in-chief praised generously. You are worthy of being our top TMZ. Jody is not modest about the things she is most proud of. These are what I'm best at. After the news was published, the website traffic was booming. The editor-in-chief smiled and said, the effect is very good. The big boss called and asked me to urge you to implement your award as soon as possible. Jody also laughed and rushed to the front to grab the news. On the one hand, she loves this industry, and on the other hand, she can get enough money to satisfy her. The editor-in-chief looked at the financial director who was also in the office and said, just give the reward directly. The financial director took out an envelope and handed it to Jody. Congratulations. Jody took it, opened it and looked at the number on the check and smiled even more brightly. Thank you, editor-in-chief. Thank you, director. The editor-in-chief said at the right time, I'm waiting for you to bring more exciting follow-up reports. Jody signed the financial receipt and was about to leave when he remembered there is also an informant fee. I promised to pay the informant 2 fees. TMZ has been receiving all kinds of black materials and secret information continuously and has always been generous in paying informants. The editor-in-chief said, go to the finance office again. Jody went to the finance office and received a check for $2,000 without much effort. He called Ivan to make an appointment and drove away from TMZ. The two met again in Griffith Park. Jody didn't waste any words and directly gave Ivan $2,000, saying, if you have similar news, remember to contact me. Ivan collected the check with great satisfaction and said, I got the news that Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner are about to divorce. You can follow the news in this regard. This clue is free of charge. Jody said, any other requests? You guessed it right. Ivan said slowly, pay attention to what property Ben Affleck can get. Jody knew about Ben Affleck's situation. Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner don't have much cash. If they want to compensate the victims, they must sell fixed assets. Ivan nodded. This will also help you. It can help the victims get compensation in time. Thank you for the news. Jody got up and left. Ivan also left the park, returned to the car, and called Bruce. Come on, cheers. In the living room, Nicholson picked up the champagne glass and clinked it with Martin. Martin raised his glass and drank with him. Nicholson was in a good mood. He picked up the champagne and poured a glass for each of them. He said, this time, even if Harvey Weinstein shows up, he can't save Ben Affleck. Martin smiled and said, even if Harvey saves him, it will be difficult for Ben Affleck to come back under the current situation. The key is that his tens of millions of assets will be emptied. Nicholson, this bastard, has no sympathy. From a multimillionaire to a pauper, I hope he won't go crazy. He shouldn't go crazy, right? Martin thought for a while and said, Jennifer Garner is going to divorce Ben Affleck. Divorce will definitely involve division of property. Ben Affleck is likely to sell fixed assets to reach a settlement with the victims as soon as possible. Nicholson had faced an accusation of illegitimate children and had actual experience. This is the best solution. We can keep an eye on Ben Affleck's movements. The leader of the trio did things without ambiguity, and so did Martin. He said, the current economic situation is not very good, especially the real estate market. Ben Affleck's fixed assets are mainly real estate. If he wants to cash out quickly, he must sell them at a low price. Nicholson understood Martin's idea. Then we buy them at a low price? Martin nodded slightly. The market cycles back and forth, and the high quality real estate market cannot always be sluggish. Such situations have occurred several times in the past few years. I heard that you snatched a project of Dabin, and now you want to snatch Dabin's property? Nicholson frowned first, then laughed. I like this kind of thing the most. Martin said, I like it too. Nicholson suddenly thought about it seriously, as if thinking about the key issue. After a long time, he said, there is another very important asset. Martin thought about it, and asked unexpectedly, what is it? Jennifer Garner. Nicholson said seriously, after snatching the project and the house, shouldn't the next thing be to snatch the wife? Martin recalled Jennifer Garner's appearance, shook his head and said, if you are interested, you should go. Chapter 462. No wonder you are popular. Hi, Martin. Congratulations. The North American box office of The Dark Knight has exceeded $500 million. In the studio, Chad came over and bumped fists with Martin. If the global box office of John Wick, Chapter 6 can exceed $500 million, I will run naked on Sunset Boulevard from the East End to the West End. Mean came over from behind to join in the fun. You underestimate the appeal of Martin, the boss. Martin was very clear-headed. After all, it's just a medium-sized R-rated film. Chad said, if it is cut into PG-13, this film will lose its most charming and essential part. Mean nodded. Indeed. The three of them went to the dubbing studio together. Some of the dialogues between Jonathan and Winston needed to be slightly adjusted. Martin and Mean familiarized themselves with the lines again, put on headsets, and entered the recording studio. There was a table specially placed in the recording studio, and Martin and Mean sat on each side. When the recording engineer notified him to start, all the sternness on Mean's face disappeared, and he said in a heavy voice that he had practiced for many years, Jonathan, if you really want to retire, leave New York. Martin had also adjusted himself, and said with a bit of weakness, I want to stay where I can see Helen. Mean said again, you left the Blood Oath badge, and they will come to find you one day. I'm not afraid of them. Martin was like a loving husband at this moment. That's the house where Helen and I got married, and I won't leave there. Mean's voice became heavier and heavier, and he said the last line, Jonathan. The recording came to an end. Chad and the recording engineer listened to the recording carefully again, and asked Martin and Mean to record it again, and choose the best one. In less than half an hour, the work was completed. Martin came out of the recording studio and prepared to go to the editing room with Chad. Min came close to him and whispered, "Boss, I'm leaving first." Martin asked casually, "Do you have a date?" Min said, "There's a new dessert shop on Namboe Street. Emma asked me to go to eat dessert together at noon. I can't refuse." Martin waved his hand. "Go ahead." Min was about to leave when he remembered something and said, "I may play a major supporting role in director Nolan's new project." That's a good thing. Martin felt that Min had such ability and that a black person in the main role could also attract black audiences. He said, "Have a good chat with Emma. She has a lot of say in Nolan's crew." Min smiled and left. Martin went to the editing room and basically didn't say anything. He watched Chad direct the editing the whole time. I don't need short shots that switch quickly, nor do I need to artificially create a sense of shaking in the shot. Before the work started, Chad once again reminded the editor, Martin's action shots are complete enough. Cutting the shots into pieces is not conducive to the presentation of the action scenes. Stable long action shots are art style. The editing room edited completely according to Chuck's requirements. Martin watched it for a while and thought it would be better to wait until the first cut was completed before watching it. It happened that he had an appointment with Nolan today, so he said hello to Chat and left the editing room. When he came to the studio lobby, Taylor and his agent came in from outside. The former was holding an incubator in his hand. When Taylor saw Martin, he immediately took his arm and said, "I made these cookies by myself. You must try them." Martin replied, "I haven't tasted your cooking yet." Taylor put the incubator on the table on the side, opened it and winked at Martin. "I've tasted yours." Martin ignored the seductive fox eyes and looked at the incubator. There were many small boxes of cookies in it. The shapes were not so regular, and they were obviously handmade. Taylor took a small box and gave it to Martin. "Try it." Martin ate a piece. It was crispy and sweet, not quite to his taste, but he still gave a thumbs up. "The taste is great, but the appearance needs improvement." Taylor put her red lips close to Martin's ear and said, "I made it irregular on purpose. If it was too round, how could others tell whether it was handmade by me?" Martin really praised Taylor this time. "Dear, no wonder you are so popular. I'm going to deliver cookies to the crew." Taylor's voice was still very low. "Shall I treat you to dinner later?" Martin said, "I'll treat you. There is a restaurant that must suit your taste." He glanced at his watch. "I'm going to meet a director. I'll call you when I come out." Taylor nodded. "Okay." Martin left the studio and went to a small building nearby. In the studio, Taylor carried an incubator and personally delivered a small box of handmade cookies to each office, starting from the front desk. Countryside Mold is very good at being a person in its early stages. Because of the huge success of The Dark Knight, Nolan's new project Effortless got the green light from Warner Brothers, and the crew was officially established. The studio was still set up in Warner Studios. When Martin went there, the office building was being tidied up, and it was a bit messy inside. Nolan simply asked him to sit under a sun umbrella on the side of the road to talk. This was the shooting area of Warner Studios, and ordinary people could not enter. At the beginning, it was a bit messy. Nolan pointed to the back and said, "Every time a new project is launched, a separate studio must be established, and it will always be a mess for a while." Martin said, "The financial accounting is separate." Nolan went to get the briefcase at hand. "I have good news to tell you. The script is finished." He took out the script and handed it to Martin. On the cover of the script, there was only one English word: Inception. Martin frowned slightly. What is the English title of Inception? He vaguely remembered that it was a word, but he couldn't remember it clearly. Nolan made a gesture of invitation. Martin opened the script and read it carefully. At dusk, the waves rolled. The waves pushed the bearded man onto the beach, where he lay motionless. A gun barrel turned the bearded man over, and the security guard with the gun called his companions. Behind them was a cliff with a castle on it. When Martin read the beginning, he thought of the movie he had seen several times. The beginning was almost exactly the same as the script. Yes, this is Inception. The castle plot in the first act follows. Martin read it very carefully. The script was more obscure than the movie. He would occasionally stop to verify the plot in his mind, so he read it very slowly. In Nolan's eyes, Martin read the script very carefully and did not become complacent because of the super hit of The Dark Knight and the popularity of the Joker. He still maintained a dedicated attitude. Since the filming of The Dark Knight, when he began to conceive this new project, Martin was the only male lead in Nolan's mind. Compared with Bale, who had a lot of messy things on the set, Martin was really a model of ability and dedication. Martin closed the script after reading less than 1/5 of it and said, "I'll take it home and read it slowly." Nolan took out the script, which was for Martin. "Don't worry, it may be a little complicated. You study it carefully." Martin nodded and said, "I feel that the male protagonist's mental state is not very stable." Nolan admitted, "In reality, people's mental states are unstable, and my protagonists are the same." Martin recalled that the protagonist of Memento was an amnesiac, and the detective in Day and Night was troubled by insomnia. Not to mention Batman and the Joker, they all had mental problems. "I will study the script and the role carefully when I go back." Martin asked, "When is the planned shooting time?" Nolan said, "The specific time has not been determined yet, but it should be around next summer. You keep the schedule." Martin calculated, "My schedule should be fine." Nolan held Martin's shoulder and said, "You must show the state of the Joker. Now he is full of confidence. Let's work together to shock the world again." "I will definitely." Martin had just finished speaking when he saw a battery car passing by, and a familiar fat man was sitting in the car. Harvey Weinstein also saw him and Nolan asked the driver to stop the car, jumped out and greeted him. "Hi, Martin." He turned to Nolan and said, "Is this Director Nolan?" Nolan stepped forward and shook hands with Harvey politely and exchanged a few words. When Martin shook hands with him, he asked, "Harvey, how come you have time to come here? Everyone in Hollywood knows that the Weinstein brothers and the Warner brothers are in a mess." Harvey laughed. "Warner Brothers and Peter Jackson want to start The Hobbit, a prequel to The Lord of the Rings. I have some of the copyrights, so they can only invite me to come and discuss with Peter." Martin complimented him casually. "Harvey, you have a good vision and you control a treasury." Harvey laughed even more happily and said, "Are you interested in joining? I'll introduce Peter Jackson to you." But Martin knew that to get 1 point of benefit from this fat man, he would have to pay 10 times the price, so he said, "I will put all my energy into Director Nolan's new project." Nolan was a little unhappy that Harvey was poaching people in front of him, but Martin's refusal without hesitation made him feel very proud. Harvey looked at Nolan in his usual style and manner. "New project? Director Nolan, we can definitely work together. You have made a breakthrough in business now, and in terms of awards. Nolan may not be obsessed with Oscars now," and he said very politely, "Sorry, Harvey, the investment in my project is too high, and the independent studio can't afford it." Harvey was so thick-skinned that he didn't change his face. "If you have any ideas about Oscars, just come to me." Nolan just smiled and didn't say anything else. Harvey's eyes turned to Martin again. Martin blocked his way before he could speak. "Harvey, I have at least 3 or 4 projects in my hands, not to mention the agency. My schedule for the next few years is full." Harvey didn't say much, waved his hand, and got on the battery car, waiting to go away, turned his head to look at Martin and Nolan, and thought, "You are very popular and have strong appeal. You don't look down on me as an independent producer when you are no longer popular." Martin put away the script, said goodbye to Nolan, called Taylor, and went to the Smokehouse restaurant outside for dinner. After dinner, of course he wanted Taylor to sing. Chapter 463, The Road to Supergiant. The van stopped at the door of the villa. Several workers carefully moved the wooden boxes into the living room and unpacked them. Under Bruce's command, they placed the Snow White marble statue on the base. Lily took a check to settle the bill with the workers. Martin called Leonardo, who had just returned from New York for vacation. "Come and see your statue." Leonardo and Nicholson both followed him. The former said, "I haven't paid yet, it's not mine yet." Nicholson said, "You'd better pay obediently, otherwise you can't leave Martin's house." Martin looked at Nicholson. "What do you think this is? A magic cave?" Leonardo ignored the 2 stupid sculptures and walked quickly to the Snow White marble statue, carefully examining the statue, which was about 50 centimeters tall. The statue has smooth lines, superb craftsmanship, and lifelike. With his many years of buying art, his vision is not much worse than those of modern artists. Martin didn't care about that. He also asked him to talk to Lily's agent about how much Leonardo wanted to pay. Nicholson received a call at this time. He did not avoid Martin and turned on the speakerphone directly. "Hi, honey, how are you? The house is very beautiful." Lorraine was very excited. "It's very spacious. I haven't lived in it much since it was renovated. The main thing is that it is cheap enough. I like it very much. This is a small villa purchased by the ex-Ben and his wife in Brentwood. After their divorce, the villa was divided into Ben's name. Ben sold it quickly at a low price in order to exchange it for cash and solve those troubles as soon as possible. Martin had someone keep an eye on Ben and notified Nicholson immediately. Nicholson said, "Very good. The original owner of that house spent $7 million to buy it, and now it only costs $4 million. The house belongs to you now. Consider it my coming of age gift to you in advance. When you turn 21, don't come to me for gifts again." Lorraine is also a top-notch person. "Jack, won't you make up for the difference of $3 million? Nicholson was so angry that he hung up the phone and said to Martin, "It's better for you and Leo. You don't have to worry about these family matters." Martin pointed to the statue. A carving knife was flying up and down between Lily's fingers. He said, "Without me watching and suppressing her from time to time, she will be much more troublesome than Lorraine when she makes a fuss." Nicholson nodded repeatedly. "Lorraine won't think of stabbing people with a knife, nor will she study human medicine specifically to avoid seriously injuring people." Lily's ears had been perked up, and she faintly heard Nicholson's words, and said loudly, "I study human medicine for carving, okay?" Martin and Nicholson ignored her, and their eyes were full of believe you or not. Leonardo then said, "The statue is very good, I want it." He said to Lily, "Let your agent talk to my investment manager about the price." Lily smiled happily. "Okay, I'll make the call right away." This is not only a small profit, but when the agent spreads the word and Leonardo buys Lily Carter's sculpture at a high price, his net worth will go up. Leonardo went to the wine cabinet in the living room and got a bottle of wine and 3 wine glasses. He came over and poured them and questioned, "You two are not nice enough. You didn't even call me when you were causing trouble." Martin raised his hand. "I'm just a runner." He pointed to the side. "This is the planner and commander." Nicholson acted like a boss. "There is no place for you to play in this matter." Leonardo said, "The Foot Gang has hit our face gang. Where are our RPGs? The full-scale war hasn't started yet, so we don't need RPGs." Martin said seriously, "If there is a full-scale war, you, the core of the Face Gang, will have to play." Leonardo was high-spirited. "All the blonde, long-legged, unmarried, young and beautiful women in the Foot Gang will be handed over to me. The married women will be handed over to Martin, and the other men will be Jack." Nicholson and Martin raised their middle fingers at the same time. Martin's cell phone rang. He answered the call and hung up. He said, "Ben wants to sell his house in Santa Monica. Who is interested?" Leonardo shook his head. "I have too many houses to count. It's not good to have too many fixed assets." Pitt and Ben both reminded him, "You still have to keep enough cash." Nicholson thought of Lorraine. "I bought one. It seems that I have to take over." Martin sighed. "It's not easy to be a good person to take over. It will cost millions of dollars." He just saw Lily coming in from outside and said directly, "Go and buy me another house." Lily mourned for the Affleck brothers for 2 seconds in her heart and suddenly became happy. She asked, "Martin, after the house is bought, can you rent it to me as a studio?" Martin didn't take it seriously at all and replied casually, "Sure, you can pay whatever rent you want." Lily asked for the real estate agent's contact information and hurried to work. This time there was no complaint, and she was particularly positive. Lily contacted the real estate agent, went to see the house again, bargained with the real estate agent, and cut another $200,000 from the low price. She went to handle the relevant procedures as soon as possible. In the afternoon, Martin and Bruce came to the Angels Club to practice shooting and keep their hands in shape. Just after they finished shooting a NAR magazine, Thomas called and Martin asked him to come to the club. More than half an hour later, Thomas came over with a shiny forehead. Martin handed the gun to Bruce and went to the lounge with Thomas, asking, "What's the hurry?" Thomas said, "I've reached an agreement on the endorsement of Cartier men's watches. The contract will be signed in October, and the annual endorsement fee is $10 million US. These were within Martin's expectations, and he asked, "What else?" "I have negotiated a few additional terms." Thomas elaborated, "For awards such as the Oscars or the 3 major European film festivals, Cartier will assist you in winning the awards, including bearing part of the public relations costs and contacting relevant media resources. If you can win one of the major awards, it will pay an additional $2 million in rewards." Martin nodded. "Okay." He thought for a while and asked, "Coca-Cola and Cadillac have similar terms. With Cartier men's watches and the support of the crew and the agency, it seems that there are not many places where I really need to spend my own money to win the Oscar, right?" Thomas said, "That's right. Take this year for example. I have already reached an agreement with the Dark Knight crew. They will do their best to assist you in winning the Oscar for acting. I have also contacted the brands you endorse, and they said that their efforts will definitely not be worse than you're the reader." Martin secretly calculated that not only was there not much money he actually needed to spend, but once he could win an acting award, not to mention the increase in his net worth, the sponsorship rewards from several sponsoring brands alone would exceed $5 million. Such an Oscar award was very motivating, as it not only brought him honor but also money. Thomas said, with the huge success of The Dark Knight and an Oscar for acting, when negotiating with Nolan for a new project, $15 million is just the starting point, and $20 million is also possible. I think it would be more appropriate to get $10 million plus the share of the later period." "Okay." Martin asked, "How far am I from becoming a 20+20 superstar?" Thomas told the truth. There are only a few actors in Hollywood who can get such treatment, and not every film can get it. He also hopes that Martin can become a superstar soon, but the road to superstardom must be taken step by step. "Let's get this Oscar first." Martin said, "If it's not a comic book adaptation movie, I'm confident that I will go for the best actor this time." Thomas, the agent, is more realistic. "It would be a victory to get the best supporting actor. I heard that Sean Penn's new film has a very good reputation in the preview, and his goal is the best actor. As you know, Daniel Day-Lewis and Sean Penn are both super favorites of the old white men and the Academy." Martin asked, "What is Sean Penn's new film?" "Milk." Thomas introduced briefly. "It's a biographical film. In order to fight for the legal rights of homosexuals, homosexual Milk embarked on the path of politics and was eventually assassinated. Martin knew that the Joker was not competitive enough for this role." Thomas continued, "Since Brokeback Mountain won the award, the atmosphere in the circle has changed. Homosexual themes are no longer taboos, but have become a great help in winning awards." Martin said, "The help will become greater and greater in the future." Thomas asked tentatively, "Do you want to try this kind of theme?" Martin's eyes fell on Thomas' face, and he said nothing, just looked at him quietly. Thomas had figured out how to get along with Martin in the past few years, so he quickly changed his words. "I will turn down all such topics." Martin said, "Your next work will revolve around the Oscars. The studio has found a professional public relations team, and you will fully cooperate." Thomas said, "The agency will also fully cooperate. I have talked to Ali, and he will personally come out to canvass for you." He mentioned another thing. The general election is about to begin. Ali's brother is a member of the Guan team. Ali wants to invite you to attend Guan canvassing event in Los Angeles. Martin's position has been left-leaning since he was in Atlanta, including Kelly and Louise. The positions of his friends and partners are also left-leaning. He thought about it for a while and agreed. "Let me know when the time and place are determined." Thomas nodded, and after finishing the business, he talked about some things in the circle that Martin was concerned about. Pitt reached an out-of-court settlement with Cadillac, Breitling and several other endorsement brands. Martin was very interested and asked, "How much is the compensation?" Thomas shook his head. Neither party disclosed the specific amount, but the total amount of breach of contract compensation must be at least $50 million US. Pitt originally had a net worth of over $100 million, but a large part of it was invested in Fannie Mae stocks after he broke up with Charlie. Now it is no different from waste paper. He continued, except for a house for his own use, Pitt has sold most of his other real estate and car fixed assets. Now he is in contact with several small producers, hoping to return to the screen and regain his glory. Martin asked, do they dare to use him for big projects? Not to mention big projects. Even small and medium-sized film projects dare not take the risk of using him. Thomas learned about it in detail. No insurance company is willing to insure Pitt. Chapter 464. Don't hit someone in the face. Brad Pitt, who was drunk, met the producer David Latta, who invited him to a reception room in the Los Angeles Country Club. The latter directly stated his purpose. Pitt, I want to invite you to play the leading role in a movie. Pitt wiped his long blonde hair behind his head. Because he hadn't washed it for a long time, when his hands fell, they were shining under the reflection of the light. David Latta, who was opposite, was a senior executive of Village Roadshow Pictures and participated in the production of the Matrix series. Pitt knew him before. I heard that you left Village Roadshow Pictures and co-founded a film company with others? Latta said, Shelter Pictures, independent production and distribution. Pitt was so miserable that he couldn't help but laugh at himself. You just said that I should play the leading role? Of course. Latta took out the script and handed it to Pitt. Absolutely the leading role. Pitt looked at the script and the name on it was actually Titanic. No, there was a number 2 in the middle. Pitt was confused and asked, have you obtained the authorization for the sequel? No need for authorization. The name Titanic is not exclusive to a certain movie. Rat introduced it roughly. This is not a sequel to the movie, but after the sinking of the Titanic, someone built the Titanic 2, which set off from the UK to North America. Even if Pitt was drunk, he still felt it was unreliable after hearing it. Unreliable is not even enough to describe it. Rat values Pete's fame. Even if it's notoriety, it's still fame. Besides, the films he made are special. Titanic 2's investment has reached the highest level since the establishment of the shelter, $500,000. The films we invested in before were all capped at $250,000. Pete suddenly remembered, isn't this Sparta, Metamorphosis, and 100 million years before history, all made by you? Rat smiled and replied, yes, all masterpieces of the shelter. In Martin's previous life, there was a saying on the internet that the most tragic thing in the world is to spend a few hours downloading a 2G movie, but after opening it, you find that it is a copycat blockbuster made by the shelter. Pete rubbed his face. Has he fallen to this point? But he needs money. What about the salary? Rat said, $50,000 US. What? Pete suspected that he had heard it wrong. Are you kidding? $50,000 US? Rat was silent for a moment and said, I can give you a maximum of $100,000 US. If you have more, the production fee will not be enough. Pete got up and left without saying a word. This is simply an insult to him. The door of the reception room opened and closed again. Rat couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Do you still think of yourself as a Hollywood star? If it were any other company, they wouldn't even give you $30,000. Pitt, who was outside the door, didn't stop for a moment. He went straight out of the country club and came to the parking lot. When he saw the slightly old BMW, he stopped again. Pitt actually still had some assets, but he needed money to revitalize them. The problem was that he didn't have any cash. Even small banks were unwilling to lend him money, as if they believed that he would go bankrupt. This role was $100,000. Pitt wanted to go back, but the self-esteem of a big star that he had cultivated for nearly 20 years did not allow him to turn back. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie came over and ended Pitt's self-embarrassment. He asked, "Are you Brad Pitt?" Pitt didn't know him. "Who are you?" The man quickly stretched out his hand to shake Pitt's hand, but his hand was covered with grease. He took his hand back and wiped it on his pants secretly and said, "My name is Bjorkman. I'm an agent. I heard that CAA terminated your contract." "Don't hit someone in the face." Pitt looked unhappy. Bjorkman said quickly, "I don't mean anything else. I just want to introduce you to a job to see if we can cooperate." Pitt just missed a sum of money and subconsciously asked, "What job?" Bjorkman immediately took out his business card and stuffed it into Pitt's hand. "A big budget movie. You are the absolute male lead. If you are willing to join, I guarantee that the minimum salary will not be less than $5 million or even higher. In the past, Pitt would not even look at such a salary, but now he heard it. He was extremely tempted and asked, which company, which film project? Jorkman said, we are the largest and most powerful company in the Sacred Valley. The project is naturally up to you to choose, and you can write the plot, and you can even direct and act in it yourself. Although Brad Pitt was sentenced to death by Hollywood, his Sacred Valley film will definitely be super popular once it appears on the market. Pete was inexplicably angry. You actually want me to do this kind of work? Jorkman was unhappy. This is a job that is legally permitted, full of art, and popular with North American audiences. Pete subconsciously raised his fist. Jorkman looked up and waited for his fist to fall on his face. Such a good opportunity is not something that everyone can encounter. Pete enjoyed it, got into the car, closed the door, and sat in the driver's seat without saying a word. Jorkman didn't say anything more and left here. He thought that the two might meet again, because Pete was so angry that he didn't throw away the business card. In the car, Pete was confused for a while and unconsciously opened the armrest box and put the business card in it. In early October, at the Los Angeles Music Center, Cartier and Martin held a grand signing ceremony and officially appointed Martin as the image spokesperson for Cartier men's watches. In front of many media cameras and fans, Martin took off the old watch on his wrist and replaced it with a brand new Cartier watch. Then, he signed his name on the symbolic spokesperson agreement. Almost crazy applause rang out at the scene. A dozen blonde girls with their faces painted like clowns suddenly rushed to the aisle in the middle of the viewing area and shouted loudly, "Martin, I love you." Martin waved at them on the stage. These girls untied their red t-shirts, revealing a large area of snow white, on which 2 lines of big words were written with red lipstick. "I love Martin." The security guards on the scene hurried over. Martin suddenly remembered that when The Dark Knight was just released, there was a group of girls who not only danced in front of his house, but also fought over garbage. In any case, they were all his fans. Martin shouted, "Don't embarrass them." The girls shouted again, "Martin, Martin." The scene was in chaos again. Martin had said what he should say, so he simply stopped talking. Bruce rushed over and negotiated with the security personnel, and the dozen girls were asked to leave the hall. Tony, the leader, was very excited when she saw Bruce. "Are you Martin's manager? I saw you fighting side by side with Martin at Burbank High School. So cool." Bruce said, "A lot of people died. It's not cool at all." Tony was stunned for a moment and then said, "Can Martin sign for us?" She pointed to her chest. "Sign here. I'll get a tattoo when I get back." Bruce said, "Martin doesn't have time today. Let's talk about it another day." But Tony didn't give up. "Have you moved away from Sherman Oaks? We have waited there many times, but we haven't seen you come out." Another girl said quickly, "We have been waiting for your garbage. We have been there many times, but we haven't seen you throw out a bag of garbage." Bruce felt that his brain couldn't keep up with these crazy girls chasing stars, so he could only say, "Martin has moved to a new place. Sorry, I have work to do, and I have to go." After that, he winked at the security guard next to him. The security guard immediately came over to block him, and Bruce took the opportunity to slip away. Seeing the man leave, the girls could only tidy up their clothes and leave the music center. As Elsa walked, she asked, "What should we do next?" "Martin has moved," the quick-talking girl said. "Without garbage, there will be no condoms, and we will not find genetic material. How can we get pregnant with Martin's child?" This was a difficult problem, and the sisters were worried for a while. Tony stopped and looked back. Seeing the huge poster of Martin, she said, "Sisters, think about it. If the Joker encountered such a problem, how would he solve it?" Elsa thought for a while and said, "Achieve the goal at all costs." Tony called all the sisters over, gathered in a circle, and said, "As long as we don't give up, there will always be a day to achieve it. Girls chase stars more crazily than men." Others agreed. "We have made great progress this time, and have attracted Martin's attention." Tony talked about what happened just now. He also asked the security guards not to embarrass us. Aisha smiled and said, "Martin also looked at me. He was obviously looking at me. Yours is not big." It's me. The group was about to quarrel, and Tony quickly said, I have a new idea, which will definitely make Martin remember us firmly. Everyone else looked at Tony eagerly. After Tony unified her thoughts again, she said, next time Martin has a public event, we will not only put on clown makeup, but also wear wedding dresses to express love to Martin together. Maybe he will take a fancy to one of us and date her. These blonde girls are not all beauties, but they are tall and sexy, full of temptation. Tony emphasized, let me make it clear in advance. No matter who is lucky enough to be invited by Martin, after getting those things, they must come out and share them with other sisters. She looked around. Those who betray their sisters will not die well. Others said in unison, yes, those who betray their sisters will not die well. Tony waved her arm. Let's go. Let's find a place to buy wedding dresses, and we must let Martin see how much we love him. At the signing event, Martin came down from the stage and entered the lounge at the back. He shook hands with the senior executives of Cartier one by one. There were no other activities next, so he was ready to leave. After getting in the car, Martin asked Bruce, are those girls okay? It's okay. The security just asked them to leave, not rudely. Bruce said his first impression, they are a little fanatical. If I'm not mistaken, they are the same group of people who robbed garbage last time. Martin remembered and reminded Bruce, don't throw away your condoms casually, be careful not to passively become a father. Bruce asked, is it really that crazy? Martin thought of some concerts in his previous life and said, there are even crazier ones than this. Chapter 465. Get the party started. At Los Angeles International Airport, Elizabeth Olsen came out of the gate and saw a bunch of reporters surrounding people and taking pictures. The person in the photo was tall and straight, holding a bunch of roses in his hands. It was Martin. Throwing the luggage to her twin brother James and the backpack to her two sisters, Elizabeth parted the crowd and ran towards Martin. The reporters had already seen the two pairs of twins from the Olsen family, and immediately some reporters turned their cameras to take pictures. Elizabeth's smile was clean and sweet, and the reporters' mood became better. Their fingers pressing the shutter of the camera became stronger. Martin walked quickly towards Elizabeth, and Elizabeth ran over and hugged him hard regardless of anything. You don't even come to London to see me, she deliberately complained. Martin didn't explain much, first handed the flowers to Elizabeth, and then gave her a deep kiss. When the long kiss ended, Elizabeth didn't say anything, just wanted to accompany Martin home. But Martin couldn't just leave like that, so he went over to say hello to the three Olsen siblings, asked for Elizabeth's luggage, and then got on the Escalade driven by old Bruce. In the car, Elizabeth was very concerned and asked, are the housekeepers, servants, and chefs all ready? Martin said, don't worry, we have everything we need. Elizabeth said again, guess where I went in London this time? Martin thought for a moment and asked, Buckingham Palace? Yes, Buckingham Palace. Elizabeth is very similar to most Americans in some ways, and she seemed very excited. Thanks to my two sisters, I met the Queen and the Crown Prince. Martin said, the Crown Prince of 50 years. Elizabeth said, he looks a bit like Thomas. Martin wondered, how is he like Thomas? Elizabeth said seriously, the forehead. Martin and Bruce, who was driving, both laughed. Back at home in Beverly Hills, Elizabeth first opened her backpack, took out a box from it, and handed it to Bruce. A gift for you. Bruce took it, and my gift? You are much better than Martin. This bastard, well, he never gives me gifts. Martin gave him a middle finger, because you are an ugly man. Elizabeth just smiled. She knew how important old Bruce and Martin were to each other. Back in Burbank High School, one dared to stay and fight to cover the retreat, and the other dared to risk his life to save him. Elizabeth even had a feeling that, if Martin could only choose one between her and Old Bull, Martin would definitely choose Old Bull. Of course, she was not so stupid as to ask such a stupid question. Martin asked, don't I have a gift? Elizabeth jumped up and hung on him. The gift is delivered. Martin carried her into the bedroom on the first floor. Elizabeth then realized that Martin had done so much in secret. She thought for a while and asked, haven't you held a housewarming party yet? Now that Elizabeth has moved in, Martin simply said, how can we hold a housewarming party when the hostess is not at home all the time? Elizabeth smiled even more brightly. I'm back. Why don't you ask your friends to bring their relatives and come to visit us? Martin remembered. Oh, and there are neighbors. Let's take time to visit them and send invitations. Elizabeth quickly got dressed and found the housekeeper that Martin had recently hired to discuss holding a party. In this regard, Hollywood has professional companies. As long as you are willing to spend money, the host only needs to prepare a guest list. In the afternoon, Martin and Elizabeth went to visit their neighbors. One of the houses on the left and right was listed for sale, and people have been looking at it from time to time recently. On the other side lived Oscar-winning actress Charlize Theron. She was out filming when Martin was renovating her house, and she was out filming again before moving in. She just came back recently. Charlize was a little surprised to see Martin and Elizabeth visiting. Please forgive me for coming here indiscreetly, Martin said with a smile. My sister came to visit before you went out for work last time. Charlize accepted the red wine handed over by Elizabeth and said, I remember her, Lily, a beautiful and interesting girl. Elizabeth said, we just officially moved here and are planning to hold a housewarming party this weekend. I want to invite friends and neighbors to attend. Charlize smiled and said, as long as there is nothing special, I will attend. Compared with those American Oscar-winning actresses, her development after winning the Oscar was not smooth. After Monster, she was ambitious to hit the 20 million club, but the first film cut off this road. Charlize Theron also wants to expand her network of contacts. A man came down the stairs, one hand in his pocket and the other hand on the railing, and asked, Sally, are there any guests? Our neighbor, Martin. Charlize introduced Martin again. Stuart Townsend, my fiancé. Martin extended an invitation to him and said goodbye at the right time. Elizabeth followed Martin out of Charlize's house and said, she is an actress I like very much. There was a stage when I thought she was extremely beautiful. I would be satisfied if I could be half as beautiful as her when I grow up. Martin took Elizabeth's hand and said, you are prettier than her now. You are really good at talking. Elizabeth smiled. Charlize has been certified by Hawking. Even in the infinite parallel universe, you can't date Charlize Theron. The two sides were not far apart, and the two walked back home. By the way, someone asked about the other side, and the house there was still not sold. The economic situation in the United States was not good. Hollywood was short of money on a large scale. The number of crews started construction was much less than in previous years, and the luxury housing market in Los Angeles was also sluggish. Martin originally wanted to invite only relatives and friends, but Nicholson suggested that he invite a few more old guys, especially old white men like Warren Beatty. The purpose is simple. The award season has begun. It won't hurt to make some friends with old white men. Martin is straightforward. He not only invited a large number of old white men, but also invited film critics headed by Kenneth Turan and Todd McCarthy. In addition, he went to WMA and sent invitations to Ari Emanuel and Jim Witt. Naturally, Nolan and the Dark Knight crew were also indispensable. Martin even called David Fincher personally. The visitors will definitely give a small gift, and Martin asked Elizabeth to prepare a suitable return gift. Cartier sponsored Martin some small accessories. This is a housewarming party, not a canvassing party, and no one can say anything. As for what to talk about at the party, it is the freedom of the guests. The expenses are a bit scary. In the living room, Elizabeth made a simple budget and said, the wine and drinks cannot be of low quality. Although few people eat a lot at such a party, we still have to prepare a sumptuous buffet, hire a band, decorate the courtyard appropriately, and there are labor costs. She calculated as she spoke, this party cannot be held for less than $300,000. Martin said, I don't know much about preparing parties. Just do it, and I'll sign the bill. Elizabeth looked at Martin, and then at Bruce. You really don't know how to prepare a party? Bruce didn't say anything, thinking that the party that Martin prepared was not suitable for this occasion. He still remembered how Martin impressed Wes Craven with a unique party. Martin was very modest. When I prepare a party, it will only become a simple and rough drinking party. Some old friends are not very good at drinking, and I'm afraid that they will make a fool of themselves when they are drunk. Elizabeth said, in the past, my sisters were the ones who worried about the planning of the party at home. It turned out that the cost was so high. Lily, who came in from outside, happened to hear what they said and made a random suggestion. You can sell invitations to the outside world. I often see some people in the college selling party invitations of famous artists or big stars. Depending on their fame and status, they range from $100 to several $1,000s. She came to Martin, with your level, a party invitation of $5,000 must be very easy to sell. Elizabeth shook her head and covered her face, not understanding what Lily was thinking. She felt that many times, Lily was deliberately provoking Martin. Sure enough, Martin stood up, clenched his fists, and said, "Bear it in, and don't cry out in pain. Hey, can you please be reasonable? I'm giving you some advice." Lily's face was full of grievance. "My idea is not good. You can say it. Don't hit people at every turn." Martin sat down and said, "Although Labor Day has been over for more than a month, I decided to give you a gift as well as the Thanksgiving gift next month. Forget it. I'll give you Christmas and New Year gifts together." Lily was very conscientious and asked, "How many tons of horns?" Martin said directly, "Old boo, all the goods in stock of your import and export company will be given to Lily. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 466, A Good Neighbor, is not last named Wang. It was getting dark, and the lights in the courtyard were turned on. Martin and Elizabeth stood in front of the fountain, welcoming the guests as host and hostess. Leonardo and Nicholson arrived early. Martin's team, including Mean, Chad, Marcus and Brad, also came as scheduled. Luxury cars drove into the north side of Sunset Boulevard. Soon, both sides of the road in front of Martin's house were full of cars. Because it was a gated community, the paparazzi who came to join in the fun could only wait outside the community and couldn't take pictures of anything. Martin welcomed one guest after another. The only thing that surprised him was that Wes Craven also came in person. In the past 2 years, the old man's health has not been very good, and he rarely comes out to have fun. Martin just made a polite invitation. Craven looked around Martin's new home and said, "It's a very beautiful house, and an even more beautiful hostess." Elizabeth smiled sweetly. Martin said, "There will be a very lively party." Craven took a look and said, "I still miss the party where Jason and Freddy appeared together. It's a pity that I'm old and can't play those games anymore." Elizabeth was very curious. Was he talking about Jason versus Freddy? Martin smiled and said, "When we have time, let's go wash our faces together again." Craven waved his hand and said, "I won't go. These activities are not suitable for me." "But Martin, you have to remember one thing. The tradition of our face gang must not be lost." Martin said very seriously, "The tradition of the face gang must not be lost." Craven patted Martin on the shoulder. "Become a superstar as soon as possible." He pointed to the front. "I'm going to talk to old friends." Martin watched him go to the lawn on the left, where Leonardo and Nicholson, who had washed their faces together, as well as Warren Beatty and Robert De Niro, were gathered. Elizabeth whispered, "I can see that you respect director Craven." Martin said, "Without Craven's support, I might not have developed so smoothly." Thomas came over quickly and said, "Ali and Jim Witt are here." These two were the top bosses of WMA. Martin went forward to greet them. After walking a little further, Ali and Jim came over. Martin shook hands with them and motioned Elizabeth to accept the gifts they brought. Ali saw the circle of old white men at a glance and said to Martin, "Jim and I will go talk to them about the Oscars." Martin was not polite either. "There are some things I can't say, and Thomas is not important enough. WMA has not had a supergiant client yet, but Ali saw hope in Martin. Leave it to me." Jim also said to Martin, "Nominated for Best Supporting Actor the year before last and Best Actor last year. You are no longer a pure newcomer and have the qualifications." The two went hand in hand to the place where the old white men gathered. In addition to veteran actors, well-known Los Angeles critics such as Kenneth Turan and Todd McCarthy also gathered in this small circle. Nicholson was enjoying being the commander during this period, and he took the initiative. to bring up the topic of Martin and the Joker. When talking about people with good acting skills, we can't ignore Martin. He played a comic book superhero role so well. He was having fun and was happy, and he didn't mind helping his younger brother to brag. To be honest, the Joker I played was not as good as Martin's. Warren Beatty said, "Old man, you are actually humble sometimes, which is rare." Nicholson took a glass of wine from the waiter and said, "I'm only saying this to you in private. I will never admit it outside." Jack Nicholson has 3 Oscar statuettes, and Martin has 0. The group laughed. Ali interrupted at the right time. Martin is really a man of great research spirit. In Hollywood today, how many young actors are willing to immerse themselves in darkness and loneliness to feel the inner world of the characters? These old white men look down on young actors who become famous easily and then become extremely arrogant, and the character created by Martin just suits their taste. Warren Beatty said, "Indeed, Martin interprets the darkness, madness and perversion of the character vividly." Kenneth Turan, chief film critic of the Los Angeles Times, looks at Martin today with the satisfaction of watching the students he personally guided grow step by step. "This is a very strange feeling, but it can affect people's emotions." He continued, "A selfless performance that goes deep into the bone marrow." Martin has turned such a complex role as the Joker into a role that everyone respects. Leonardo seemed to say casually, "Martin, this bastard, really became a complete bastard after playing the Joker. He has been seeing a psychologist recently and rested for a long time before he really got rid of it." Ali said again, "Many people around me said that they fell in love with the movie because of a villain. Martin played a supporting role, but he stole the limelight from the protagonist." He specifically mentioned the topic. "When was the last time such a classic villain appeared? I remember Anthony Hopkins' Hannibal. The Joker is indeed comparable to Hannibal." Warren Beatty said slowly, "If this was not a comic book adaptation movie, I would even vote for Martin for the best actor." Ali said in a half-joking tone, "A best supporting actor is always okay, right? This is a natural disadvantage of non-realistic themes. If The Dark Knight was not closer to a realistic crime film, these people might not even be interested in discussing it." The discussion here was in full swing. On the other side, Martin was welcoming Charlize Theron and a man whose name he didn't remember. "It's our honor to have you here." Martin, the host, said nothing but nice things tonight. Charlize Theron looked past Martin and saw many directors, actors, and producers. She knew she had come to the right place tonight and smiled and said, "Martin, we are neighbors. Don't be so polite." Martin said, "In my hometown of Atlanta, there is a slang saying that good neighbors are better than family. The premise is that a good neighbor is not named Wang." Charlize laughed and said, "That makes a lot of sense." Stuart Townsend was a little impatient. In fact, the couple, the woman is stronger than the man, and fierce conflicts have broken out many times. It was hard to tell why, but Stuart was a little displeased with Martin. He quietly pulled Charlize and pointed to the far right. "We saw a friend. Let's go over and say hello." Martin smiled and said, "Please go ahead." Elizabeth looked at Charlize's back and envied her. She has a great figure and is a natural clothes rack. Martin acted very calm in front of her. She is just a clothes rack. Charlize Theron is tall, has long legs, broad shoulders and a big frame. She looks very good in the right clothes, but if she takes them off, well, she doesn't look bad either. Martin vaguely remembered that this Oscar-winning actress often took off her clothes in front of the camera. The topic of the FMK was also about the new neighbor. "This person gave me a very bad impression. I will avoid him in the future." In contrast to their wealth and fame, Stuart was very strong in front of Charlize. Charlize said, "He has a good reputation in the circle." Stuart looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he whispered, "I don't think he is a good person. I told you to have less contact with him, so you should have less contact with him." Charlize didn't want to argue in such a place, so she took the initiative to give in. "I know." The last person to come over was David Fincher. He shook hands with Martin and said, "I have been busy with the post-production of Benjamin today and forgot the time." "It doesn't matter." Martin asked, "You haven't had dinner yet?" David Fincher has been busy recently and has a dizzy head. "Actually, I didn't have lunch either." Martin simply took him to the dining area. David Fincher was not polite and filled his stomach first before talking about other things. After eating some barbecue and drinking a glass of wine, he said, Warner Brothers and Paramount Pictures have submitted the film for the competition unit of next year's Cannes Film Festival. Remember to reserve a time slot in mid-May next year, and then we can go experience the romance of France together. Martin deliberately asked, David, it seems that you have experienced the romance of France. David Fincher said, I would like to experience the romance of Isabella Gianni, but I have never had the chance. My former French goddess is also old. Martin asked, I remember that she has remained single after breaking up with Daniel Day-Lewis. David Fincher shook his head repeatedly. If she is single, I will not pursue her. I can only watch the goddess from afar because I will not get married. Marriage is too terrible. Hearing him mention the horror of marriage, Martin suddenly remembered that Gillian Flynn had just written a novel with a beginning and said, by the way, I have a novel here that tells about love and marriage. The theme and background are relatively dark. I think it will be good to adapt it into a movie. Do you want to take a look? David Fincher became interested as soon as he heard it. A dark marriage? Martin said roughly, a couple falls in love and then hurts each other. It's thrilling and full of black humor. David Fincher knew Martin, who was a very serious person at work. Seeing that he had such a high evaluation, he said, it just so happens that you will go to the crew to do post-production dubbing in 2 days. Bring it over to me then. Okay, I'll bring the manuscript over then. The movie Martin had watched in his previous life was the work of David Fincher. Now he has cooperated with David Fincher and the relationship between the two sides is also good. Of course, he would first look for David Fincher. David Fincher heard it. The work is not yet completed. Martin nodded. The original author is a deputy editor-in-chief of Entertainment Weekly. Only part of the novel has been completed. My studio has signed a film and television adaptation agreement with her. It may take about a year for the novel to be completed. David Fincher calculated the time. Benjamin will not be released until a year later, which is about the same time and schedule. Martin ended his brief chat with David Fincher, met up with Elizabeth, and wandered among the guests, showing the enthusiasm of the host. Chapter 467 Revenge is necessary. It was late, and the guests left one after another. Each person who left had a gift from Martin and Elizabeth. The courtyard was still brightly lit, but it was quiet. Thomas stayed until the end and came to Martin and said, Ali's lobbying is effective. Martin nodded. Don't relax on Martha and Rita's public relations team. You should communicate well with them, and I will fully cooperate. They will be able to come up with a specific plan and schedule next Monday. Thomas looked at the time and said, I'm leaving first. Martin said, go back and rest early. When Thomas walked away, Elizabeth whispered, what can I do? Come on for me. Martin leaned close to her ear and said, give me some facial cleanser from time to time to keep my mind clear. Elizabeth was the hostess for a night and was in a very good mood. She said, I see you are a little confused now and you need to wake up. Martin said, who wouldn't be confused with a girlfriend like you? The two returned to the villa together. Two tall and strong men stood on the roof of a small villa near the exit of the North District of Sunset Boulevard. After Victor and the bearded man came from Atlanta, they found out about the community where Martin's new home was located and rented a small villa not far from the community. The bearded man held up a telescope and could vaguely see a long line of cars leaving a brightly lit manor. Relying on the telescope's range-finding function, he measured the distance and said, it's more than 2,500 meters away from here. Victor had already checked the information and said, the house is located in the center of the community, far away from all exits. The community is closed. The house occupies a large area and there are few people. The security management is strict. It is easy to attract attention when a strange face appears nearby. The bearded man said, I also thought that the place where he lives is easy to attack. When the boss comes, he will fire an RPG and completely deal with it. Victor reminded, there's no need to talk about these stupid ideas. The bearded man said, I just want to be simple and direct. A police car flashed its lights and drove over from the road. Victor looked at his watch. The lights of the police car had just disappeared from his sight for only a few minutes, and the lights on the other side of the community were faintly lit up again. The LAPD patrols were very intensive. This is where the rich and famous live, and they pay huge amounts of tax every year, so it's normal for them to enjoy such treatment. The bearded man's focus was not on the same channel as Victor's. He looked at the manor in the distance for a while, then followed the long line of car lights to the security guards hired by the community, calculating how many he could kill in a short period of time once he took action. After estimating for a while, the bearded man simply asked Victor, "How long will it take for us to quietly deal with the security here? Drive in as fast as possible, quickly eliminate the target, and then withdraw." Victor pointed to the road that branched off Sunset Boulevard and said, "It will take about 10 minutes at the latest. There will be a police car passing by the community. As long as we take action, we will soon be discovered. How are we going to withdraw then?" The bearded man's usual approach: take a few security guards hostage. Victor shook his head. "You idiot. Killing both the hostages and the murderer together is not Alpha's patent. By then, we will be blocked in Los Angeles and have our magazines emptied by those American pigs." The bearded man was still following his train of thought and said, "We use fierce firepower." Before he finished speaking, he was slapped on the head by Victor, who said, "Shut up. We are a gang, not the army. This is America, not Russia. How many people do you think we can have? Will a group of Russians gathering together attract attention?" The bearded man spread out his hands. "There is another simple way. We run into him on the street. He is a Hollywood star, and I can catch him by myself. Others are stupid and will shut up. But what about you? Not only are you stupid, but you also like to give advice." Victor is actually very satisfied with his partner. Although he often gives him unreliable ideas, he listens to him and won't act on his own. He said, "This is not a good place to take action. With our strength, we may be wiped out by the LAPD before we even see Martin." The bearded man frowned. "Is the LAPD so powerful?" Victor said, "They are the largest armed organization in the local area." The long dragon of lights on the road gradually dissipated, and he patted the bearded man. "Let's go. It's time to talk to the boss." The two drove out, away from Beverly Hills, found a public phone with no surveillance nearby, and dialed a number. Victor said a few words, hung up the phone quickly, grabbed the bearded man's shoulder and said, "The boss and his friends plan to leave the country today and come to North America separately." The bearded man laughed happily. "It won't be long before we can do something big. Big Ostoblast Russian-Ukrainian border area." After paying a sum of money, the group crossed the border and entered Luhansk. The car rushed along the road and soon drove into a small town. Boris, with a grey beard, got out of the car and entered the only hotel in the town. The middleman who was waiting here came forward and said, "Everything has been arranged." Boris nodded, and several people went upstairs to the room to talk. The middleman didn't say much and took out different passports and plane tickets and put them on the table. Boris took it and looked through it. The plane tickets were scattered, and they flew to Los Angeles from different cities in the next few days. If you gather together, you will definitely be strictly checked, and there may be problems. The middleman considered it very comprehensively. "You can only go separately." Boris stretched out his finger and pointed, and someone immediately came from behind and took out several stacks of cash. The middleman took the money and said, "I can only help you so far. Once you are in the United States, as long as you have money, you will have no problem buying a gun. Watch your mouth." Boris said the first sentence. The middleman nodded and quickly left the room. Boris asked his men to take the passport and plane ticket and said, "Go and prepare." People left one after another, and only one bodyguard was with him. Boris opened the inner pocket of his coat and took out a photo from it. It was a group photo of 3 people. In addition to him, there was a middle-aged man and a young man. This was Boris' son and grandson. His son envied the world's beacon and insisted on going to the United States to develop. As a result, his only grandson died in Burbank Middle School, and his son died in prison. In other words, Boris's lineage has been cut off. Revenge is necessary. Boris stretched out his hand to the bodyguard. "Coca-Cola." The bodyguard took out a bottle of Coke from his bag, the kind in a glass bottle, opened it and handed it over. Boris took it and drank it in big gulps, as if he was drinking the blood of his enemy. After finishing a bottle of Coke, He took out a folded poster from his pocket with his other hand, spread it flat on the table, and smashed it with the Coke bottle. The small poster had already been smashed into mottled colors, but it was still vaguely visible that the person on the poster was Martin Davis. Boris said, "He used this to smash my grandson's head, right?" The bodyguard replied, "Yes. Very good." Boris said sternly, "Try to capture him alive. I'm going to use a Coke bottle to smash his head into pieces." Being targeted by the bastards of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and forced to endure for several years, he couldn't bear it anymore. In Los Angeles, Martin began to get busy, rushing for the Oscar and the rewards from sponsors. Basically, he didn't have to spend his own money. If he succeeded, he would get the little golden man and a total of $6 million in bonuses. There was no reason not to work hard. As soon as November came, the Dark Knight crew held large-scale dinners one after another, and Martin attended every one of them, chatting and laughing with the members of the Academy. A large number of gifts were sent out by the crew. WMA held dozens of free screenings in major cities such as New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco and Chicago, and the audiences were basically film critics, media reporters and entertainment bloggers. Martin attended almost every screening, and in his exchanges with these people, he exaggerated the hard work he put into the role. Everyone who attended was given a handmade Joker statue and a hardcover DVD set of The Dark Knight. Martin once again appeared on the Helen talk show to promote himself vigorously. All the judges of the Academy received the Joker statue and the Dark Knight DVD mailed by WMA and Warner Brothers. Considering that the judges who attended the screening may not have a DVD player at home, the crew was very considerate to lend each person a DVD for watching the film. Because it was borrowed, it did not violate the regulations of the Academy. As for the borrowing time, there is no rush. In terms of lobbying, Martin completely handed it over to Martha and Ritter's professional team. Find a reliable public relations team in this regard, and you don't have to worry about it yourself. Just follow the public relations schedule. Old white men like Nicholson and Warren Beatty, if they want, can have free lunch and dinner every day in high-end restaurants from October until the end of January, and they will receive many gifts. If you want to get nominated and win more awards, you need money. Martin, with various sponsorships, has prepared more than $3 million. This is the cost of a supporting role. Martin vaguely remembers that a Korean film once spent no less than $15 million on public relations in order to impact the Oscars, breaking the record of the award season. Regardless of the quality of the film, such a large amount of money can make a loud noise, even if it is thrown into the water. Martin has been very busy for more than a month. Sometimes he can go to 2 cities a day. Even if he stays in one city, he has to change at least 2 workplaces. If you want to win an award, you have to lose face and do public relations and publicity. Even Daniel Day-Lewis and Meryl Streep, recognized performing artists in and out of the circle, have to do this during the award season, let alone Martin, a young generation. The Academy itself encourages public relations and competition. Just after entering December, after nearly 5 months of screening, The Dark Knight was officially withdrawn from North American theaters, and the North American box office remained at $616 million. This also allowed The Dark Knight to surpass Shrek the Monsters and Star Wars Episode 1, and sit on the 2nd place in the North American box office list. The overseas screening of The Dark Knight is far from over, and the overseas box office is gradually approaching $500 million, and the global box office has reached $1.88 billion. The film was withdrawn from North American theaters, which also means that the DVD will be released soon. Chapter 468 We take action in California. In New York's Times Square, the temperature was a bit low in December, but it couldn't stop the enthusiasm of movie fans. Thousands of people gathered at the entrance of a shopping mall. Today, the DVD of The Dark Knight was officially released. At the edge of the square, there were more than 20 street painters, and they were still busy because there were too many people who wanted to paint Clown McCube. Before long, Times Square was full of clowns. The mall hadn't opened yet, and Martin was still exercising his wrists in the lounge. In addition to Bruce, Thomas was also in the room. The agent was a little excited and kept pressing the calculator on his mobile phone. The Dark Knight was off the shelves in North America, and Martin's share of the salary was clear at a glance. According to the salary contract signed by both parties, Martin's basic salary was $5 million. If the North American box office reached $250 million, he would get 2% of the share. For the part above $250 million, Martin would get 1% of the additional $50 million in box office, 2% of the $100 million, and so on, with a maximum of no more than 6%. Warner Bros. And DC Comics initially expected it to be around $300 million, but the North American box office of The Dark Knight was as high as $616 million. Thomas looked up and said to Martin, "It seems that you can get a total of $26.96 million in profit." Hearing this number, Martin was very moved and asked quickly, "Is it accurate?" Thomas scratched his head and said, "I'm not good at math. I have basically forgotten what I learned back then." He looked at Bruce. "Old Bruce, how about you do the math?" Bruce shook his head quickly. "Wouldn't this make him look bad on the spot?" He said, "Martin is best at this kind of calculation problem." The poor student Martin stood up and said, "The mall is open. I'm going to sign autographs. No matter how you calculate it, the profit must be more than $20 million. Although it will take a long time to get it, Warner will not deny this kind of contract." In front of the mall, a special area was set aside for queuing. The clowns lined up into large rows. Not far from them, a minibus drove over. The heater was turned on in the car, but the dozen girls in thin clothes were still shivering with cold. They trembled physically, but not in their hearts. Tony, the leader, took off her coat, revealing a specially made white wedding dress underneath. She showed off her pretty face and said, "Sisters, it's time for us to go out." Elsa took out a stack of cards and handed them to the corresponding people. Tony reminded loudly, "Be sure to leave the cards to Martin, so that he has a chance to contact us." A girl with a slightly mediocre appearance was worried that Tony, the prettiest girl, would eat alone, so she said, "No matter who gets it, they have to share it together, right?" Tony nodded and said, "Sisters, unite." The others shouted at the same time, "Sisters, unite." Tony said to the driver, "Open the door." The door of the minibus opened, and under the leadership of Tony, a dozen beautiful girls in white wedding dresses walked towards the queue in a menacing manner. Under the leadership of Tony, the girls shouted loudly, "I love Martin. I love Martin." Countless pairs of eyes turned around and watched the girls go to the queue. Driven by the girls' shout, thousands of clowns started to speak out one after another, and soon they all shouted together, "I love Martin. I love Martin." Tony, Elsa and others who had traveled across the entire North American continent, from Los Angeles to New York to chase stars, were particularly satisfied at this moment. They once again became celebrities and once again became the focus. Soon, media reporters came to interview them. Elsa was intoxicated and said to the media camera, "Of course I like Martin. I love Martin. To what extent? I love him so much that I want to marry him." She showed the wedding dress to the reporter. "Is it beautiful?" The quick talking girl suddenly jumped in front of the camera to steal the spotlight. "I love Martin. I want to give birth to a child for him." Suddenly, several people wearing Batman's clothes lined up in the queue. Thousands of clowns stopped looking at the beauties in wedding dresses and their eyes fell on Batman. The Batmen were under great pressure. One of them wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Let's go to other stores to buy it." The others nodded and stayed away from this place of trouble. On one side of the center of the square, the bearded man and Victor were paying attention to the people in line. The former said, "Star chasers are terrible. They are all crazy." Victor listened to the shouts of "I love Martin" and agreed with the bearded man. "Everyone says we are crazy, but how can we be as crazy as these people?" The bearded man asked, "If we kill Martin in front of them, will we be torn to pieces by them?" Victor was uncertain. "I don't know." He lit a cigarette. "I'm only sure of one thing. Celebrities are so fucking busy. This bastard ran all the way from Los Angeles to New York, never stayed in the same city for more than a day, and ran to at least 3 places a day. Is it really fun?" The bearded man's brain suddenly became useful for once. "It must be fun to make tens of millions of dollars a year." Victor scratched his head. The boss is here, and that bastard is so busy with work that he keeps changing cities. It's too difficult for us to make a move. The bearded man's usual style. Just do it. The boss wants to capture Martin alive and blow his head off with a Coke bottle, just like Martin did to the boss's grandson. Victor exhaled a cigarette. We are here for revenge, not to die. Not only do we need to know his whereabouts, but we also need to make a plan in advance so that we can evacuate after we succeed. Martin is running around like this, and we can't do anything. The bearded man shook his head. You think too much. Victor asked, do you want to die in the United States? I don't want to die here. The bearded man was very nostalgic for his hometown. Only the wind and snow in Siberia can bury me. Victor's cell phone rang. He took it out and looked at it and said, boss, he is doing an event in New York. According to the media reports, he will return to California after 2 events today. After a few words, Victor responded, we looked at the public itinerary reported by the media. We didn't follow him specifically, nor did we ask anyone, and we definitely didn't alarm him. These 2 people are liable. Martin is a public figure, and they have been learning about Martin's whereabouts through the media. Victor responded, okay, we will rush back to California and do it in California. His boss's grandson died in California. The other party hung up the phone. Victor put away his phone and poked the bearded man. Let's go buy a plane ticket and go back to the West Coast. In the audiovisual store in the mall, Martin's wrists moved quickly, signing on each DVD. Every time he signed, he would say, thank you for your support. Even if there were fans taking pictures with cameras, Martin didn't care, as long as he didn't use the flash. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the store. Martin also took a look and was a little stunned. What was going on? A dozen girls in wedding dresses came in from outside the door, and they kept waving at Martin. After all, Martin was well informed and was not surprised. He took the DVD from a fan, continued to sign, and smiled and said to him, thank you for your support. The male fan dressed as a clown lowered his voice and said, Martin, they were just outside clamoring to marry you. Martin nodded slightly and smiled. Thank you. You're welcome. The clown left with satisfaction. Soon, Tony came over with a commemorative edition disc. Martin looked at the beautiful girl, took the disc, and thanked her with a smile. Can I take a photo with you? Tony's hands were shaking with excitement. Martin whispered, the organizers don't allow me to take photos. Tony didn't force it, but said, I understand. I understand. Once you agree to take a photo with someone, you will definitely be asked to take photos later. Martin signed quickly and said, long live understanding. Tony felt that Martin was a very good person and explained it to her. The hidden impulse in her heart became stronger. When she took the CD, she stuffed the card in her hand in front of Martin and spoke with a trembling voice, you can call anytime. Tony took the opportunity to turn her head and made a hard gesture. Elsa quickly took the photo. Tony achieved her goal and ran away with her wedding dress. Elsa passed the camera to the back and made a kiss gesture while Martin was signing so that her companions could take pictures. Martin was helpless, but he couldn't stop it. The other party didn't disturb him from signing normally. Then, he received another small card. Before Tony left the store, she heard a companion behind her directly ask, Martin, can I marry you? There was an uproar at the scene. Tony turned around and saw the bitch who talked the fastest. She decided to kick this bitch out of the sisterhood. Although Martin declined all the requests for photos from the wedding dress girls, the people behind him still took photos of him with the wedding dress girls and received more than a dozen cards with names and phone numbers on them. The owners of some of the cards had ulterior motives and wrote their measurements on them. The others followed suit, and some female clowns left Martin with slips of paper that they had pulled out on the spur of the moment, with phone numbers written on them using lip gloss or media. Even some male clowns left cards or notes. Martin watched a male clown run away shyly, and he had the urge to throw away his pen and not sign. But he had good professionalism and ended the book signing without changing his expression. The video store was quiet. Bruce packed up Martin's things and asked, can I keep these notes and cards for you? Martin said, put them away first. Bruce's eyes widened. You are such a person. Martin said casually. Put them in the back and throw them into the shredder. I'm worried that they will be leaked out and someone will use my name to cheat people. Bruce thought about it and realized that this was indeed possible. He said, you have considered it comprehensively. He suddenly changed the subject. But those wedding dress female fans are really beautiful. Don't you consider them? I don't sleep with fans. Martin said confidently at first, but he thought of Blake Lively in the middle, and his momentum weakened. Bruce put away all the cards and notes, and carefully checked the autograph table, to make sure nothing was missed. Martin called him. Let's go. The two came to the office area, met up with Thomas, and borrowed the shredder in the mall to shred all the notes and cards. There was another autograph session in Long Island in the afternoon. After that, Martin returned to Los Angeles. In a few days, he would shoot a Cartier men's watch advertisement. Chapter 469, the beginning of the end. Burbank, Davis Studios. We have contacted all Academy actors in North America. Ritter, head of the PR team, was briefing Martin on the progress of the Oscar PR. Only their votes are counted for the acting awards. I'm 100% sure that you can get an Oscar nomination. Martin nodded slightly. Thomas asked directly, what is the probability of winning? Ritter would not mislead her clients, and told the truth. The highest is no more than 60%. Martin's performance and role are widely recognized, but the inherent defects of the film's subject matter cannot be ignored. Martin said, don't stop lobbying and publicity. After the Academy votes are mailed out, spend a lot of money to buy pages in the New York Times, Los Angeles Times, Vanity Fair and Hollywood Reporter, and continue to publish advertising soft articles. I have already contacted them. Ritter's team has been in close contact with the media. Martin said again, we keep in touch. Ritter left the office. Thomas then said, Cartier has notified us that we will be shooting the ad outside near the old Santa Monica Pier in a few days. He opened his bag and took out a text. This is the script. It's very simple. Martin took it and flipped through it. In fact, there was nothing special. There were only a dozen scenes in total. If everything went well, it could be shot in one day. It would not take more than 2 days at most. Thomas said, Cartier has released information about the shooting to the outside world for publicity. Let's do some advertising first. This kind of thing is very common in commercial endorsements. Martin didn't have any objections and said, tell them that I will be there on time. Thomas said, I will write them back. Martin checked the time and called Bruce. Let's go to Century City Plaza. Warner Brothers will have a disc promotion meeting for The Dark Knight today. Before leaving, Martin took a few newspapers and quickly browsed through them. After getting in the car, on the business and entertainment pages, he saw all the relevant news released by Cartier. The content was similar, saying that he would shoot the latest Cartier men's watch advertisement at the old Santa Monica Pier. Martin understood that this was to inform the media reporters in Los Angeles in advance to come and shoot and report as soon as possible. Cartier men's watches pays $10 million in endorsement fees every year, so it is natural to use it to the fullest. Arriving at Century City Shopping Plaza, Martin joined Nolan and continued to cheer for the sale of the Dark Knight disc. In a fine DVD sales, Bale and Martin each enjoy a 2% share of the gross profit. The North American box office share is a one-time deal, and it will disappear after the movie is off the shelves. Although the share of DVDs is very low, it is a long-term income. As long as DVDs are sold, Martin can continue to earn income. Even in the era of the rise of streaming media and the decline of DVDs more than a decade later, many films' DVDs can still sell 60 to 70 million US dollars in North American sales. Of course, it can't be compared with now. Around 2010, Hollywood belonged to the era of DVDs. Popular films such as Spider-Man 3 and Lord of the Rings 3 had DVD sales that could even match the North American box office. Warner Brothers launched 3 versions of the Dark Knight DVD, which are the regular version at $19.90, the Blu-ray HD version at $29.90, and the Blu-ray commemorative edition at $64.99. In addition to the behind-the-scenes disc, the latter also allows buyers to choose any one of the Joker, Batman, and Batmobile models. When the first week's sales statistics were released, the Joker model accounted for nearly 70% of the sales. After The Dark Knight broke a series of North American box office records, the DVD went on sale and created a series of new North American film market records. On the first day of the disc's release, the two Blu-ray versions sold more than 800,000 copies. Including the regular DVD set, The Dark Knight broke the record of Pirates of the Caribbean 2, and the DVD sold $66.45 million in sales on the first day of its release. This does not include rentals. In the first week of its release, The Dark Knight's discs sold $155 million in North America alone, also setting a North American record. This is an era when DVDs create sales myths. In the era that Martin experienced in his previous life, the sales of the Blu-ray disc of Avatar in 4 days exceeded the accumulated sales of The Dark Knight in more than a year and a half. On the first day of the DVD release of Avatar in North America, more than 3.2 million copies of various versions were sold. Martin certainly remembered James Cameron's blockbuster. Before the Avatar crew publicly recruited actors, Thomas contacted them, but James Cameron directly rejected Martin. James Cameron never considered using first-line stars and wanted to invest all the expenses into special effects production as much as possible. There is no need to think about bringing funds into the group. Major film production companies are vying to share the investment share of Avatar, and it is not the turn of a star's studio. Without strong enough strength, James Cameron's project cannot be qualified for investment, even if there is money. The next day, Martin turned down another public event of The Dark Knight and went to Paramount Studios. The crew of Benjamin needed to record several scenes and perform motion capture again. After a busy day, the work was successfully completed, and Martin found David Fincher. The two went to the rest area of the studio together. Martin handed David Fincher the manuscript of Gone Girl. This is the novel about love and marriage that I told you about last time. I was going to bring it to you last time, but the author Gillian informed me that another part of the content was about to be completed, so I waited for her for a while. I'll take a look first. You can do whatever you want. David Fincher flipped through the manuscript and ignored Martin, reading it carefully. In just a few minutes, he was immersed in the plot of the novel. The suspenseful and neurotic plot, the very dark theme, really sweeted David Fincher's appetite. Among the first-line directors in Hollywood, David Fincher's style is undoubtedly the darkest. Martin asked for a cup of tea and waited patiently. After a long time, when he saw the heroine appear in the middle, David Fincher couldn't help laughing. Exactly the same reaction as Martin when he saw this part. After laughing for a while, David Fincher said, "This novel is so interesting. It is dark and suspenseful with black humor." Martin put down his teacup and said, "Did you see the heroine officially appear?" David Fincher nodded slightly. "Yes, the heroine has appeared. This novel is a masterpiece." He knew why Martin brought it here and said directly, "Can you wait for me for a while? After I finish all the post-production of Benjamin, I can concentrate on thinking about how to adapt it and whether it is suitable for me to direct it." Martin did not hesitate at all. "No problem, David, I can wait for you for a year. It may take more than a year to complete the novel and publish it for sale." He has plenty of time to wait for David Fincher. David Fincher was very particular. He returned the manuscript to Martin and said, "I will call you when I'm free." Martin nodded. "Okay." At the Santa Monica Commercial Plaza, on the temporary stage built by the Dark Knight crew, Bale and Nolan were answering questions from fans. A large number of fans gathered around, and Boris, who had shaved his beard, was not conspicuous at all. He sat on the bench and waited for the whole afternoon, but the target person did not show up. Victor came over from the sidewalk, sat next to him, and said, "Boss, he shouldn't come." Boris asked, "What's going on?" Victor whispered, "Just now I asked the bearded man to dress up as a clown and ask the entertainment reporter." Martin Davis temporarily cancelled the event. Boris stood up and said, "Notify everyone and withdraw." The arrangement and planning took so long. Even the retreat was planned, but the person didn't come. Back in the car, the bearded man was very angry and said, "These Hollywood stars have no professional ethics at all. They are lazy at every turn. They are a bunch of bastards with bright appearances." Boris glanced over, and the bearded man quickly shut up. Victor drove back to a detached house he rented in Santa Monica. Not long after, 2 other cars stopped near the back door of the house, and the bodyguards and 5 people quietly slipped into the house. Several people carried bags with long guns on their backs, and Boris asked them to keep them. The blonde man said, "Boss, these American guns are not very handy. It would be best if we could get a few X series." Boris said, "This is America, not Russia. You can use whatever guns you can get." Victor said, "The R series is also very easy to use. You will get familiar with it later." The Russian underground forces in Los Angeles have been targeted by the LAPD since the Burbank Middle School incident. Boris and Victor could not find their own people, so they could only rely on the introduction of middlemen to buy guns from the black market, but the black market merchants were only willing to sell them the high-priced R series. When playing away, many things can only be adapted. For example, there were originally more than a dozen people coming here, but 6 of them were blocked outside the customs because of bad records and had to return the same way. We can't wait any longer. The closer they got, the more Boris wanted to get rid of his enemy. It must be resolved as soon as possible. I don't want to stay in this damn country for even a day longer. Victor had been flipping through the newspaper and said, "Boss, in 2 days, Martin Davis will be at the Santa Monica Pier to shoot a men's watch advertisement for Cartier. Are you sure?" Boris asked. "It won't be like today." Victor said, "The news announced by Cartier has been confirmed by Martin Davis' agent. It can't be wrong." The bearded man took a map from the side, spread it on the table, and pointed to the seaside. "The old pier is here." Boris took a look and asked Victor, "Can we retreat from the sea to the safe house?" Victor said, "I'll go over and take a look. It shouldn't be difficult to prepare the speedboat and car in advance." Boris took the glass bottle of Coke, opened it and took a big sip, and said, "Priority is to capture him alive. He can be injured, but not killed. I'm going to use these glass bottles to smash his head one by one." Chapter 470 ULA. Before 9 in the morning, the bright sunshine covered the entire Santa Monica Pier. As the temperature rose sharply, a mobile car selling iced soda drove over. Bottled and canned Coca-Cola was placed in a glass freezer, attracting tourists and clowns wandering nearby. One after another, a large number of reporters with cameras and video cameras also appeared in the old pier area. Because the media had long published the news that Martin was going to shoot Cartier men's watches here, many entertainment reporters and paparazzi rushed over. Originally, this was a tourist area, and there were usually some tourists. Today, an advertising crew and a large number of fans came, which attracted a lot of mobile vendors. Hudgens, the director of the advertising crew, put down the viewfinder and said, "Good weather, good for shooting." The only trouble was that there were too many reporters and paparazzi, and Martin's appeal was too strong. He told his assistant, "Take someone to communicate with the media, and tell them that I will give them enough time to take pictures and cooperate with the work." The assistant immediately called a few people over. Blanco, the executive of Cartier men's watches, went into Martin's Macute trailer to chat for a few words, and soon left. Because Nicholson and Leonardo came, Martin was wearing casual clothes and asked, "What are you doing here?" Nicholson put on a sly smile and said, "I heard that Cartier will give you some men's watches, so that you can give them to your relatives and friends. We are here to get a bargain." Leonardo said, "Jack and I don't have watch sponsorship, so we want to get some free watches." In fact, Cartier has already communicated with Thomas, and Martin agreed immediately. "No problem. 2 watches each, 1 on each hand. You have to wear them." Leonardo pointed at Martin and said, "You bastard, you want to make us look bad, right?" Martin laughed. "If you coordinate your left and right hands like this, maybe you can run 100 meters in 20 seconds. Leonardo wanted to hit someone. In the parking lot high on the pier, the bearded man and another person had just made up as clowns. The two changed into red t-shirts and dressed up as members of the Coca-Cola cult. In the Ford van with rear doors, Victor and the driver each took out an R semi-automatic from a long bag, disguised as a tennis bag, carefully checked the magazine and other parts, put them on the side of the door, and then took out their pistols and checked them one by one. The bearded man muttered, "I can do it alone, why bother?" Victor was serious. "Don't talk nonsense, just follow my instructions." The bearded man closed his fist, opened it, and closed it again, feeling full of strength in his body. Martin Davis is very powerful on the screen, and the media also hypes him up, but Hollywood stars are best at acting. How strong can their real fighting ability be? The bearded man has seen the video of Burbank Middle School. In his eyes, the so-called Coke god of war is no different from the British football hooligans. Bullying middle school students is fine, but when you meet a gang professional like him, haha. Victor patted the blonde man who was also tall and strong, and said, "I'll say it one last time. You and the bearded man are responsible for the action. Remember, you are only allowed to injure people, not kill them. The boss wants them alive." The bearded man always obeyed Victor's words and replied, "Don't worry, leave it to us." Victor said to the driver again, "Open the back door, you are responsible for responding in the car." The driver nodded, "I will be on remote alert." Victor put the pistol into the gun bag under his armpit and said, "Martin is accompanied by a manager named Bruce, who is actually his bodyguard. He is also involved in Burbank Middle School. When you take action against Martin, I will be responsible for getting rid of him." The other three said they understood. Victor dialed a phone. "Boss, we are ready." On the other side, Boris, carrying a travel bag, stood by the guardrail of the dock and said, "The crew is setting up the isolation belt. Let's start." Victor hung up the phone and ordered, "Let's go." The driver started the car and sped out. The bearded man got excited and shouted, "Hurrah! Hurrah!" The car turned onto the road leading to the dock area. On one side was the tourist area of the dock, and on the other side was a mountain wall similar to a winding mountain road. The driver slowed down. Victor kept his eyes on the trailer and the distance ahead, and then saw 4 people getting off the trailer, 3 young and 1 old. The one walking in the front was the target, Martin Davis. Victor ordered, "Go over." The driver stepped on the accelerator lightly, and the Ford van passed by several mobile vehicles on the roadside like a cargo transport vehicle, driving slowly. The car gradually approached the yellow isolation belt set up by the crew. Most of the fans and reporters were in the tourist area a few dozen meters away. The driver stopped the car, and Victor opened the door. "Let's start." The bearded man and the blonde opened the back door, and got out from the back. Immediately, a crew member noticed, and came over to shout, "You can't park here, drive away." Victor greeted him with a smile, "We are Martin's fans. We finally met him. We want to get his autograph and leave immediately." "No, we can't park here." The staff saw the bearded and blonde man dressed as clowns and thought they were Martin's fanatical fans. There were quite a lot of people dressed like this near the pier today. The bearded man saw that Martin had walked not far away, and was about to turn onto the road leading to the tourist area, to sign autographs for fans, and accept photos from the media. He couldn't help but speed up and said, "We'll sign autographs, and then go on." The staff came to stop him, but the bearded man suddenly exerted force, rushed forward 2 steps, bumped into the staff, and ran forward. The blonde followed from behind, but his speed was a little slower and he lagged behind by a few meters. Victor hurriedly chased after him, with one hand ready to reach into his clothes at any time. Martin was adjusting his smile to face the cameras of fans and media reporters. Many reporters had already turned their cameras and video cameras to the side to shoot in advance. The movement on the other side attracted Martin's attention. When he turned his head to look over there, he saw 2 clowns running towards him one after the other, followed by a middle-aged white man, and the crew members behind them struggling to get up from the ground. This aroused his vigilance. Crazy fans are often scary. The bearded clown in front shouted, "Martin, wait, can you sign for us?" Martin subconsciously stopped. Behind him, Bruce took 2 quick steps, and passed Nicholson and Leonardo. As before, he held the gun on his waist just in case. The 2 sides were only more than 20 meters apart. The bearded man approached Martin in a blink of an eye. The pen and poster in his hand fell to the ground with a snap, revealing a short-bladed dagger sandwiched between them. If the boss wants to live, the bearded man must first make him disabled and control him. Martin saw the dagger at a glance and shouted, "Old Bruce." Just as he shouted, the dagger in the bearded man's hand had already stabbed him. The bearded man was confident that this stab would not kill Martin, but would also make him lose the ability to resist. But the next moment, the bearded man's right hand was grabbed by someone, like an iron hoop, unable to move forward. Before the bearded man could make the next move, Martin's special skills, that he had practiced hard for the past year, had already been activated. He kicked out with his right foot, so fast that the bearded man's leg just moved to block, and it hit the middle of his legs. It seemed that there was a sound of eggs breaking. The bearded man let out a shocking scream, and the dagger in his hand could no longer be held, and it fell to the stone road with a clang. Only men know the pain of men. The bearded man's nose and tears flowed, and he was dizzy and about to fall to the ground. But Martin's second attack had already been launched. He suddenly punched out with his right fist, hitting the bearded man's throat. The bearded man's scream stopped abruptly, and even breathing was extremely difficult. Martin's left fist then banged and landed on the bearded man's eyes and nose. The high nose bridge snapped off, and a crystal-like liquid flew out of one of the bearded man's eyes. In just a few breaths, Martin used the three most practiced and familiar combos: kick the crotch, lock the throat, and hit the eyes. As the bearded man fell to the ground, Martin kicked his feet on the ground and rushed to the blonde man who had just taken out handcuffs to cooperate with the bearded man. The strong man collided with the strong man and fell to the ground together. Martin was desperate and shameless. He opened his mouth and bit the blonde's neck, dug his fingers into the blonde's eyes, and pushed his knees up hard. When risking his life, who cares about beauty? Martin's reaction was faster and stronger than the blonde. The blonde was attacked from both sides by him and couldn't resist for a while. Almost at the same time, Victor's hand quickly took out the gun from his coat. But Bruce was faster and fired first. Bang, bang, continuous gunshots rang out and spread far away. Victor subconsciously lowered his head and saw blood gushing out of his chest and abdomen. All the strength in his body disappeared, and he fell to the ground with a plop. Nicholson and Leonardo were stunned, not understanding what was going on. Martin's fans thought they were being filmed, and they all held their breath, fearing that they would disturb Martin. The media reporters also thought so for a while, and subconsciously did not make any moves. But many of them were old paparazzi and entertainment reporters. The professional habits and muscle memory they had developed over the years allowed them to control the cameras and video cameras in their hands and faithfully record everything that happened with the lens. After Bruce fired the gun, he did not stop at all, and the muzzle immediately turned to the car, where the three people got out. At the rear door of the Ford van, the driver saw the situation change and hurriedly went to get the rifle standing on the side. Just as he raised the gun, he had no time to aim and heard another gunshot. Bang, bang. The driver felt that he had no strength in his body, and his body tilted to the side and fell on the side of the car. At the same time, the blonde screamed with swear words. One of his eyes was dug into by Martin's fingers, and his lower abdomen was hit repeatedly. The pain was so severe that he almost forgot who he was. Martin heard Bruce firing the gun and the swear words the blonde cursed. He did not hold back at all, broke free from the blonde's arm, grabbed his long hair, and lifted his head. The blonde was also a ruthless person, and said in awkward English, "You're dead." Martin pressed the blonde's head and slammed it hard against the road. With a dull bang, blood splattered from the blonde's head. Martin shouted, "Old Bruce, it's the Russians." He didn't understand the dirty words the blonde cursed, but he could hear that it was Russian. Bruce shouted, "Find cover first." Martin picked up the pistol dropped by another person and didn't forget the two old friends, Leo, Jack. "Hide quickly, quick." He heard from the blonde's mouth that the other party's target was most likely himself, and reminded, run back quickly, stay away from me. I wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn festival and a happy family reunion. I'm going back to my hometown today. There may be a lot of things to do after I go back. Please forgive me for the delayed updates in the next few days. Chapter 471. Life and Death. What's that noise? Hearing the first few gunshots, Blanco, the person in charge of Cartier men's watches here, didn't care and asked the assistant in the car, "I remember there is no gunfight in the script, right?" The assistant shook his head. "This is a commercial. How could there be a gunfight?" Then the gunshots rang again. Blanco felt that something was wrong. He opened the car door and asked loudly, "Where did the shooting start? Where did the shooting start?" Just opposite him, a man with a tattoo on his neck like a bear opened a long briefcase and took out a black rifle. The most common rifle in the United States. Blanco is a Frenchman. Without any hesitation, he instantly used his ancestral skills, took out the white handkerchief in his pocket, and ran to the back of the car while waving it. The tattooed man didn't care about Blanco at all. He picked up the gun and held the earphone in his ear and ran. The roar of the boss Victor came from the earphone. The first plan failed. Now implement the second plan. The first plan was to capture alive, and the second plan was naturally to kill on the spot. Boris promised the four of them privately that if the first plan failed, he would give them another $3 million if they could kill Martin Davis. This money was enough for them to risk their lives. The tattooed man hid beside the billboard of the bus stop where the crowd was dispersing. Leo, Jack. Martin held the gun in both hands, crouched down, and shouted at the same time, "Go back, hide, hide quickly, their target is me, stay away from me, stay away." Bruce ignored the two guys and pulled Martin to the Ford car. The car was the nearest shelter. No one knew if there were any Russians around. Nicholson was well informed and had reacted. He knew that he and Leonardo would only be a burden if they followed Martin, so he turned around and ran to the trailer. Leonardo hurriedly followed. The tough guy who ran 11 seconds for 100 meters was not a boast. He surpassed Nicholson after running only 5 or 6 meters. But he did not abandon his old friend, just like Martin asked them to leave quickly when they were in danger. Leonardo reached out and grabbed Nicholson's hand, dragging him forward. The two held hands and wandered around the world. Gunshots rang out again without warning. Bang, bang, bang. The leaves in the roadside greenbelt flew, and branches broke one by one amid the sound of automatic rifle shooting. The gunman didn't care about Leonardo and Nicholson at all, and his target was Martin. Martin flew into the side of the car and hid behind the tire. Bruce reached into the car, took out the air rifle, and threw it to Martin, shouting, "Go to the front of the car, just like you do in your daily training." As soon as the voice fell, the front windshield of the Ford car was completely shattered amid the sound of gunshots, and there were more than a dozen bullet holes on the front hood of the car. Martin put away the pistol, picked up the rifle, caught a magazine thrown by old Bruce, and put it in his trouser pocket, shouting, "Old Bruce, it's the fucking Russians. They are here to retaliate against us." Bruce opened the car door, found the R again, raised the gun to the front, and fired several shots in succession. He said, "Asshole, don't die. I don't want to attend your funeral." Martin nodded. "Keep alive. We must fucking stay alive. Either you die or I live." Leonardo's 100-meter time of 11 seconds is not exaggerated. In just a short while, he dragged Nicholson to the trailer. Nicholson felt his blood pressure soaring, and his heart was about to jump out of his mouth, but he didn't take a breath. He took out his cell phone and dialed 911, shouting, "Old Santa Monica Pier, we are being attacked by armed gangsters. Did you hear the gunshots? I'm Jack Nicholson, and here are Martin Davis and Leonardo, the one from the Titanic, and a bunch of billionaires." He didn't finish the call because he couldn't breathe and sat down on the ground. Leonardo exercises regularly and has good physical strength. He also took out his cell phone and made a call, but he did not call 911, but the deputy director he was familiar with. "Martin and I were attacked by a dozen gunmen at the old Santa Monica Pier." Nicholson took a breath at this time, looked around, and found that the small building of the pier management office was relatively high. He pulled Leonardo and said, "Go up there, hurry up, it's high there, and you can see clearly." The two ran there again. Screams came one after another from the other side, and the slowest tourists, fans, and reporters all reacted. This was not a filming at all, but a gunfight. There were too many people and too chaotic, and those Russians were mixed in, and it was impossible to distinguish them. It would be very troublesome to launch a sudden attack. Martin couldn't raise his gun and shoot all these people, so he could only shout, "Go, go, don't stay here." At this moment, his acting skills were still there. "Their target is me, go. It's dangerous to stay here, go." The crowd dispersed, and the fans listened to Martin's words. As Americans, they didn't panic when they encountered a shooting. They would find a safe place to hide first. Some reporters ran away, but some didn't. There were even a few reporters who carried their cameras and wanted to run towards Martin, but the sound of gunfire made them lie on the ground again. These people thought of a reporter named Helen at this moment. A small reporter from one TV station who was on the run became famous because she took pictures of the Burbank Middle School incident and Martin. Not only did she win the Pulitzer Prize, but she also had her own popular show, The Helen Show, becoming a figure comparable to Ellen DeGeneres. Aunt Futures and Destiny all fought for with life. They lay on the ground, but the cameras were raised desperately. Some reporters went to shoot the Ford van, and some went to shoot the other side of the car, trying to take pictures of the armed robbers. Several other reporters with quick minds hurriedly went around to get to a position where they could shoot behind the car and take pictures of Martin. Not far from them, Boris's bodyguards were mixed in with some tourists. When the gunshots rang out and Martin yelled, the tourists all ran away, leaving him alone standing near the isolation belt. Because he was mixed in with the tourists and prepared to launch a surprise attack, the bodyguard did not bring a long gun. He looked over to the car and saw Martin's moving figure and immediately took out his pistol. Almost at the same time, Martin also found this lonely tourist, and the butt of the R was against his shoulder. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, and bullets were fired from the bodyguard's pistol and Martin's rifle. The pistol bullets hit the car near Martin, which was nearly 30 meters away on both sides. Martin fired 5 consecutive rifle bullets that hit the chest and abdomen of the person on the opposite side, and none of them missed. At such a distance, and with the power of the rifle, the bodyguard had no chance of surviving, and fell to the ground. After Martin finished shooting, he quickly hid behind the car engine, and huddled against the tire. Amid the dense gunfire, at least a dozen bullets hit the front of the car and the ground, where he had just been. The bullets flew everywhere. Martin was lucky that no bullets hit him, but the gunfire also scared away passers-by, and the 4 gunmen appeared. One of them shouted in a very awkward English accent, "Martin Davis, we will fight to the death today." Martin did not speak stupidly, but quietly extended the muzzle of the gun, pointed it in the direction of the sound, and pulled the trigger. After several consecutive gunshots, the sound from the opposite side stopped. Then, more dense gunfire sounded, and Martin shrank back again. He found that a few reporters came to the parallel place dozens of meters away. They set up cameras and aimed them at this side to shoot. Martin made a few gestures over there, wanting to ask about the situation of the gangsters. These people may not understand, or they may not care, just focusing on shooting and not paying any attention to him. Leonardo and Nicholson climbed to the roof of the second floor of the small building of the dock management office, and the dock tourist area was in full view. 4 men in black were approaching the Ford car in a 2x2 cross-covering manner. Once they approached, Martin and Bruce would inevitably be attacked from the front and back. Nicholson knew the situation was urgent, and he said to Leonardo, "I want to remind Martin, stay away and don't show your head." After that, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Martin, be careful, they are attacking in a cross-covering manner. There is a man on your left and right, and the distance is less than 50 meters. Nicholson is an acting talent. In his decades of acting career, he has learned a lot of strange things for acting, and he knows a little bit of tactical terms. He saw 4 armed robbers, and shouted with all his might, 'There is one at each of your 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock positions, and the closest one is only 40 meters away.'" Leonardo cursed, "LAPD bastards, why haven't they come yet?" In the distance, Boris didn't speak English fluently, but he could understand. He heard someone reminding Martin and yelling in Russian, "Kirilenko, Sergei, cover. Nicholas, follow me." If he missed this opportunity, he might never have the chance to avenge his son and grandson. Boris, who was over 60 years old, was ruthless this time. 2 R's fired bang bang bang, suppressing Martin and Bruce. Boris and Nicholas detoured from both sides, like the sides of a crab claw, ready to clamp the enemy to death. Martin heard the reminder from above and guessed the approximate direction. He knew that if this continued, they might face a more difficult situation before the LAPD came. Or they would be finished before the LAPD came. Martin shouted, "Old Bruce, cover me." Bruce lay on the ground, stretched out his hand slightly, aimed at the direction of the gunshot, and pulled the trigger of the R. Hot brass shells jumped out one by one. Martin had faced similar situations at Burbank High School. He knew that, if he wanted to survive, He could not rely on the LAPD, but could only fight hard. He took advantage of the bunker in front of him, and while the gunshots from the opposite side were slightly suppressed by old Bruce, he rushed out with his waist crouched and jumped behind the concrete base of the billboard, just like practicing for the filming of John Wick. After changing his position, Martin saw the target. He raised the rifle in his hand, just like he had been training for more than 5 years. The Croshers instantly locked on a gunman and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Sergei, who was attracted by Bruce's attention, was hiding behind the bus platform and shooting to cover Boris. The bullets were fired from the side and front, hitting the platform billboard, the metal pillar, and Sergei hiding behind the billboard. Martin emptied the magazine in one breath, and 4 of the dozen bullets hit. Sergei fell to the ground without making a sound. Martin ran out again as nimbly as a monkey and hid behind the front of a mobile vendor's car. A strange cry came from the other side. Amid the dense gunfire, Martin only felt the mobile cart shaking violently. I don't know how many bullets hit the 2 carts, and a piece of hamburger flew out and hit Martin's head. Chapter 472. I need to be seriously injured. After slapping off the hamburger crumbs, Martin changed the magazine as quickly as possible and made an okay gesture to Bruce behind the Ford. At this time, Nicholson's heart-wrenching shout came from the small building of the dock management office. 3 o'clock position. 3 o'clock position. With the help of his companions, Nicholas, who was rushing forward, heard the shout, but he didn't understand English and was still running fast. Because Martin was pressed down by Boris and couldn't raise his head. But Martin fell down and lay on the ground, just like Jonathan did in the filming. Sure enough, he saw 2 big feet. Martin aimed and shot, and the big feet burst into blood. A man fell to the ground with a scream. It was a middle-aged bearded man who held the gun tightly in his hand after being injured. Martin had done many similar trainings before filming John Wick. He didn't even need to use his brain to think. It was purely muscle memory. The muzzle moved slightly, and his fingers tightened automatically. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots. Nicholas's head exploded like a watermelon. Martin quickly shrank back. Boris lowered the muzzle of his gun and fired repeatedly at the bottom of the mobile vehicle. But he was over 60 years old, and he was not as sci-fi as Stallone in The Expendables, who could fight better as he got older. His physical functions and reaction speed were slower than those of young people. Moreover, today they were using R, which was not very convenient, not the AC they were used to. Martin shrank back and hid behind the wheel at the engine position. He didn't know how many bullets fell near the bottom of the car and hit the stone road surface. For a while, ricochets flew everywhere, and some ricochets fell on the chassis of the car, even forming a second refraction. Suddenly, Martin's left leg was hit by something on the outside, and there was a sound of shattering. He smelled the burnt smell of rubber produced by high temperature in his nose. His leg then hurt, and he quickly touched it, and took out an Nokia 1100 from his left trouser pocket. This was the one Nicholson gave to Martin for secret communication. Martin couldn't tell whether he was lucky or unlucky. A bullet that may have refracted multiple times flew past the front tire and hit the outside of his left leg, hitting the Nokia phone. The bullet didn't have enough power to completely penetrate the phone and got stuck inside. The bullet head was exposed and also injured Martin's leg. The injury was not serious, just an ordinary skin injury, which was completely tolerable. The gunfire from the opposite side stopped for a while, and Martin turned to the front of the car, raised his gun, and fired repeatedly. Boris hid behind another mobile car selling iced drinks. Another gunman hiding behind the decorative rocks on the roadside was also suppressed by Bruce. Now it became 2v2. Martin's rifle had only this one magazine left, and he rushed out from the back of the car without hesitation. Just now, he saw clearly that the Russian guy on the opposite side was an old guy. Martin quickly changed his position, hid behind a thick lamppost, and fired repeatedly, and fired a few shots at the bottom of the mobile car in the middle to prevent the people on the opposite side from imitating him and shooting from under the car. Boris was about to shoot from under the car when a ricochet bullet hit the chassis of the car. He quickly shrank back. The gunfire was sparse, and his men died one by one. Boris gritted his teeth. These were all elite fighters in his gang. They were dead, but the enemies on the other side were still alive and kicking. Boris was crazy. He flashed out from the front of the cold drink truck and fired with his R. After firing more than a dozen shots in a row, he did not find Martin's figure. He didn't know where the other party was hiding. In the dense green belt nearby, Martin threw away the R rifle with no bullets and took out the pistol he picked up, an old M1911. When he heard the gunfire stop for a while, Martin immediately stood up and fired at the cold drink truck with both hands. However, the distance was only more than 10 meters, and the range of the M1911 was enough. Boris was old, but experienced. The moment the bullets were empty, he shrank back, and the pistol bullets hit the front of the car near him one after another. A ricochet bullet grazed his arm, and Boris couldn't bear the pain, and dropped his gun to the side. Martin had already rushed over there while firing, stepped on the front of the cold drink truck with his big foot, and jumped up. He threw the M1911 with no bullets like a throwing knife. This was a trick Jonathan often used when filming John Wick. Martin had practiced it before, and the heavy pistol hit Boris's head with a bang. The huge force made Boris fall backwards and sit in the plastic basket with bottles of Coke beside the car. He reacted quickly and picked up a glass bottle of Coke and threw it at Martin. Throwing things seems easy, but it's a bit difficult to throw them while sitting in such an awkward position. Martin jumped off the front of the car, dodged, and picked up the glass bottle of Coke on the window of the cold drink truck. Boris also stood up, holding a glass bottle of Coke in his hand. At the same time, several desperate reporters were running towards them. Everyone realized that a super big news was happening. Perhaps this piece of news could change their fate. Many tourists and movie fans did not run far away, but went to a high place to see what happened. They saw how Martin fought back, and how he killed the gunmen one by one under extremely unfavorable circumstances. They saw two people holding glass bottles of Coke in a confrontation. Some people couldn't help but have an idea in their minds. Is this gangster who came out of nowhere going to challenge Martin, the god of Coke, in the way he is best at? There were also people hiding on the beach. When they heard the gunshots stop, they all popped up to watch the excitement. Following the reporters' cameras, they found Martin and Boris. LAPD, these pigs, I must complain to them. On the roof of the small building of the management office, Leonardo was so anxious that he kept cursing and praying to God, whom he never believed in. May God bless Martin. Nicholson's heart-wrenching shouting just now tore his vocal cords. At this moment, he had difficulty speaking. He stood on the roof and looked at the cold drink truck. The car body blocked the back, so he couldn't see Martin or the gangster who fired the gun. In the distance, the sound of police sirens could be heard faintly, and the LAPD patrol car was driving towards this side frantically. But Martin and Boris, who were behind the cold drink truck, couldn't hear the sirens at all. At this moment, they only had eyes for each other. Either you die or I live. Boris felt a little regretful. Martin's fighting ability was unbelievably strong. His shooting skills were better than those of professional gangsters like them. If he had known earlier, he should have shot him from a distance. Why bother to capture him alive? But now there was no other way to go. He said sternly, "Go to hell, bastard." Martin didn't mean to talk at all. When he picked up the bottle of Coke, he had already bullied him. Boris swung the Coke and smashed it on Martin's head. Martin's arms were tense, and he rushed forward. The Coke bottle hit his strong arm, and was forcibly swung away. He swung the Coke in his other hand and smashed it on Boris' head. Boris also reached out to block it, but one of them was in his 20s, and at the peak of his physical strength, while the other was in his 60s. With a snap, Boris's upper arm was broken, and he screamed in pain. When you fight desperately, there are no tricks, just risk your life. Martin's left hand was also in pain, but he gritted his teeth and injured it. After he succeeded in one strike, he never gave his opponent any time to breathe. Martin still used the old routine, kicking Boris in the lower abdomen with a flying kick, and then quickly swung the Coke bottle in his right hand and smashed it on Boris's head with a bang. Glass shards flew everywhere, and blood immediately flowed out. Boris was hit and stepped back 2 steps to the side, and sat on the ground. After killing these armed bandits in a row, his arms and legs were still in pain. Martin had already been aroused by his ferocity, and had no intention of holding back. He stepped forward, and kicked Boris in the face. Boris fell to the ground with a plop, and 5 or 6 big teeth flew out of his mouth. But the ferocious old Russian was still angry, and said in awkward English, "Come on, bastard, I will never let you go." Martin didn't want to let him go at all. He bent down to pick up the bottle of Coke in the glass frame, and threw it out. The total distance was 2 or 3 meters, and the head was a big target. How could he miss? With a dull bang, the Coke bottle hit Boris's head. Martin picked up again, threw again, and threw again. Bottle after bottle of glass Coke was thrown out, and hit Boris's head. The reporters around were getting closer and closer, because the gunshots had completely stopped. Bruce shot and killed the last armed gangster. The sirens were getting closer and closer, and the patrol car had arrived at the dock area. Martin threw out the last bottle of Coke, saw Bruce making an okay gesture not far away, nodded slightly to him, and finally took a step back, and sat on the stone steps. Boris, who was diagonally opposite, stopped all the cruel words in his mouth, and only his body kept twitching. The most courageous reporter was only a dozen meters away from Martin. He controlled the camera, filmed the scene, looked at Martin slightly, and reminded him, "Martin, you are injured." Martin smiled at him. "I won't die." At this time, this drama queen still did not forget to build his character and asked, "My fans, and you, are you okay?" The reporter said, "Except for the armed gangsters, no one else died." "Very good, very good." Martin's body shook, swayed a few times, and fell on the steps. In the distance, a fan wearing a red t-shirt ran towards this side and shouted, "Call an ambulance, call an ambulance. Martin is injured." These words were transmitted to Martin's ears without missing a word. He was just tired, and his injury was not serious, but at this moment, the injury should be more serious. This is an acting opportunity that he fought for his life. It would be a pity to give it up. Almost crazy sirens sounded, and a large number of police cars rushed over. In such a serious shooting, not only LAPD, but also FBI vehicles came. "Quick, over here." Martin was shot and seriously injured. Martin's fans at the scene shouted loudly, even crying, "Hurry up and send him to the hospital. Hurry up and send him to the hospital." LAPD immediately controlled the scene and drove away reporters and fans. The ambulance drove over here, and several medical staff carried a stretcher down, checked Martin's condition, and put him on the stretcher. Countless shots recorded the process of Martin getting injured and entering the ambulance. People who work in the media know that this is a super big news that can shock the whole United States. I went back to my hometown yesterday and walked around my relatives' homes. I originally wanted to write in the evening, but we had a dinner party at home until very late. I got up at 5 o'clock this morning and finally finished writing today's 2 chapters. I'm going to have breakfast and then continue after breakfast. I will try to update another chapter today. Please give me a monthly ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473, Martin the Almighty. Who is the most efficient person in such a serious shooting? The ambulance had just left the scene, and the LAPD was still trying to understand the details. A large number of media reporters and paparazzi had already rushed back to the newspaper office, or met with the buyer. While the LAPD and the FBI were arguing over the case, and fighting for the 2 injured criminals, dozens of media outlets had already covered the news. TMZ was still the fastest to react. It directly sent out the video shot by its own reporter without any editing or adjustment. The news headline was clear and concise. Martin Davis was attacked by multiple armed criminals and wiped out the criminals with his bodyguards. As soon as the video was sent out, it was placed at the top of the homepage by the editor-in-chief of TMZ. The editor-in-chief personally called the most elite and capable Jodi team under his command and asked them to immediately go all out to follow up and report on the incident. In Atlanta, in the newsroom of CNN headquarters, the news director Nina was directing the live news program. The deputy hurried in and whispered a few words in her ear. Nina said, and quickly took off the headset and asked, "Really?" The deputy said, "Our buyer bought the video and sent it to me immediately. I just browsed it and it's correct." He added, TMZ has already posted the video shot by another reporter on the website. These bastards are too fast. Nina quickly browsed the video and immediately ordered, the news broadcast will be interrupted. The video of Martin Davis exchanging fire with the gangsters will be inserted immediately. The news will track the latest developments 24 hours a day and broadcast it in a rolling manner. The director took away the storage disk. Nina said again, notify the Los Angeles news team to ignore Rayo Guanhe and his group and focus on tracking and reporting this matter. Someone immediately called Los Angeles to notify them. At the same time that CNN broadcast Martin's video, news channels such as Warner TV, Fox TV, ABC and NBC all interrupted the programs they were broadcasting and temporarily replaced them with Martin's video news. In a short time, the video of Martin fighting the armed gangster appeared in front of the American audience. The incident broke out in public because Cartier announced in advance that Martin would shoot an advertisement at the old Santa Monica Pier. Many entertainment reporters and paparazzi gathered there and filmed related videos. In addition, there were at least hundreds of people who witnessed it. The Santa Monica Pier, LAPD and FBI all collected videos and questioned witnesses at the same time. The periphery of the pier has become a media carnival. The number of reporters who rushed in frantically was even greater than that of the LAPD on the scene. Any witness or person who took relevant photos and videos was a hotspot in their eyes. Several reporters surrounded a tourist who was talking non-stop and took photos. The tourist was talking with saliva flying. I was less than 30 meters away from the attack site at the time. I saw it clearly. 4 attackers got off the Ford van and wanted to kidnap and attack Martin. Martin just hit them with a few. His kick almost hit a reporter's crotch, and his waving fist almost hit another reporter's eye. He knocked down all those bastards. Even cleaner than Byrne. Too strong. Martin is really too strong. The reporters nodded one after another. The tourist continued. Later, more than a dozen armed robbers appeared. Martin snatched the gun from the kidnapper's car and started a gunfight with them. He killed more than a dozen of them by himself. A reporter was puzzled. I watched the video, and it seems that he only killed 5 or 6. That's because the camera didn't capture it completely. The tourist was sure that he was right and that others were wrong. I saw Martin kill more than a dozen armed robbers with my own eyes. How could I be wrong? This was not the end. He emphasized again, among all the actors in the world, there is absolutely no one who can fight better than Martin. Although the dozen gunman reporters had objections, the last sentence was unanimously recognized by them. Not far away, on the other side, several Martin fans wearing red t-shirts were also being interviewed by reporters. Martin is really too strong, said the brown-haired young man. He went from the outer perimeter of the pier to the seaside of the pier tourist area, cleared out all the armed gangsters, and killed. He asked his companion, about 20 people, right? Another fan of Martin, with admiration in his eyes, said, it seems to be more than 30. No. I counted carefully, there were at least 40. The fans who witnessed the incident this time, as well as the members of the Coke cult, only had Martin in their eyes. Martin who is omnipotent. Some fans said something else. Facing the NBC camera, more than a dozen fans had red eyes and tears on their faces, saying, Martin came out to save us. He kept shouting for us to leave quickly, saying that the gangsters were targeting him and we would be safe if we stayed away from him. The people next to him said maybe his shouting exposed his position, so he was besieged by many gunmen, otherwise he might have just hidden himself. A girl said, Martin saved us. Someone else said, Martin was injured in order to save us. We don't know how he is. You should go to the hospital and ask them to do their best to save Martin. More red t-shirts gathered around. Martin must be cured. These reporters realized that bigger news might break out in the hospital. It would be best if Martin died and made a great contribution to the journalism industry. One of them turned around and ran away, and the other followed and asked, which hospital was Martin sent to? The person in front saw that it was their own photojournalist and replied, Ucla Medical Center. At the same time, many people drove to the medical center, including media reporters, fans, and people from LAPD and FBI. The two sides have basically figured out the truth of the matter from the video, witnesses and the injured gangster, and need to reach a consensus with Martin. Will Martin be okay? After being questioned by the LAPD and the FBI, Leonardo sat next to a car and asked Nicholson, "This bastard owes me a lot of debts, he can't die." Nicholson took out his sunglasses and put them on, looking very cool. He pointed at Bruce not far away and said hoarsely, "Look at how calm old Bruce is. Does Martin look okay?" Just over 20 meters away, Bruce, accompanied by a lawyer who hurried over, cooperated with the FBI and LAPD calmly. Leonardo felt relieved, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "Over the years, including Toby, no one has moved me like Martin." The danger was over, and his strained throat was better. All that came out of Nicholson's mouth was bullshit. "What, are you attracted to Martin? This is not a good thing. Martin is a super scumbag." "No, you're also a scumbag. What will happen if you two are scumbags to each other?" Leonardo ignored his nonsense and said, "Martin is a loyal guy." "Nonsense. If you and Martin are not loyal, would I hang out with you?" Nicholson said, "Martin, that bastard, quickly asked us to escape when we were in danger, so I risked my life to warn him where the gunman is." Leonardo said, "I saved you too. Without me holding you, could you run so fast?" Nicholson recalled and realized that this was indeed the case. He said, "In order to repay you for saving my life, I decided to marry Lorraine to you without signing a prenuptial agreement." Leonardo was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Nicholson saw many reporters in front of him and pulled Leonardo. "It's time for us to shine." Leonardo followed him and walked over there. "How do we shine? Listen to me." Nicholson stepped out of the cordon. A dozen reporters surrounded him. "Jack, were you with Martin when the incident happened? Can you tell me what happened specifically? Martin shouted for you to get away from him?" Hearing these messy questions, Nicholson raised his hands and pressed them down. When it was quiet, he said, "The attackers suddenly appeared. Martin was in front, and Leo and I were in the back. Martin quickly knocked down the gangster, and then told us to leave quickly while he covered us." A reporter sneered, "You just ran away like that?" "Of course not. Leo and I called the police and climbed to the commanding heights of the dock area." Nicholson pointed to the roof of the management office. "There, we cooperated with Martin. I was mainly responsible for finding the location of the gangsters and directing Martin to launch the attack. Together, we killed more than a dozen armed gangsters." Leonardo was stunned. He was really not as thick-skinned, shameless, and as good at making trouble as Nicholson. "The boss deserves to be the boss," a reporter said at this time. "Didn't you watch the video? Many people shot videos that did have Jax shouting." Nicholson pointed to his throat and said, "Listen to the sound of my voice. Has it changed? It's because I had to shout loudly to command Martin, and I strained my vocal cords." A reporter said, "Jack, you are still as powerful as ever." Nicholson laughed heartily, even happier than when Lorraine married Leonardo before signing a prenuptial agreement. Another reporter saw Leonardo and asked, "Leo, what did you do?" Leonardo couldn't say. "That I ran 100 meters in 11 seconds. Wouldn't that be running away?" He suddenly had an idea. "Jack is old and his eyesight is not very good, but his voice is loud enough. You have all seen his loud voice at the Lakers home court. So, I'm responsible for observing the location of the armed robbers, and Jack uses his loud voice to command Martin." Nicholson's surprised eyes were blocked by sunglasses. "Thinking that you could even get this?" Leonardo put his arm around Nicholson's shoulders and said, "Martin will charge ahead, while Jack and I will observe and direct from behind. The three of us will cooperate with each other and kill the gang of armed bandits together." Nicholson smiled and said, "Leo is right, but I must make one point clear. Martin is the key, because in the entire Hollywood, he is the only one with such outstanding action ability." Leonardo nodded. "Martin's strength is beyond your imagination." "Okay, let's stop here. Leo and I are going to the hospital to see Martin." Nicholson walked forward, called his extended Lincoln, and rushed to the medical center. A large number of reporters followed behind. The third chapter is finally written. Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Chapter 474, Benefits Earned with One's Life. The entrance of the University of California Medical Center was crowded with people, and cameras were set up on both sides of the road like long guns and short cannons. Television broadcast vehicles from Warner TV, NBC, ABC and CNN all drove to the main entrance of the hospital, with live cameras aimed at the scene. From time to time, their reporters interviewed the people on the scene, and broadcasted them on the TV news. In the sky, there was a buzzing sound of engines, and the helicopter of Fox TV network flew directly above the medical center, filming from a high altitude. More and more people gathered at the entrance. Those who appeared later were all wearing red t-shirts. In just over half an hour, there were hundreds of people. They are all supporters of Martin Davis. The NBC reporter said, if Martin gets into trouble, this hospital and the LAPD will be in great trouble. Another reporter said, Martin can probably double our bonus this month. The reporter behind him suddenly said, if Martin dies. Countless colleagues' eyes turned to him. Most people here may have similar thoughts in their hearts, but they can think about it, but they must never say it out loud. The man was a reporter who had just finished his internship. His boss scolded him, shut up. You have seen videos from multiple angles. Martin is a hero. The young reporter may have some background and said, those people are targeting Martin. What kind of hero is he? Warner TV sent the ace Helen. When she came over, she happened to hear this and said, don't you have eyes? Given the madness of those gangsters, if Martin hadn't taken the initiative to attract fire cover, how many people would have died in the dock area? Someone knew that Helen had a good relationship with Martin and said, Helen, what's going on with Martin? Ask him. Helen's face was particularly serious. Martin's private phone can't be reached, and no one answered his agent's phone. Someone answered, the situation may not be good. As they were talking, a red Porsche drove over and entered the hospital gate. A quick-eyed reporter said, that's Elizabeth Olsen's car. Martin's girlfriend is here. When the Porsche disappeared from sight, another reporter who looked around said, the area will be dyed red. The reporters found that Martin's supporters who came in red clothes never stopped. Cars drove into the hospital gate one after another. Lily and Elizabeth got out of the Porsche and went into the medical center together. After asking around, they came to a clinic. Thomas, Chad, Mean and others were nearby and rushed over. Elizabeth was about to cry and asked, what's going on? Where's Martin? Where's Martin? Lily pursed her lips and said nothing. She put her hands in her pockets and tightly held the carving knife. Only then did she realize that her relatives were really hurt and she was powerless. Thomas said, Martin was injured and is being treated inside. Elizabeth finally couldn't hold back her tears. She held the cross her mother gave her in her hands and prayed for God's blessing. Lily came over and hugged her. Martin is very lucky. He will be fine. Elizabeth was much softer than her and cried on Lily's shoulder. Mean was so anxious that he walked back and forth, scratching his head. He wanted to help, but didn't know how to do it, which was the most frustrating thing. His verbal skills were useless when he encountered such a thing. The door of the medical room opened, and a nurse said, is Thomas Ryan here? Martin wants to see you. Thomas strode over quickly and said, I am. The nurse nodded and asked him to follow in. Lily was obviously relieved. Elizabeth suddenly had a bad feeling. Martin is fine. It must be a minor injury. Lily felt relieved and wanted to joke. If Martin was really in a bad condition, I would be the first one to be called in, not Thomas. Elizabeth raised her head from Lily's shoulder, took a step back, and looked at Lily in surprise. But she said nothing, and turned her head to look at the treatment room. In the treatment room, Martin's left arm was hanging on his neck, his right thigh was wrapped in a bandage, and there were some small scratches around his neck and shoulders, all of which were carefully treated. Thomas asked, how is the situation? Martin smiled and said, don't worry, it's not a serious injury. Because it was a ricochet and was blocked by the Nokia phone, the wound on his right leg was not deep, just a flesh wound, and he didn't even need stitches. He will be fine after a period of rest. His left arm had received the full force of the Russians' blow, so of course it didn't feel good, and there was a very slight fracture. The doctor fixed it for him just in case. In fact, when Martin was a stuntman in his previous life, he had suffered much more serious injuries than this. Martin asked first, where's old Bull? He's on his way here, after being questioned by the LAPD and the FBI. Thomas looked at his watch and said, he'll probably be here in half an hour at most. Martin made sure that old bull was okay and started talking about other things, asking, "What's the impact of this incident now?" The news channels of the 5 major TV networks are broadcasting and tracking the reports, and online media such as TMZ will release a related news every 10 minutes. Thomas has been keeping abreast of media developments through his assistant Natasha. "The whole United States is paying attention to this incident now," he added. "Your 2 old friends, Brett, a public relations expert at the Los Angeles Police Department, and Neves from the FBI have contacted me and advised you not to accept interviews or face the public for the time being. They are on their way to Los Angeles." Martin thought for a moment and said, "You give them a reply, and I'll wait for them until the evening." Thomas said, "They will be here soon." He added, "The FBI and LAPD have also contacted the hospital, and as long as you don't make it public, the hospital will remain silent." Things have already happened, and Martin has been considering maximizing his interests since he deliberately fell down. He said, "Don't respond to any media or people outside for the time being. Ask them to keep silent for the time being." Thomas said, "We are all on the same side, so there is no problem with that." Martin thought and said, "Regarding this matter, you should immediately communicate with Ritter and Martha's Oscar public relations team and ask them to keep an eye on the development of the situation and adjust their strategies according to the situation. I believe this matter is extremely beneficial to Oscar." Thomas wrote it down. Martin said again, "Remember to call Chad." Thomas pointed outside the door. "He is outside the door." Martin nodded, and the wound on his arm was affected. This was not the time to risk his life. He became delicate again, grimacing in pain, and pointed to the Nokia 1100 with the bullet stuck in his eyes, saying, "Send a blurred picture to the Nokia people to see if we can make some money from them." Thomas looked at the phone, helped Martin put it away, and said, "This time, we must make them cry," and rushed to give us money. Then the nurse came in and pushed Martin out of the treatment room to the ward area. As soon as the bed was out, Lily and Elizabeth ran over. Elizabeth looked at Martin's arm, tears streaming down her face again. Martin sat back on the bed, shook his head slightly at her, indicating that he was fine. On the way, Thomas told Chad and Mean about everything. After entering the ward, the nurse gave a few instructions and left on her own. In her eyes, Martin's injury was nothing. Martin said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll be well soon." Elizabeth said, "I was scared to death." Lily saw that Martin was fine, so she went to the balcony of the ward alone and called Alina and Harris. Martin called Chad and said directly, "You should hurry up and cut a trailer for John Wick. Communicate well with Warner Brothers and use this incident to promote the movie." Chad also has a certain business acumen. "I watched the video on the doc, and your performance was like Jonathan walking into reality. Our film must be a hit." Martin smiled and said, "If you want it to be a hit, you have to do a good job of publicity and marketing." Chad said, "With such good material in front of me, I know what to do. Warner's professional team will be no problem, especially Daniel, who is a good hand." Martin said, "I'm fine here. You should hurry up and push this matter forward." Chad was ready to leave. "I'll go to the studio and meet Daniel first and cut a trailer overnight." Mean said a few words to Martin and followed Chad. Elizabeth poured a glass of water and held it to his mouth. "Drink some water. Your mouth is dry and chapped." Martin took 2 sips and said, "I'm nervous. Just rest." Elizabeth was always worried, especially when Martin's arm was hanging and his leg was bandaged. She deliberately complained, "You are like this, and you still want to work." Martin said, "Such a big thing happened. I was almost shot to death. I finally survived. Of course, I have to use this incident to get the most benefit." Elizabeth didn't understand this. "I'm here with you. Tell me what you need me to do." Her cell phone rang, and when she answered it, it was someone asking about Martin's injury. Elizabeth said nothing, hung up the phone, and turned it off. At this time, someone knocked on the door of the ward. Lily went to open the door, and Leonardo and Nicholson came in. The two were surprised to see Martin in such a bad state. "Is the injury so serious?" Martin smiled and said, "It's a minor injury. I deliberately made it serious." Nicholson was an old and shrewd man, and he immediately understood, "If you use this well, you will win the Oscar for acting." Leonardo understood and scratched his head. He seemed to see the miserable future of two bastards showing off their golden statues in front of him, while he would be ridiculed every day. Nicholson comforted him. "It's okay, I will give you one when the time comes. After all, I have 3. Leonardo surpassed Martin and became the most injured person in the ward. The two did not stay for long. They chatted with Martin for a while, confirmed that his injury was not serious, and soon said goodbye and left. When facing the media reporters again, the two said nothing more, except bragging about the close cooperation of the trio to kill more than a dozen armed gangsters. In the afternoon, the LAPD and FBI officially visited. Chapter 475. Another spy. 2 old acquaintances of Martin came to the ward. The one from LAPD was Brad, who had been in contact with Martin since the Burbank High School incident. The one from FBI was Neves, whom Martin had contacted during the Washington spy incident. Martin maintained a good relationship with both sides. The two sides greeted each other, exchanged some pleasantries, and after someone took the routine notes, they gradually got down to business. Neves spoke first. Of the 9 armed gangsters, 7 died on the spot and only 2 survived. One of them had a fractured skull and may go to see God at any time. The other will never be a man again. He gave Martin a thumbs up. "You only suffered some minor injuries, which is really amazing." Martin said calmly, "In that situation, I could only risk my life to fight for a chance of survival." Brad continued, "These Russians are too fierce. They have no law in their eyes and commit crimes openly. They deserve severe punishment." Martin said, "They are very fierce. If I were not lucky enough, I might be the one who died." Neves said, "Naturally, these Russians have undergone rigorous special agent training. They are a group of killing machines. You are lucky to survive." Martin was stunned for a moment, then guessed what Neves meant. "You are right. They are all Russians who have undergone extremely rigorous training." Brad smiled. "They are strong and professional enough. They sneaked into Los Angeles quietly. Ordinary police officers could hardly detect them at all." Martin did not respond, but looked at the 2 men in front of him quietly. Neves said again, "After the last Washington spy case, Martin, you have once again thwarted the conspiracy of Russian spies." Brad followed up, "Martin, you are worthy of being the city hero of Los Angeles." Martin did not beat around the bush with the 2 men, leaning back on the bed and said, "I was injured and lost a lot of blood. My brain is too slow to understand what you mean." Brad glanced at Neves. The latter said, "According to our preliminary questioning and investigation of the 2 injured, they launched this attack mainly for revenge and to create chaos to affect the US election at a critical moment." Martin, you are a famous Democrat, and you have personally participated in the arrest of Russian spies in Washington. Martin watched the situation and did not speak for the time being. Neves continued, "So when Guanhay was about to arrive in Los Angeles, Washington's colleagues and relatives in the spy case launched this revenge attack against you." Martin looked at Brad, with whom he had a better relationship, and asked, "Is that true?" Brad said, "This is the most favorable outcome for us. You will become a national hero of the United States. We are friends. I will cooperate with you in every way." Martin also had something to say. "You should at least let me know who they are and why they launched the attack. Although I have guessed some of it, I need more." Brad thought for a moment and said, "I guess you have guessed that the man who was shot in the head with coke by you was called Boris, and his grandson was shot in the head by you in the same way at Burbank Middle School." Martin nodded. "It's almost what I guessed. It was indeed a revenge." Brad added, "Boris's son died in a California prison." Martin smiled helplessly. "No wonder he is fighting me to the death. Both his son and grandson are dead. It would be strange if the old man didn't fight desperately." Neves added, "In addition to the people who appeared at the Santa Monica Pier, Boris has 6 other men who were unable to enter the country due to passport issues, or who were staying at the terminal, or flew to Canada. We need a sufficient charge to arrest or ask neighboring countries to help detain these people and then extradite them. The capture of a heavyweight Russian spy is much more meritorious for the LAPD and the FBI than simply assassinating a Hollywood star. Moreover, the sabotage by Russian spies will not make the LAPD and the FBI lose face. The bear is still very intimidating to the North American public." Martin also understood all this and said the same thing. "We are old friends. I will definitely help if I can." Brat understood what Martin meant and said, "Actually, before coming here, I communicated with the higher-ups. The Los Angeles Police Department and City Hall will both express their opinions. Martin, you have made outstanding contributions to Los Angeles urban safety and saved hundreds of people in the Pier area. You are also a representative figure in the fields of cultural communication and art. We will do our best to promote today as Martin Day in Los Angeles. In addition to money, people naturally have spiritual pursuits, and Martin is no exception. The LAPD is very sincere." Nev said directly, "The FBI has a recommendation for the Presidential Medal of Freedom." Martin said, "I have one." Nev smiled. "It's not the ordinary ribbon last time. With your influence and this contribution, you can definitely get the special edition of the Outstanding Presidential Medal of Freedom, with stars and a grand ribbon." Martin laughed and said, "I also need an official professional certification from your FBI." Nevs asked, "What kind of certification?" Martin said directly, "Good marksmanship and outstanding mobility, probably something like this." Nevs agreed, "No problem, I will find a professional to certify you." He personally pays attention to Martin's movies. Is it to warm up for the gun battle action movie that will be released next year? Martin had no need to deny. "Yes, John Wick. If you are interested, you can go and see it." Nev said, "The FBI will definitely buy tickets to support you to watch your killing performance today. The movie must be exciting." Seeing that they had reached an agreement, Brat said, "Russian spies are really abominable. We will not stay here any longer. We will go back and dig out the rest and give you an explanation." Nevs also said, "I promise that I will catch all the Russian spies involved in this incident and will never let them threaten your safety." Martin said, "We all hate Russian spies." This was not the first time the two had dealt with Martin. They had a tacit understanding on such matters and left soon after reaching an agreement. Martin called Thomas again and told him about the matter in general, asking him to cooperate. Elizabeth came in from outside the door and was about to remind Martin to have a good rest when Blanco from Cartier Men's Watch came again. The Frenchman had put away his white handkerchief a long time ago. After coming in, he first comforted Martin and said that all medical and working expenses would be covered by Cartier Men's Watch. Martin expressed his gratitude and said, "I didn't expect that such a good advertising shoot would end up like this." He pointed to his injured left arm and said, "The advertisement may not be shot in a short time, so it can only be postponed. It doesn't matter. Blanco, or Cartier Men's Watch, didn't mind at all. You should take good care of your injury, and we can talk about shooting the advertisement after your injury is healed." Although the advertisement was not finished, the impact of this incident was huge. The media was reporting on it everywhere. Whenever Martin's incident was mentioned, it was mentioned that it was during the shooting of the advertisement for Cartier Men's Watch. Apart from anything else, the popularity of Cartier Men's Watch has increased again. Moreover, in the live video shot by many reporters, Martin can be seen wearing a Cartier Men's Watch on his left wrist. Blanco comforted Martin, "You rest assured and don't worry. If you have any questions, contact me. I will stay in Los Angeles during this period." Martin nodded, "I will." Blanco said a few more polite words to Elizabeth, walked out of the ward door, called his assistant out of the ward building, got in the car, and didn't rush to leave. It was getting dark outside, and the lights in the parking lot were on. Blanco thought for a while, and said to his assistant, "Contact the director and editor, and ask them to find the footage of Martin wearing a Cartier Men's Watch in the video about Martin that was publicly reported today, and edit a special advertisement. The remuneration and expenses will still be paid according to the production of the complete advertisement." The assistant admired him sincerely, and flattered his boss. "Boss, your idea is great." Blanco said, "It's mainly because of Martin's ability. If he hadn't attracted the attention of all the gangsters and knocked them all down, causing heavy casualties on the scene, we might have to face huge compensation." He told the driver, "Let's go." Before the driver drove out of the parking lot, a luxury car drove over and parked in a nearby parking space. 3 executives of Coca-Cola got out of the car. Blanco looked at them through the car window and thought that Coca-Cola's sponsorship fee was worth it. The advertising effect was so good. Time and time again, Coca-Cola was Martin's killer weapon. Relentless, the global marketing president of Coca-Cola, was attending an event in California and rushed over immediately after hearing the news. After getting off the car, Relentless did not rush to the ward building, but called the Atlanta headquarters and asked, "How is it going? Have you made a decision?" The CEO said, "We just had a meeting 15 minutes ago and reached a consensus to hire Martin Davis as the lifelong spokesperson for Coca-Cola. Atlanta will immediately organize a professional team to go to Los Angeles to hold talks with Martin. You can inform him of the good news in advance. This is the best comfort for him." Relentless entered the ward building. When it was dark, countless supporters of Martin gathered at the entrance of the hospital. Rachel and Phoebe stood at the front, and everyone took out a candle. The media reporters who were broadcasting live immediately asked the cameraman to turn the live camera over. Rachel specially chose the time when the news stations were broadcasting the news at the right time, which was convenient for major media to broadcast live. The situation at the entrance of the medical center was broadcast live on TV and the internet, and spread throughout North America. Rachel and Phoebe were the first to light the candles, and countless fans at the scene also lit candles. The candles flickered under the night sky, and everyone looked extremely solemn. They placed the candles on the ground and put their hands together to pray for Martin. The constant emergence of news has kept the dock attack incident hot. I wish you all a happy National Day. Happy Mother's Day. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.